现在把毛免费嘛，公道嘛。
不是，你等到大猫完，就是我死抓的，对吧？
就不刚了嘛，你2次了嘛。
Jungle
最后一把
getting after Tom Straddle with King 7.
你正好大毛嘛。
28 in the middle. Top pair for Jungle.
Instant check. The drop of a hammer.
Ace on the turn.
他说要输钱，应该100咯。
2 strikes at the table from Dan Cates. But Tan's gonna bet.
你给他偷了，他很少偷的哦。
对啊，我感觉他很少偷的。他那个不过第5张发
他偶尔会。
12K check called.
他上次偷
pot up to 52.
在伦敦笑死我。
Consciousness level down to about 6.
Yes. Got some aggressive checks. Tan.
4 to a wheel out there.
Yeah, he can rep that. He's in the straddle, so he can really have a lot of holdings.
整个面赢那么多。
赢了我1把，赢了这一把，赢了
张军
1把。
I mean, some of the trouble with the line that Cates took here on this King 5-4 board, despite flopping top pairs, you under rep and end up playing the guessing game down the streets. And unfortunately for him,
哎呀，小钱他给你赢，妈，
I'm getting value.
哎呀，
A 够尽量对哦，给他。
我思路 O 了。
没办法，让他的表演，他妈的。
Oh.
演出一个后门花。
Jungle's my spirit animal after some of the epically long live streams that we've done toward the end of the night. Randy's looked over and seen me in similar shape.
Not in that shape.
No, he's pretty bad right now. You want action on whether or not he falls out of his chair between now and the end of the match?
He might be a favorite.
Queen Jack offsuit, ST takes us up.
Hans has got a decent hand in a small blind. Could activate in terms of aggression.
45.
It's been quiet. He gets it done.
你买了100啊？
Kind of a silent assassin.
Mm-hmm.
Hans hasn't had to take a flop.
你看30啊
60
啊，可怜。但我现在还没有进去是吧？现在吧。
Scoreboard time.
Yes, it is. That scoreboard shows Jungle Man Dan Cates as the lone player in the black at present, having cobbled together with a semi-lucid state of consciousness, an almost $400,000 win. Andy Nee, 90K winner. Hans working his way back toward even after bleeding out a little. Boss and ST in the red. Things really have turned around for one, by the way, in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm. Feels like a $500,000 swing downwards from his peak.
Note, by the way, Tan Xuan and Rob Young,
another round,
roughly $175,000 losers, and Elizabeth Chen stuck over $250,000.
We're keeping the straddle on.
Well, that'll give you a shot to get even or get even more buried.
Why 6 only?
Tan's ace 10 suited has its problems here.
We're definitely going to be seeing a flop in this spot. This is one of Tan Xuan's better holdings. It's button versus straddle.
注意点。
This is the type of hand where you tend to call a bit more with these positions. It's not unheard of to 4-bet it,
他比我稳多了。
but we often see call. But we often see Tan Xuan making it 4 bets, 120,000. He doesn't stop.
He wants to get things dirty. Let's get in the mud.
I think that ST might just rip this one in. There's just been a lot going on. These aren't early positions. He could call as well. But with the straddle, we do shrink the stacks a bit. And against the bigger 4-bet, jamming becomes a bit nicer than calling.
280.
So instead of jamming, he is going to 5-bet. But it's looking to commit.
280K. And note that that's a chunky bit of ST stack.
Yeah, this is not fun for Tan Xuan. Kind of feel like he wishes there was more stack to play for behind.
I mean, it's so brutal to muck a hand and post 120K loss without so much as seeing a flop, but high variance.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of regret there now. He's like, oh man, maybe I should have called and played some post flop. But ace 10 suit is definitely a hand that you could 4-bet with. I kind of feel like ST and Tan Xuan the two have been battling the most
Sure.
today.
Gentlemen,
It's not a feeling. I think that's just a fact.
what? You prefer? Huh? You want to swap the hand?
What?
Swap.
What are you saying?
Wait.
I don't know what you're saying.
What's that? Strider?
You have to speak clearly, ST. This is Montenegro.
What?
I don't know what that means.
I don't think he knows what it means either.
I'm curious. What do you have?
Swap. Serious, what you have?
So yeah, so swap.
Huh? Swap?
Swap information. What you have?
What you
What
have?
he have?
No, I mean, that's big pot I win, right?
Yeah.
Or another big pot I win. We swap the hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you send me.
I tell you?
You send me. Send me the message.
Oh, you send me a message.
Send him what you have.
Yeah,
What you have.
the last hand.
Looking to
okay?
keep it discreet between
Oh,
one
yeah.
another
We
and
owe you one hand.
not indulge
Swap
us
hand.
ST.
in the revelations. Of course, we already know
I don't think you that's crazy.
what Jungle had.
Yeah, where's my phone? 哎，手机怎么没了？
6-6-7 flop, king turn, now backdoor clubs. And boss
Eh?
able to show the ace for a winner. So all the action came in pre.
This is a
รสชาติใหม่ที่ใช่ใหม่แบรนด์รังนกแท้ผสมวิตามินอ e, ีกลิ่นมะพร้าวอร่อยร้องเลย
Right?
Huh?
You don't lie, right?
no lie.
No lie. Can we see on TV?
So you had this hand, not when I had the hand I texted you, when
Yeah.
and I lose to you.
Same.
What?
Same.
Okay. Same?
Let's talk about those two big pots. ST actually had aces
Yeah.
both hands, both times.
I did not have that hand. And I lose too, obviously. The hand I lose something else.
9-7 suited, similar architecture for Elizabeth, being played as a flat against this jungle open, which is the spirit of Aaron Zhang, basically.
Aaron really likes the Jack 8 suited as well, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah.
3-bet called by Kate's Chen. Closing action. There's $149,000 in the middle, and we've got Ace Jack, Jack 9, and 9-7.
So we head to the ace, 8 deuce, ultra dry board, just fine by ST. Elizabeth bookending the 8 of spades.
What about? Which? Here?
ST's going to main control.
There's some. Okay, I go to the toilet. I don't.
Around.
That's 20% pot. Elizabeth Chen is floating here.
We've seen her
straddling that 8 of spades.
I mean, we have seen her do some very interesting things on the day, especially I think in spots like this where if ST
Water was
didn't
cold.
have an ace and he was just barreling, we see
Right.
he improves to the nut flush draw to go with that ace. But you anticipate the checks out of position into you, and then you can try to take it or assess once that happens.
Yeah, this is actually, if she did not improve this turn, she most definitely be looking to bet. She might still, but SC, when he bets the flop 20%, checks turn, he has a lot of air. He has like kings and queens that maybe you can move off of. And she hits the 9, running 9s to take the lead.
This is remarkable. ST felt like he had so much hand that he didn't need to bet it. And this is going to be so concealed. What 9 combo is supposed to be across the way?
Does not exist.
Except when it does.
And this is going to be dicey. 70K into 200.
She's not flatting, my friend.
No, she's jamming. ST is going to be a bit confused. Like, really? You're going to check the turn and jam now?
I really like this out of Elizabeth because the vibe that I'm getting as I sit here prior to the anticipated raise is one of uncertainty and genuine deliberation, which of course is offset by the 2 little words all in.
This line is so confusing to ST. ST should not expect Elizabeth Chen to have like an ace queen in this spot. They probably wouldn't be jamming the river. They might even bet the turn when checked too. He knows that he bet so small on the flop and might have induced some floats, so maybe he can craft some bluffs. Just doesn't realize it. He's been backed into by the trips. Ew.
Finds
Oh,
the fold, Randy.
我告诉你，不许看，
反正2天之后他们让我
不行，不许看。
I think Tan gets paid
2天之后
there.
就可以看。
Tan wants to look so bad. She's like, no, you're not allowed to
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
没有。
If you do show a card,
对啊，我
show that 7 of spades, and they will have no idea.
Oh, for sure.
3秒
Show the 7 and they're breathless.
Like, what can you have?
Right?
有个 A 转投机，
Why you never ask me take a piece this time?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, can actually.
Set 不像 set。
我不能有 set 吗？
4路打5路打不是更好吗？
哎呀，4路不打5路，
哦，赞了。OG 就漂亮了。
有点相机哦，但是也说不准，搞不清楚。他反正刚才偷我一个小鸡，
我偷了他3条街都没偷掉他。
所以他是有偷鸡的前科的。
肯定有了，打完没有偷鸡是保输的。
不敢抽你。
包加嘛，加30。
Jack 9 suited.
Hans is just hanging around.
Yeah, this time piquing his interest. He continues to cobble away, largely uncontested.
He's even.
What isn't it? Hands the Z at the end?
Yeah.
No.
It is.
Why? With the
2天去哪看？
电视上啊，
哪个电视？中海电视台。
YouTube
make it special?
啊，
哎，慢慢找，我等要看这个时间了。
Hands isn't a special name.
No.
等我坐下来一下就有了。第二次。
That's a special
Yeah,
hand.
you get to be special.
厉害厉害厉害
Ace King
！300。
in the straddle. Who's getting after it?
ST topping up 300,000. It sounds like.
Andy,
Oh,
2 queens, the classic brewing on the horizon.
His hands.
look at the positions.
Aaron?
Ace 3 suited.
Oh, this is a jungle.
Yeah, swinging from the vines here.
Hand still to act. Because this straddle, this reduces the number of blinds they're playing, and I think we're going to see what an 850k pot. I don't really see how Andy's going to fold 2 queens.
那个下去了才开始松起来，
哪个？
那个2个，
苏联的。
对，那2个不是来打牌的，真的不知道来干嘛的。
我都讲了，一上来投进去就赢了一把，赢了你嘛，就喝咖啡了。
偷灵机喝咖啡还强一点，起码别人
哦，那个4万不应该去，漏掉。
35，一个晚上就3币这1把，还在
All
抢位
parties were waiting eagerly for the response from hands, and all of a sudden, 135 the declaration.
那个输赢
These are the 3 blinds, small blind, big blind, straddle. Andy
在那边苏联的18000。
doesn't feel comfortable, rightfully so, because Hans has put in a cold 4-bet.
不欧啦，
哇，
总数是7万多诶。
少输了，对不对？
第5路5张没有发，不懂是什么。
I think just
大概率
Queens is just too much.
776他打
Too much of a hand
他打4
to
万。
not get it in right now.
赶紧丢掉。
Especially if Jungle's messing around and you get that extra 51k overlay.
对的。
回对10，
哦，
4路来个9。
Boy, this is getting very funky, though, because I don't think there's any perception that hands has it in him to be light here, right?
I agree with that.
So if he isn't light, how are our queens doing?
The thing is, Queens, if you're up against Ace King, Queens is actually a favorite, right?
Of course.
I prefer having Queens than Ace King, I would think,
做节目的时候要把
because of that fact.
那5、6个小时全部剪
剪
掉。
掉，太闷了。
We're waiting on
对
Jungle
太闷了
82 to call.
好干。
Is he out,
It,
man?
it kind of looked like he dozed off for a
Is
second.
he just? Hang on. Can we get a shot of jungle?
It was a small one earlier.
I know the action's on Andy.
I mean, if Andy looks at jungle and jungle's actually out, maybe it means he's disinterested in.
No, what you do is you wait for jungle to fall asleep, and then you tell everyone, shh.
Oh, and then
You
the clock.
call,
The clock
and then
runs
he
out.
times out.
Yes. Oh, you're a genius. So jungle times out with aces or something.
Yeah, genius isn't the word you're looking for. Scumbag is really the one.
Professional scumbag,
There
Ali
you go,
Najad.
see?
There we go. There we go. I can't believe you even thought of that.
I know. I'm almost embarrassed that it came to me.
This is trying poker. Come on, man.
No, that's never going to be allowed to happen.
Rules are rules. Let's go find Luca and ask him later.
You know, this felt like a very reluctant decision from Andy. He moves all in. That wakes jungle up.
I'm not that crazy.
Hands is priced in.
Yep. He says call 853K pot. We're used to seeing these in the tournament streets, Randy. But now we're seeing them where real US dollars are on the line.
You ready for the classic?
Are we going once or twice?
It looks like once. They aren't even discussing it.
Oh my.
Okay.
Hang on.
Three. The one wins. You want three? Possible?
Hey,
Let's go.
1 嘛。
Okay, Han. We want to see some blood.
Andy wanted 2, and we got 3 negotiated.
Okay, now what that does is ensures that there will be some blood. Now, of course, the queens quite happy to be running it for the time being, at least more than once, given that hands has found the king on the flop. Gutter on the turn for Andy.
Oh.
And that gutter comes in, and all of a sudden it is hands who is happy to have run this more than once. Always a dog. Wasted the king on that particular board.
Mhm.
Finds it again on this one, though. Running hard.
Yeah, running hard.
One path. Oh,
Hey.
no. This one's my fault if it comes in.
ไกลแค่ไหน AIS 5G ก็ลื่นไหลไม่มีสะดุดลึกสูงว่างไกลไปได้สุดอุ่นใจไม่หยุดกับ AIS 5G จริงๆอุ่นใจทั่วไทยเน้นเล็ง AIS 5G
And none of them show up.
So Andy takes 2 of 3.
cover 就这边的1/3咯。没有，总共是看看谁多一点。
Running it twice would have been the less damaging way to go, but
我应该 cover。
I do think that sometimes the run it 3 times just to make sure somebody wins or loses a little bit
I like it.
instead of just chop it up can be good for the game.
Okay, cover.
482.
So hands. He wanted to run it 3 times. He was the one that got a little flesh wound there.
正好。
400, right?
400, yeah. Okay.
All right, this is a bit of a
4, 5 something. That's the
math problem
You do.
to figure out now.
133。
Shall we take a look at the scoreboard while they figure
Yeah,
out?
Sure. Let's get things sorted. ST 241 in the black. Andy 251. Jungle 277. The $250,000 crew, roughly. The only 3 in the black as Tom continues with some urgency to try to dig his way out of an over 300K loss. Rob 200 in the red, and of course hands, the product of ace king versus queen now down 116, with Elizabeth having mounted a significant comeback.
Yeah, she's climbed out.
Just treading water.
他计算马上把别人钱算没了。谢谢。
备胎
VIP，必须 VIP。
King 8 suited hit the muck, but not this one for Rob Young.
Standardized 11K open in the straddle pots. And Hans says that isn't enough. Ace 10 suited makes it 40. No further questions.
Can you call
Case
for
closed.
chips?
Uh-oh.
对，你要举例子，
Hans
然
wants to
后
roll a little deeper. Jungle's in Rem, by the way. I don't know if you're seeing this. He's got look. Once the head slips off the hand,
Mhm.
we could see the forehead crash down into his stack.
Chips everywhere.
Something like that.
Give me whatever I have.
I believe Hans is looking to unload
Bankroll on table.
his bankroll. Yeah, whatever he transferred in is on its way to the felt.
Raise.
跟他说分两次好一点。
Hands.
钱已经分掉了。
He's 3-betting again.
一定要做输赢。
This time with just King 8 suited.
I don't know how steamed up he is about the ace king versus the two queens potentially, but it does feel like all of a sudden.
Am I playing with more chips
5
behind?
次那就完蛋了。如果人多3、4个人，那就完蛋了。
Dropped the clutch in.
我说有啊，但我
Shifted gears. I'm not sure if we got a response on whether or not the chips he requested are in play in this particular pot. It would appear not, just based on the 255 figure that we're seeing.
It probably isn't, given he didn't really specify amount.
Yeah.
And it's not even clear to Jungle how much that amount would be, so it makes sense that's not in play.
So then Jungle will be the covering stack, a bet and a call of 30K, and now potentially an opportunity on the turn here for Hans to continue to tell the story. Ace comes off. Instead of doing that, he pumps the brakes. However, Jungle with 2 8s. I'm not sure he's rushing to get chips into the middle, but he does make a flush on the river.
Yeah, really nice for Jungle Man. Obviously, Ace. Wait, he's nodding off mid-hand. There's 158,000 in the middle.
I've been here, man. I've been here while I was doing 80 down the freeway, too. I'm just going to be honest. And the problem for Jungle is he doesn't have those little lane dividers to wake him up here. You know, you've heard that noise. Randy.
I've done it in my time. I've done a 360. Okay.
Ooh.
I have. What I do know is that
achievement unlocked.
this 50K is gone.
But I got a flush.
Yeah. The guy that can't keep his eyes open.
You're
Can't
losing
lose
to
a
that
pot.
guy.
I wonder if this is what I look like, because I mean, every summer there's a couple of sessions that I'll play in Vegas and mix that are like 40 hours long, and I know all too well what Jungle is dealing
You're
with,
relating.
you know, because I don't really do the coffee, I don't really do the energy drink thing. I do every now and again go to a Celsius to wake me up, but
You run.
you know, there's a point at which that stuff doesn't work anymore. Your body's like, no, we're in sleep mode. Shut down imminent.
No bet lah on TV.
You can't shut down the game. This game is going on.
It's like when your laptop gets to that point when it's like, no, I am going to power down. It doesn't matter.
And you keep turning back on.
4%.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
let me come on. There's just 3 more hands. Like, nope. Yeah, you press the power thing, and then it just gives you the battery screen, and you're like, wow, really?
Well, there's the top up from Hands. It looks like at least $400,000 on top.
6,000 on top of the 4K straddle, said Andy's King Jack. Takes it.
不记得了，忘了。
今天打50万的盲珠125还是244
244 125
Oh no, Jungle. Come on.
就真麻咯，中间放5个
，1000 2000中间放5000。
244就中2000 4000中间4000哦，
差不多吧。
不一样啦，你244大很多啦，
对，244是大很多，
大最少大6、7成。
Andy, King 9 suited. Jungle on the duck hunt. 10 a man.
这是才125个大盲而已啊，是吗
That's T. Defends his straddle. Dominating Andy's 9.
小一点好啦。
Queen Jack 5 board. Gut shot straight draw for Andy. No heart on board, but no hesitation to reach out and grab a C bet into 35,000.
Does have that gut shot. One over to the queen.
4个底。最后一天拼命的下来。好吧。
Jungle's officially asleep.
哎，也是看人的。
Rock my baby.
Raise. He's got Jack 10 suited. I'm going to tell you a story.
Raise a lot.
This isn't even that long ago. I was a part of a really, really high stakes private game that was being played in Vegas.
我他妈的一把给你清掉。
I think Dan's Chinese gets better the sleepier he gets, by the way. So he's made a 10. Todd flats. Pretty one for Andy. And he's going to ask the half asleep dude how good his hand is. 60,000.
This dude is
Oh
coming
my God,
in.
Jungle Jack 10 suited just plunks in an extra 50.
He's in there.
Look at Don's like, how am I supposed to put this guy on a hand? Maybe he didn't even see his cards right. Elizabeth realizes it too. You can see on her face she sympathizes with the awkwardness.
We got 185,000 in the middle. No one's got an ace or king in their hand.
2 out of 3 people are awake.
Great board for Andy for not having it, because if he c-bets, he can just take this one down. He's got all the ace kings in his range. Nice thing about Queen Jack too is it actually blocks King Queen and King Jack that could look you up. And Ace King you would have heard from pre. It's a great c-bet.
90,000. Max pressure applications here. And I think a lot of this is you expect that Ace King, granted it's cash game, not tournament, so that 50 extra K, sometimes it's played as a flat, but you know, these two characters may be more likely to put in the 4-bet. So if I can remove that from their range,
yep.
Now all of a sudden the pocket pairs,
wow,
suited aces, I can get after it. But look at Sticky Tan Xuan. Calls with the 2 7s and now an ace on the turn. This is a little weird.
This is very weird because it was a pretty healthy bet on the flop. So I believe he shakes out ace, queen, ace, jack a lot. Although he might not fold out ace 4 and ace 5 suited, that turn top pair. He does turn that gut shot, and queen jack is nice. He's cutting out another bet. $175,000. And this is some sick poker.
You know, most wouldn't have the heart to barrel this 175. The issue is Ace X isn't really supposed to be looking to pile 90 in there against 2 opponents on a king 3 deuce board where maybe you bink this turn. So if we take the ace away and we say, okay, he had the king also isn't supposed to be barreling on this turn. So if we take both of the king X and the ace X away, if we're in Tan's shoes, we start to wonder what's going on. But it could be set of kings, could be set of aces, of course.
Nice one, Andy. That feels
and
good.
He gives a look at the queen jack. And Tan disgusted. I think the arrival of the ace in particular is what left Tan.
That's the card he didn't want to see.
It isn't, but again, when you unpack things, like we were doing a little bit there, didn't add up. It's just that, okay, I call it, now what on the river? You know,
哎，等一下，没有没有没有
I pray for check.
我刚才是我 straddle。
And obviously his hand's very vulnerable.
OK，那
But yeah,
Sure.
no, really well played from Andy.
对了，
Pray for check and then have the guy show me two tens.
Oh yeah,
You
Rob
know?
was Rob not around.
哦，对对对对，他刚才没有那个啊，那是把 straddle 怎么办？再空一把吧。他知道把没关系没关系，我再来一盘嘛。啊，好，可以可以。不过这个
哎呀，
头巾掉了，汗都流
What's
出来了。哎
problem？
不掉 A 你很难搞了。
没有掉，如果没掉 A 全都送给你了，真的，我肯定打3000，这个我肯定不会停，不管你什么牌的，有 K 高还 K 10送给你的，真的真的。
掉 A 我拖你到底了。
Paul on the button, popping it.
打的又不像。
Andy relishing that Toji that got through with the Queen
Yeah.
Jack. Gonna invest some of those gains.
人家抓你喽。
Open-ended against the top pair.
Yeah, that 4 of clubs serving as a blocker to the straight draw with 25,000 in the middle. Action knuckled over to boss.
But if another 4 comes,
Oh yeah, that's a bad card.
that's Andy knee card. Not quite there.
Board pairing 5. 2 quick checks. Free pull at the straight. Instead, it's the 8 for Andy. Now he's got some showdown.
Yeah, he doesn't need to bet this one and, try to win against other high cards. He is going to bet, but it's block.
Trying to set the price himself. In comes 13,000. I'm not sure Paul's going to have an appetite for anything more than flat.
13?
Yeah, he's definitely calling this one. Pot going to go Paul's way shortly.
Maybe 8.
Oh, he said maybe 8. He's exactly right about that.
Yeah, raise.
不要了，
Interesting that he was able to sort that out.
最多分钱。
Yeah, but Andy was immediately saying, I'm not calling. You raise.
心脏就梆梆梆梆梆。
私家。
哎呀，
不掉 A 思路你不敢打了。
哦，没有打 A，我肯定
不会打了。
没有，我会套的，我会套的，肯定，真的，100%，我肯定会套。
他已经决定了。
相信我，都对那个套位就要
Sing it with me, Randy. You know that. You're a dad.
都讲这么多了，我还
Oh, he woke up.
Wah.
See, your voice woke him up, man.
We were out of tune a little bit.
I was never in tune.
Both of us is out of tune, so. Tone deaf over here. 9-8 suited. Button raising.
Gentlemen.
No.
You know,
No.
I would imagine that in the lookbook for,
Want my money back.
the
Why?
spring summer 2024 collection, Versace didn't pair that particular collared shirt with the Columbia jacket as Jungle is,
Yeah. They're like, it's a bit of a clash.
right?
Not exactly the best state to model in as well. Like sleepy pajama clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, could be the Versace sleepwear line. Jungle Man.
Raise.
Red Jack's here for Elizabeth. Taking things up. And by the way, if you're hearing in the background some chatter, don't forget there is still another cash game being played, Stratospheric Stakes, elsewhere in the room.
Elton 集团3个在里面。
I think it's safe to say Elton's over there. Probably Aaron Zhang, who showed up at our table to say hi.
Ahoy! Welcome to the Devil's Sea.
Laugh louder, my friend. You a little
I'm gonna
loony
teach
too
you
over
mix.
there? No, I don't want to learn.
No, but
You're trying to bait
that
me
has
to come
nothing to do
play
with
your
it.
game.
Is Boss whistling a
He
lullaby
is
for
gonna
Jungle
finish it.
right
He
now? It
is.
sounded like our tune, by the way. Kings and nines for hands. Who
This is
defended.
nicer.
Yeah.
Do you have any blue
Problem is, might put me to sleep. I'm getting kind of tired in here. It's almost 4 a.m. local time.
blue please?
I know you're tired. I actually don't want this to ever end. This action is too good.
You're so right.
Jungle.
I said it at the top of this frame, by the way. That this is always the 2 hours that
The
where
best.
the fireworks happen.
It's the very best 2 hours every single time.
Hands. Check called. And now looks up at a third heart. Boss has a flush draw, but definitely has a sense sevens aren't any good. Let's see whether or not he wants to turn this into a bluffy line.
Well, he's rarely ever good. The 7 hearts is a nice card if you are going to multi-barrel. Really just attack these one pair straight draw type hands like Queen Jack, King 10s, etc. He bets 15k. It's on the small side, but I think it's of a lot of intentions to bet the river unimproved. Hands though, 2 pair. Not the greatest run out so far, but clearly going nowhere.
King's full, and if he wasn't going anywhere before, he's certainly not going anywhere now. One more check as he seeks to lure more chips out of Boss, who's generally so good at sniffing out trouble.
Yeah, I think that if you were going to triple this one a lot when you bet the turn, but the king is not a good card.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
Surrender.
White flag. And he'll be quite pleased that he waved it.
不敢偷啦，来这张，不来这张我最强了，已经打断了。
That's the kind of pot where the L feels like a W.
Mm-hmm.
丢了你嘛？
啊？
丢了你嘛？
还好没偷。
我到这个他也是扣你的。
对，2对还不够啊。
对呀。
我2对也只赢头，整个打下去2对只赢头。
我已经里面7万，我已经打算打5万了。来 K。
银河机。
Surrender 哦 ，King 啊。
哎。
被抓了5万，他输钱的时候。
Jack 10 gets after the straddle.
Unfortunate for Elizabeth, who likely will be defending. Dominated.
Yep. $25 in the middle, as well as a 10, which continues to bode poorly for Elizabeth. Outkick now facing the C bet of just 8,000.
Just enough piece to get in a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
The king, though, is perhaps a bit of a saving grace where you don't lose too many chips. She is taking her sweet time. Does fall on call as expected, though.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think measuring our pace helps to kind of protect our ranges from seeming like they're, you know,
fair,
narrowed into certain types of hands. I mean, granted, there are players who just play quickly no matter what part of the range they have. But I think it's generally good practice.
Interesting turn bet by Andy. The ace favors him. Actually gets a worse hand to call.
This call here, for me, is where perhaps Elizabeth would be better served to just look up at this board texture and ask herself, where am I trying to go?
But she hit the chop
at this point. And she's going to be very fortunate that this 5 rolled off on the river and that Andy didn't turn his hand into a bluff.
Choppy, choppy.
She realizes it. Check, check. Carve it up.
小枪的小枪，
啊，
小枪。
打的小吗？
整了2枪。
We're gonna play 2 more rounds, and then we're gonna stop recording.
Okay.
If you wish to play after.
Up to you.
2 more rounds.
All right, yeah. Final 2 orbits of the evening. I'm not sure whether or not Jungle is going to be with us by the time we get to the end of the second one.
最后一个
不是觉得到底吗？
所以到底啊，对啊，我中2次嘛，
这个意思。
你才中1次嘛。
啊，不是继续打下去了吗？
我知道。对。
我不打了。
咱不打了嘛？
那局散了。
你们
有人，
你不打就局散了。
大把人，
大把人，
我是 VIP
鲨鱼在那边等住，
不开心吗？
那边要爬坑的，要怎么的？
那边一个睡觉的我都打不过他，真的是。
伤
害性不大。
Tease suited ace takes us up.
The kids are away.
Here we go.
那个 sleeping， go sleep。
Look at the hand marks on the cheeks. Oh,
He just got snapped by hands.
Jet lag, still jet lag after so many days.
I think the food's getting to me a little bit.
oh, that's a real thing, by the way. You eat the big meal. You're already tired. All resources get allocated to digestion. Nothing left for consciousness. Seven four deuce. Wonderful board texture here for ST as he picked up not 1 but 2 king jack off suits in the form of a flat. Comfortably C bets.
Top pair, top kicker.
Yep.
Downs the 2 king jacks. Back to the jungle cam.
前面还要夸张，他们说要换位置了。那个老外要大忙了，也不打。下面一个老外说我也不打，就说10分钟要换位置嘛，2个大忙都不丢。
那两个数量人在那里专门那个呢，对吧？那个
What is Jungle thinking pulling his phone out like he can even see straight right now?
It's been a while since Tan's 3-bet, right? So why don't we do it with this ace-6 suited?
Precisely his sentiments. Able to squeeze the hands flat. Or rather, raise to 10,000. Forgive me. Not being squeezed, but rather being isolated. We're going to block out Elizabeth Chen's cards as she makes it 80,000 to go.
Cold 4-bet. Keep in mind, these two have had some history already at this table where she triple-barreled.
By the way, no, respiration appears a bit elevated there. For Chen, a natural byproduct of getting yourself into the weeds with Tan Xuan, by the way.
Yeah, big pots, of course.
Look, he just doesn't have a lot of folds in him at this price. 44K more plopped in there with this A6 suited. Pot grows to 178,000. King Jack 5, deeply divorced from that texture, is Tan. Let's see if whatever's under the hood is enough to keep Elizabeth barreling. It sure looks that way.
60,000.
Sizing is...
It makes sense given its cold 4-bet. It takes it down. Well, ace-5 suited was getting into weeds herself. To cold 4-bet that one.
Yeah, found herself with bottom pair, no spade on board, but caught Tan in exactly the right spot to shed one of the stickier players, by the way, when he's got 80K invested post-flop in position in particular. He likes to see whether or not you've got number 2 in the chamber.
Yeah, I hear you.
不知道。
It's nice to see you attacking someone who you know is just messing around. But the cold 4-bet ace-5 suit is no easy task. It's $80,000. Nicely done.
I can't wait to track Elizabeth Chen's progress as a cash game player. You know, because there's some real, like, courageous, you know, again, Tan Xuan-esque bravery, moxie. You know, she's audacious out there, man.
Yeah, clearly, she's been playing a lot before coming to try and has got a lot of experience. And I don't know what damage she does in those tables. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, this isn't the woman that was sitting in the lobby of Maestro and just, oh, wait, what's this? You guys are playing No Limit? Put me on the list. No, this is an invitational event. She's crossed paths with some of our folks before. And the thing is, if you play in a somewhat insular environment with a handful of the same rotating characters, there are certain themes, certain cultural, you know, patterns, I guess, for lack of a better way to put them, that emerge, you know, like the Jack 9, for example, the Jack 8, very much like a thing in this crew.
That's real. You're really right about that. It's just other people doing it. You start to kind of get into your play a bit.
Yeah.
You don't absorb everything, you know, like not everyone's playing Tan's ranges, but I hear what you're saying. And I'm going to go on a limb and say that those games in general are just very splashy. So everyone tends to do a bit of that. Andy, 45K ace jack suited against Paul. Making the call. Nice spot for Andy. Advantage. This is a fun one.
Nut spade draw for Andy versus bottom pair backdoor diamonds for Boss. No regrets about inflating this one pre-flop for Andy. Comfortably following through for 52,000 here. Half pottish.
Nowhere to go but call for Paul. You could have the best hand. Backdoor diamond. Sometimes you turn an ace and your opponent hits it or they rep it. Let us play a turn card.
Price of admission paid. Both parties picking up the wheel gutter.
This is where it gets very interesting if Andy fires a massive shell. Both players picking up that wheel draw. Paul still best, but it's uncomfortable.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is just ace-jack high at present. And with the pot sitting at over 200,000, Andy sensing that maybe this 3 on the turn isn't the kind of card that's going to allow me to shed whatever it is that's kept Paul interested on the flop, especially given that he's the one blocking that nut spade draw. And if that's in his hand, then more of the pair sort of stuff is across the way in Paul's as played. Because we don't expect him to peel with just overs.
Right. Like this check.
Oh, you're going to like this king of spades even more if your name's Andy Nee. You're very much not going to like it if you're Boss.
And Boss now losing to ace, king, spades.
Yeah.
75%. Paul feels like he got rivered.
150K barrel, 3/4 pot.
Paul throws in that time bank. Most likely, he loses to ace king.
Trying to construct the bluffs.
Yeah, he's also thinking, will you value bet thin with queens and jacks? Called out ace queen as a potential bluff, especially with a spade.
Oh.
Jungle's actually out.
Cannot hero go. 很想抠你好相机哦。
Boss so seldom puts a foot wrong in these spots. It feels like his batting average in these decision points is really, really strong.
You're right. He's got it right again.
What's not strong, though, is that deuce.
Show us
Absolute
one.
bluff catcher.
Show us one. 很难拖起来。哎，我
Oh, he shot it over to boss and
怎么打？
nut flush.
你怎么打？
真切切。
又被投了。
Nice ball 呢？有可能 A 我。
Oh, wait,
对
Joe,
七
hang on.
啊？对7对6还是？
对2。
对2。对2一选
Oh,
差。
wait a minute.
我说对
We're
7。
headed
你黑桃来，我有可能抓。
Oh,
给你，
slowly
你黑桃来就给你。
descending and
A2 方片，欧盟话。
It's going to stay in that position.
You know how brutal this. You know when you're on the
Like,
plane and you just can't get comfortable. You're trying to sleep in the seat, and for some godforsaken reason, the headrest is always like pushed forward relative to the backrest. So you got this awkward. Anyway, and then as you're falling asleep, you keep waking yourself up, and the head crashes down. Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
he's sinking.
We may be drooling over there at this point. Okay, hello. Jack eight.
还是有黑头。
Look at his face. It's like live entertainment for these players playing high
没黑
stakes.
桃，我可能会抓。
No, by the way, no one's suggesting we give him an out button.
Yeah.
Just keep those cards dealt.
I think he's not going to be playing his very best.
I can't wait for next hand where all of a sudden someone wakes Jungle up
Huh?
to tell him he's in the straddle.
Ah,
I started
you
to tell the
missed the
story about
trader.
that.
Rock missed the trader.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you bought in for him.
没关系，一样的，没关系。
啊？
刚才是我刚才是
对
我出来的，
，he traded twice.
没关系。OK 啊。
Boss recognizing that Rob may have missed the straddle while being away from the table here.
You know, the thing is, so he's saying that Andy straddled twice, but Andy Nee
Oh,
said, it doesn't matter. It's okay, I'm a boss. Let's go. You gotta love that guy. Uh-oh, Tan's getting tired too now.
为什么你的 turn 不打的？这奇怪的，
It can be
这
infectious.
下不多了。
Okay, so earlier I started to tell you the story about this super high stakes, not unlike this game here.
我差点推 OA 打的，
Private
Oh,
only
I'm
cash game I was a part of in Vegas. One particular
推 OA
night,
你怎么办？
somebody was about as tired as Jungle was. The game was kind of breaking down. They decided they're just going to play
哇，
bomb pots.
哎呀，
25K ahead to get to the flop,
这
and
是
then
玩哦。
50K after the flop
如果你
to see turn and river. That was the
看
game.
你打多少我就推你。
我知道你 check 有可能 check 所 OA 的，
打
我在想你
半次我就推你，
你答对会不
Flop
会
comes out.
答对我就可以。
除了 S
I realize actions on the guy who's falling asleep. And he's got his arms folded in his head, in his arms, and he hasn't looked at his hand. And I'm gently, politely, respectfully trying to ask him what's going on. And without even looking his head up, he has not looked at the board and has not looked at his hand. He grabs the 50,000 and puts it out there with plenty more and goes, I'm automatically in. I'm like, what? Needless to say, he wins the next 6 or 7 hands in a row like that. And I'm actually trying to push pot after pot under his arms.
There's no
Like
spots.
there's nowhere to go. Everyone's boiling in the game. They're looking at me like it's my fault. I'm like, you heard him. Oh, it was a very awkward evening. So the 8K straddle was on here in the midst of all that storytelling. There's a little bit of storytelling going on here, although Kate's genuine article with the 210s not going to be thrilled by looking up at ace queen. Note that the 210s serve as blockers and are still good in spite of the presence of the 2 overs.
Yeah, already 78,000 in the middle, given it was double straddled by 10. Check through on the flop. King on a turn, giving Tan Xuan now the best hand.
Still no action in a 10 on the river. Kate's bottom set 4-liner out there. Ton with Broadway though.
The thing is, yes, it's a 4-liner, but Tan can really get some value still against this set. But actually, it's Jungle Man betting 60K. That's a big bet with his set. Interesting sizing. Gonna get clicked.
Well, not quite chop chop. As Jungle made a believer. Min raise from Tan. Action pre, I wonder how much that weighed into things with Andy having flatted the 8K, Jungle making it 32. Tan calling the 24 extra. Andy out of the way. You know, there's some ranging going on out there. How do we get our hands on one of those fruit plates? It looks delightful.
You hungry,
I
buddy?
wouldn't go in for the cantaloupe first, if I'm being honest, just in terms of priming the taste bud.
You want to let ST know how to eat his fruit platter.
I mean, you know,
He's looking straight at you.
this GTO is
Never running
obviously
it 3 times.
What's
watermelon first.
It's
No,
okay.
I have no clue, by the way.
When does the dragon fruit come in?
Wait, are we going to get into this conversation again?
You know,
Pattaya,
the Chinese love
dragon
the
fruit.
dragon fruit.
It's
No,
pretty and tasteless.
no, it's pretty tasteful.
Slimy. It's like Instagram fruit. That's what it is. Before Instagram, nobody really was tripping on dragon fruit. But then all of a sudden, yeah. See,
Okay,
they made it.
no. Chinese people have been loving dragon fruit for the longest time.
Yeah.
You tried the
How
purple
about,
one? Do you like the purple one?
How about durian?
That's great
No?
stuff. I don't like it though, but yeah, that one's bad.
That's like the flatulence of the fruit world, by the way. I mean, if you have to wear gloves and a nose clip to eat something, maybe we shouldn't be eating it. 10-6 deuce, 3-way affair here. King 5 against 2 queen jacks. 35 dimes.
เวเบอร์ยิบล็อกช็อปถูกใจรวยลุ้นล้านรวมมูลค่ากว่า 2.4 ล้านบาทลุ้นเลย
Jen was the pre-flop raiser. She checks. Decent spot for Paul to actually fire this flop with 2 overs back to her hearts. This type of texture with the flat call in position. I like this bet.
Looking to see what's what here in position. Sheds the king 5 and the other queen jack.
Nice.
Be a little bit too ambitious. What about jackfruit? You like jackfruit?
Yeah, it's not bad.
The texture is a problem.
So you don't like any of
You
the
like
Asian
monk fruit?
Monk fruit? What is that?
It's a
It's like Buddhist temples or something?
No, it's not. It's not like.
Just kidding, bro.
Yes, it's a Buddhist fruit. Sometimes it lights itself on fire. Okay, all right.
Getting a little loony in here.
It's
Jungle, what are you
freaking almost
doing?
4 in the morning, man. I'm staring at Jungle trying to stay awake. It's having an impact.
我也不懂，就开始了，
一开始的
This is fun though.
Pocket sixes
对吧？一次嘛，
taking us to 11,000. Nobody knows where the action is anymore.
哦，对对对，
Jungle's trying to order an Uber.
哦对，
Tom, the only customer.
Pair
Ten
on
ducks.
pair.
Jack 7-5 board, 2 quick checks, no sets developing. Open ender, however, for Rob, courtesy of this turn.
The Ducks are going to fire.
Rob making the call after Tom just asked a question. If the pre-flop raiser's checking back, maybe he really doesn't like this board. The call makes things a little bit peculiar. I wonder, though, if Tom keeps his foot on the gas, this board pairing 7.
I think he was, but the 7 is actually an okay card from the check because he does win at showdown sometimes against Ace X of Hearts, Ace 10.
Hands, by the way, that I think he imagines are going to be very happy to check back and allow him to get to showdown free of charge.
Mhm.
And Rob, happy to be showing down a winner with these 2 sixes.
Cool. 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 Two pair.
I confess I haven't been keeping track of how many hands into the last 2 orbit declaration we are right now, but I would imagine we're getting close to the end of the night.
We have less than an orbit remaining. I know that because TD came over and said, I don't know why I said TD, it's not a tournament director. CD, cash game director, CGD, the cash game director said 1 more orbit not too long ago.
Not to be confused with CBD.
Central Business District?
No, I think that's a different CBD. I know the one you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Is it appropriate? Okay, let's not hear it then.
It's not inappropriate. It's, you know. It's like the dispensary thing. There's like creams and, you know, they say it's super healthy. It's like a derivative of the herb. Top pair against second pair here.
Oh, I think I know.
I don't know what it stands for.
I got it. 20K. So that 10 of diamonds is not a great card if you're going to bluff catch. It is going to, but I was going to say that blocking Jack 10, King 10, diamonds that would multi-barrel. 5 of spades.
$75 out there with the extra 40 that slid in on the turn.
Not sure if Paul's contemplating a lead to rep the flush.
He doesn't have a spade.
This one's going to check through. Nice one, hands.
I think Paul's getting the sense that that hand might have been stickier than he imagined, were he to have tried to turn the into a bluff.
是谁了？
I Well, I'm way overdue to do so. But at long last,
reload.
Just a few minutes away from the sad conclusion to tonight's stream, I feel compelled to acknowledge those of you streaming us on Twitch.
Oh, those guys.
You know, we always talk about YouTube. We always talk about the Triton Poker Plus app. I often overlook the Twitch streams where we also provide the product.
No,
all three platforms free of charge, mind you.
You have the what? Okay, go.
Do you have anything else to add?
Click subscribe and like or whatever it is. Click the good button, the happy button on Twitch.
You acknowledge Twitch, but why don't you have Twitch chat open? I don't
have a Twitch account.
think you need one to see it. But okay, thank you for acknowledging Twitch.
I'm old, man. Queen 9-7.
Set of fives.
Top pair against bottom pair and no action through to the river where Tan makes 15 cents.
15 cents. Okay, I get that now. 15K bet.
Yeah.
I don't
Does
blame
it feel to
Jungle.
you like a little bit of a weird time to activate though?
No.
In a pot that seems like it's been so passive?
It doesn't, because it's so passive, so you got to think the queen is good. It's rare for a king to not bet, and it's going to feel weird now that he's raising to 65,000.
Pretty unanticipated reaction from Tan.
It screams set or nothing right now.
No 6-8?
Okay, normally no, but I think it's in Tan's range, although he might bet an earlier street with it. Pays it off. Man, Tan Chuan really knows his image.
Jungle keeping Tan honest. The thing is, there's some frequency with which he just shows up with air right there, thinking that your river bet can't be that strong. Elizabeth looking over at Jungle like, really? Smiling. She's like, make sure you pay me off too in that spot.
Hello. 哎呀，很难中一个啊！
你还想每盘中啊？
对呀，还不是想。
I have an idea, Randy.
Yes, I want to hear your idea.
That's an alarming amount of enthusiasm you have.
Okay, I don't want to hear it. No, I'm just kidding. Tell me.
I think every cash game shouldn't start until somewhere between like 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. And you don't get to know when. Randomly, an alarm clock just goes off, and then you have 10 minutes or 15 minutes to get down to your seat, and we play cards. Just based on the consistency with which this last frame is always the zestiest.
I know, but like, there needs to be that build up before to kind of have this last frame effect. You know what I'm saying?
Why can't we skip to dessert, Randy? Why do I have to eat my vegetables?
Let me know when you got a better idea.
I might not have any better ideas.
Get that brain working.
Comfortable. Check fold there. Is Tan showing up with King 3 offsuit?
我们是直接在这里打还是
这里打就好了嘛？
这张桌子好一点，那张桌子暗一点。
那张小一点。
对，小一点和暗一点。
Suited one gapper for hands.
80、90、100。
Makes it 10,000 to go.
64%。
2.5x with the straddle still intact.
140嘛。
Andy loves that straddle blind special.
9 deuce suited. Bottom pair versus top pair.
Gonna cost him a bit, as the top pair is c betting.
Check call of 10,000. And now the spade draw acquired on the turn. 1 overcard to the 10 for hands.
Oftentimes he gets a free turn card, but hands is still charging
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
10.
Not supposed to be many jack combos associated with
说下去係咪？
Andy's peeling range here.
Fair.
輸好多啊！
你结束了吗？
我们也快了。
我还有7把，你们已经结束了是吧？我们合作了。
合作了。
Bricks on the river.
Yep.
合作了。
Hands got nice value with his 10-8.
That he did. 2 streets of post-flop action. And then a shutdown, obviously, with more of the 5x being in Andy's range on the river. Kicker also not playing on the 10, so
Yeah, he can
Prospect
definitely
for
value own yourself if you bet once more. No, it was really nicely played. If he checks that turn, I'm not sure if he gets paid off for 2 streets.
shout us out, chat. How many of you have been streaming since the top of this broadcast? Almost 9 hours ago, 8 hours of play and some breaks. Who's burned it all the way through? Respect if you have. Obviously, it means you haven't missed a beat. And there's still 5 more days of this action to come. Tomorrow's buy-in, by the way, don't want to spoil it for anyone, but we're going to take it up from a 200K minimum to 500,000.
Oh, so it only gets more exciting.
Oh, yeah. Pocket 8's here for Tom.
By the way, that's 500,000 mint. You can still come in with
That's
more.
a good point. I didn't even think about that. Shout out to Anthony and K-Byte on YouTube, both of whom say they've been here the whole time.
Hello, hello.
Cates defends with the ace, flops a wheel gutter. King high board, snap check. Tom sprinkles 10. Jungle peels. And finds the deuce.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, snap checks again. Tan does not get himself in any trouble there. Checking back. Backdoor diamonds showing up, and this is the kind of board development that really could protect Tan from further losses.
It could, but he still might pay off.
35,000 into 47.
So he's looking to beat busted clubs, 6,
Yeah.
7,
He blocks
7,
a club.
8. He does block some of these
The
draws.
combos, yeah, that you want to slip across the way. The 8-6, the 8-7, as you mentioned. He also unblocks diamonds.
We've seen Tan keep players honest.
I mean, this just isn't 5x, 4x turning itself into a bluff out of Cates.
Agree with that? Those hands have enough showdown value. Looks like he's grabbing the calling chips. Will he drop it in? There we
Pays
go.
off. I'm a little bit surprised that Tan called that one.
I hear you, but you know, Tan Chuan is just he doesn't keep it simple. So people can't. You got to think about the whole game, right? Like it shows that he's calling you down there. You can't just float him and just bet the river, you know. Like it's not just one hand when you're playing 10-20. It's a whole package, and he was wrong there. Sometimes he will be right. Immediately double straddle on after losing that pot.
King Jack awaits him in that double straddle. Single straddle is going to be 4s for Hans.
It's crazy, right? So his intention was obviously to Russia become more part of the international.
Andy, suited king, plays it as a limp.
Feels like Tan Xuan is going to juice this one up.
Yeah, 2 limps in front of him.
No.
But instead, he checks back.
Okay, respect.
Amen. True, right? Life too short, isn't it?
Ace 10-5. Gutter for Tan.
Andy's thinking about betting. Backdoor clubs. Perhaps he feels that an ace-x would often raise behind him.
In either seat, by the way.
Yeah, especially a guy like Tan Xuan.
Look what Tan. So sticky.
He's in.
Understandable here, but this is going to make things difficult on Andy.
Is it?
9 of clubs.
Turned to clubs.
Yeah, this is exactly what we have in mind. In terms of cards that allow us to more comfortably barrel once more. He's firing 40, and again, I think it's specifically because Tan is so much more likely than your average bear to be raising that ace-x in the face of 2 limps in a double straddle pot pre-flop. So if we remove the ace, now we target 10x.
And 5x as well.
5x, spades as well.
Nice. We synchronized there.
Yeah.
Olympics time?
You and I synchronized diving. 2 huge splashes of the same size. I'm going to make a bigger splash.
That's just due to weight, right?
Yeah, there's more mass hitting the pool.
You have more talent.
What are the other synchronized things? The synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
No, because
synchronized diving I would do. I should do commentary on that, by the way.
But 还有了，我们还有1把牌，2把，你就合作啊，1把。你看那边有
这把打完还有1把。
哦，这把是他最好的，2把，然后还有2把呢。你们有那么多啊？1把哦，这把完还有1把。哦。对啊，合作啊，合作可以。他们也继续打。
华根呐，一组输3次，4、50，妈的。
啊，搞不起来。
对啊，一直就输那么多。
100多个。
Tan taking that one uncontested pre-flop, and just a few more opportunities left. If you like what you've seen, whether it be across the course of the entire stream or catching us here in the last frame, which has been the most exciting of them, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, give us a like, give us a subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge.
And make sure you show up tomorrow.
Yeah, for the 500K minimum buy-in. By the way, if day 3 is the 500K,
you're telling me it could go higher?
By the time we get to day 6 or 7, Randy, brace yourself. People didn't make their way all the way down here to Montenegro to not test their mettle.
And there will be players who are up a lot or down a lot at that point.
Yeah, luckily I don't think even those who are down a lot are going to be panhandling outside the casino.
They sure will be looking to get even by the end of the trip.
Well, that's going to do it, maybe? I heard that one more hand being sought. Apparently, there will be no more hands. Confirmation being passed down to us. An over $500,000 win for Andy Nee. Back-to-back W's for him. Half awake, half asleep. Daniel Cates manages to put together the next biggest W, $227,000. Elizabeth Chen clawed her way out of the hole to find the green. Everybody else in the red. Welcome, Triton Poker Series fans, one and all worldwide, to continuing coverage of our first ever Cash Game Invitational from the Maestro Resort and Casino here in Montenegro, presented in part by GG Poker, Ali Najad, and Randy Liu. Pleased to bring you not that which we brought you across the past couple of days, but how about 1,000, 2,000 with a 5K big blind ante and a $500,000 minimum buy-in. No limit hold'em action. Feast your eyes on the 7 who will kick things off today. Action-packed lineup this one rates to be, Randy.
Yeah, you know, day 1 and day 2 was obviously amazing, and we're like, let's just escalate things a bit more. Bigger buy-in, bigger ante means bigger action. We brought all the big action players here at the feature table. And, you know, Elton Sang, Tan Chuen, they were big highlights in day 1 and day 2. This time we brought them together alongside Andy Nee, Paul, ST, Ivy, and Hans.
You know, we were sitting around and we had this 2-liter of Diet Coke and then this pack of Mentos, and we were thinking to ourselves, what would happen if we put the Mentos?
Domingo, I watch kingdoms rise and fall, and now I got stories to share.
No question about it. 4 full frames of 2 hours with a seat redraw every 2 hours. ST Wang has performed quite well across the first 2 days, has impressed very much so. Opening with pocket 6s here under the gun to 7K.
Or do yoga?
Yeah. I need some.
Message me.
Huh?
Message me. We do it all the time.
Alpha. On the button with ace 10. Flats. Andy Nee holding a 6.
5 a.m. and then game starts again.
Out flops the field here with bottom pair.
I can't. I haven't been sleeping good here.
But I was thinking maybe it's a good idea to do some yoga moves while playing poker. You're not in a hand all the time. You have like a few minutes here, a few minutes there.
It's better for you. You should stand up like every 20 minutes.
2 checks in front of Paul's gut shot straight draw. He checks back. Andy has the only flush draw.
Yeah, and the only pair as well.
Just all the moves you need to do, and usually like a 1 hour session, right? You know what I mean?
It's not quite the same, but
Yet another round of checks, and now Andy, wire-to-wire post-flop leader, makes the flush. I don't think he's going to be altogether proud of that 6 of spades.
Usually with a small spade like this, you're looking to bluff catch rather than value bet it. Checking over to Paul. No spade in hand.
No pair either, and that's left him feeling like a bet is the only way to win this pot, rightfully so. 18,000. 2/3 sizing here, and For Andy, I don't think he's altogether concerned about ST having a spade behind him.
I mean, there is some concerns, just depending on. That's what makes it tricky. If he was an STC, he probably would call pretty quickly. But here, sometimes ST's got like a queen of spades, and he's just like overcalling now. The flush is down.
Pocket sixes.
ST hasn't folded yet.
He's a winner, and you see. Remarkably,
way.
ST catches the bluff. That is remarkable.
Red sixes? Look at this board, Ali.
I'll tell you what, you're going to have to fight for every pot. That's the message sent there.
小黑头啊，哦，小黑头，因为可以，说明错了，说明心入还。如果1对1，我早就
Andy advising.
掉了。
He had the flush.
Yeah, that pot was his for the taking. And as you pointed out, Randy, if he was an ST seat, it would have been a much easier proposition.
我肯定有黑头，真的没有，说实话，我真的不敢。
I know it's a single data point, but like I said, if that pot is any indication, there's not going to be any gimmies out here today.
1 and 2, right?
I'm just
1, 2, 5.
so impressed by that call. Wow, ST, he's sick.
I'm alarmed by the call, Randy. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm probably packing things up. You know what? He didn't have to show his hand because Paul mucked, so no one knows how big of a call he just made.
That's a really good point. Yesterday, you'll remember, as we see Ivy taking us upstairs with the ace-9, picking up both blinds for the ride. Joe Zoe, I believe it was, got called with a worse ace-high.
Oh, yes. No.
On the river, and presumed that there wasn't a world in which his ace-high was going to be good at showdown, so he just put it in the muck, and his hand was actually a winner. Tens of thousands of dollars in the middle.
It was like 82,000 or so. And that was to Andy Nee.
That's right. And it was 80-something thousand in the pot, and Andy, right on cue, collecting this one. Jack 4 board. Ivy followed through with a 6K bet, and Andy said, no. Made it 14,000 and nowhere to go for the ace-9 Dean Phil.
You know how Andy is. He's always looking for ways to win pots. Doesn't need to connect.
Well, we need to connect with all of you who are streaming us live, many of whom have been there from the onset of day one of this first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Festival, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, on YouTube, on the Triton Poker Series channel, or on our Twitch channel. Hello, welcome. Glad to have you with us. Many of the familiar faces already in the chat. Those less familiar, who I imagine may not already be aware of just how valuable it is and how little it is that we ask for. Do us a favor, follow, like, subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. And deliver to hands in the big blind, top 2 pair, out flopping Tan Xuan. Was followed through for 7,000 on his cutoff open with these 9s, understandably.
25.
And that's not enough, says Hans.
Yeah, he's playing it very fast. Top 2 pair. On this texture, it looks a bit more bluffy just because hands tend to slow play on these flops, and that's why Tan Xuan is bet calling his 2 9s right now.
Board pairing 6 isn't going to be cause for concern.
A little bit of hands do beat him now, in case it was an overpair, but you're right. The 6, generally speaking, is a good card for hands. With the arrival of a flush draw as well, he can represent some more bluffs. Get looked up another street, possibly.
45.
This is a little dangerous in terms of sizing. Granted, appropriate into the 70K, But if Tan did have the kings or the aces, that queen 7 would have been counterfeited here. Relieved to have those 2 9s made a believer. Hans, by the way, he's been involved in some other streaming cash games.
He only shows up when the buy-ins are massive. And it's his first time at a Triton series.
That it is.
So, right at home, highest stakes possible. Up the stakes, he's still here.
The one thing that I can always say, with respect to anybody whose first time it is at a Triton Poker Series, unless that trip happens to bust you, it's usually not going to be your last. I'll tell you what, the stakes are big enough that if you're out here stretching your roll,
yeah, you might be living a bit dangerously.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
these guys are on case money by any means.
No. All the ingredients are here, by the way, as we see Hans with the jacks, 3-betting over the top of an ST open. The straddle on here, courtesy of Elton, who very much is a proponent.
的同花最小的人场，就那种
Back-to-back pickups for Hans.
Of course, Ivy had to get away from the 8s once he sees that kind of action.
Good early start for Hans. Note, by the way, that when we took the buy-in up to $500,000, Elton, Tan, they weren't going to miss out.
No.
They're the types that absolutely relish deep stack poker. In fact, we surmised yesterday as we observed Tan Chuan really getting involved as a 3-better versus even early position raisers with deeply questionable hands, was simply trying to get heads up against the deepest stacks in the game to play massive pots, especially as he made an effort to climb out of an almost $300,000 hole. And this one is going to be finding more chips being sent toward the middle. 58,000 out there. Top pair for Hans on the button against ST, who's got the club draw. Hans a 3-better to 25,000 pre-flop. Over the top of the 7K open sizing from ST. Note, by the way, that yesterday with the 1-2-2K big blind ante, 5K was often the sizing pre, sometimes 6. Here we're going to 7, and I think it's very much a function of that 5K ante.
It's completely that reason. Turn card is very interesting because ST picks up a gut shot now.
Yeah, and that's courtesy of having check called the $35,000 C-bet on the flop. Board goes 2 tones. Pot grows to $128,000. And it wasn't all that long ago, Randy, that talking about $128,000 pot after a river bet call or all-in call would have been considered something newsworthy in the poker world. But since the inception of Triton, these sorts of figures have become far more commonplace, though they were once upon a time eye-watering and incomprehensible. Full pot size barrel here from Hans, 130,000. What kind of appetite does ST have here?
Well, the thing is, him betting full pot makes it seems his hand is quite committing. So even though ST's picked up additional outs, it's not as enticing. And he's out of position. If he check calls here, he's pretty much forced to hit his hand. Can he check jam is a question he's asking. He needs to make sure if he was to go aggressive, will his opponent bet fold any hands, which is important. Sometimes his clubs are actually covered. in this spot. Say Hans is betting a big draw himself.
I do think, though, that with the way that this pot has come down, where Hans is a 3-better pre-flop, the ace being a club on the board does help us feel better about our flush draw, as opposed to if the two clubs were not ace high on the board, where Hans's combo could be a suited ace X of clubs.
Yeah, it just hurts to fold that much equity, but you're just not getting the right price out of position.
You know what else hurts, though? Is calling 130,000 and then seeing a brick roll off on the end and just giving up. So ST does relinquish, as Hans is very much off to the solid start.
You did make a good point, though, earlier about that 5K big blind ante changing the open raise size, because there's so much more in the middle to fight for immediately. So $8,000. So you are supposed to adjust by making it bigger, because the big blind can pretty much call anything if you just keep making it 2.5x. And this really favors players who want to kind of get in there, because obviously you're getting more per hand from the big blind ante, and it also feeds us and the viewers as getting to see much more action.
Oh yeah.
A raise? No, no, no. I'm used to raising already.
I thought it was a raise.
Andy's ace-5 suited picks up the pocket threes of hands. Though it doesn't pick up a pretty board texture, it will represent and be relieved.
下次不掏机了，我不掏你了，下次。下次不掏你。还那个一上goal，他还在那上goal。发的是。
别大我抠一下，可不可以再抠一下就打好了。
Randy, I know you're a fashion fan. Andy rocking that Stone Island Christian Dior collab that came out recently.
The retro race.
And as deeply pretentious as this is going to sound like, last time I was down at the boutique, sales rep was trying to push me on this stuff, and the first thought that I had was Stone Island is benefiting much more so from that partnership than Dior is.
I
in my
agree.
mind. You know what I mean? That's more of a down market. Still, like, you know, but streetwear. Anyway, I know that's not what anybody is here to hear.
Look, I'll be honest. I looked up what Dior Tears was. It's a, it's a collaboration as well.
With like another streetwear brand?
I think so, yes.
For those that don't know what we're talking about, there's been quite a bit. Dior is really popular with Triton regulars.
Yes.
And
quite a bit and Ali Najad and myself, I suppose.
For sure. Ace-9 deuce board here. Ivy's pocket threes following up on the pre-flop open to 6K. And getting through. Dry texture there. And the range advantage perceived. Come together.
When.
By the way, Phil is no stranger to these sorts of games, Randy. When the first whispers of the legendary nosebleed games out in Macau made their way across the Pacific to poker rooms in the U.S., Phil, the likes of Tom Dwan, Andrew Roble, you know, Henrik Hecklin.
Ivy was like the first one there.
Yeah, he was early adopter. No question. And I bring it up not to point out that somehow Phil is going to be comfortable with the stakes. That's not it. More so,
I'm really bad. You can't follow
the lineup and actually having a lot of baseline info on the opposition, you know, over the years.
I'll say he's definitely had history of most of these guys
Oh, yeah.
already.
Oh, yeah.
What, a decade ago at least.
And if you think Phil Ivy's got history, how about Triton co-founder Paul Pua, who has really been front and center since the inception of Short Deck, which was what they were playing out there for the bulk of the wild and crazy years where fortunes were won and lost.
I mean, just to add to that, when Paul started to play No More Hold'em, I'm sure Ivy was there, and he's seen him evolve.
Oh yeah,
right. Like day one, he's like, all right, this guy doesn't know that much about poker, and then wow, now I'm playing the same stakes as him,
100%,
and able to hold his own.
Yeah.
Oh, what big stuff?
Oh, you know, I've talked to you here. You been there?
We went
three
together a long
suited.
time ago. Huh?
Flops top pair here up against middle pair and an open ender
Maybe
for
longer.
ST.
It was right when you came from
On the attacker from the button.
Oftentimes, you do see these middle pairs with a straight draw, check it back. Not looking
Top
to
pair
inflate.
now has problems, as Tan did indeed check back and makes the king high straight on the turn.
I actually think ST will check call this turn a lot because he expects Queen X to bet at some frequency on the flop, and he also doesn't really expect a King X to value bet the turn if it was naked.
And if we're not worried about being up against a king or a queen, suddenly the value of that jack goes up. And unfortunately for ST, a payoff card on the river here, potentially in the form of this jack of spades, pops up as the pot grows to 36,000. And his hand effectively serving as a bluff catcher. Provided that Tan fires, which he will be.
He fires because he's Tan Chuan. He knows his image as being bluffy, so he can get away with betting a straight despite it pairing. Brings in 17K, half the pot. ST, things not going his way.
Value bet of 17K getting paid off there as Tan Chuan begins the process of trying to work his way out of the hole that he dug himself into last night.
And the best way to dig your way out of the hole is to up the stakes.
Well, that's also the best way to dig that hole a whole lot deeper in a hurry.
Get to the Earth center core.
Yeah, exactly. To find the mantle, the magma. You know, hearing you say that strategically, Randy, makes me concerned that perhaps you employ the martingale theory when you're out in the pits. If you're out in the pits.
Done that in my life, and you know what? It actually doesn't work.
Yeah, we all at some point in our gambling careers
You think you're genius?
test it. I'm unhappy to report.
I was in university. I was like, wow, I can just make $100 a day. Yeah, I started to work at the local fast food chain soon after that.
Oh, the Del Taco.
Yeah, for 2 days. I quit that.
Deuces and threes in the mix here. Elton the Razor. Andy Nee involved in position with the baby suited connector. Hands closes the action, defending the big. 4 players, 38 dimes in the middle.
A lot of little cards.
2 diamonds, 2 nines, and a 4. Pocket threes. The best hand.
It's actually interesting that the Queen 10's got the most equity 4 ways. Threes can actually be counterfeited by the 4.
Same phenomenon exists for Elton, who is following through and is now down to heads up. Oh, wow. A diamond 3 on the turn, giving Tan Chuan the boat. Flush draw front door coming in, though, along with the potential for a 9 to be across the way. Leave Elton far less proud of these deuces, checking it over.
Tan's going to try and bet and just get paid off by any kind of pair. He actually brings in just half, roughly. Hoping to get some diamond to come along that's drawing dead. Didn't work.
葫芦啊，兄弟，我花也不要了。 打得漂亮，都知道你铺路。
$25K position turn bet. Disappointingly, Tan takes it down right then and there. Especially considering he was up against Elton, who can always spice things up for you.
All right. She's on.
This is Tan's type of hand.
9-6 of diamonds. He activates. 7K ahead. 6-4 for Ivy, turning into an open-ender with backdoor clubs on the ace-5 tray board.
He's got the best piece.
Not going to tell a story, though. Just 7K.
It feels like 6-4 suited is a hand you can check call or check raise. Going with the raise, knowing how wide Tan bets. Did you see that? He was
Yeah,
like...
I caught it. It was like, okay, you win this one, buddy.
No, part of me wants to play Russian cash and just try to play like Tan Schwinn and just see how it works out for me. And I think only he can do it successfully.
I remember the first time that I heard someone say Russian cash. They were like,
Russian cash.
Is it, what do you mean Russian cash? Can we win cash from other countries as well? It's like, no, rush and cash. King, queen suited. 7,000 rushing into the middle for ST.
04.
Dominated. King, jack in the big for boss. Defense. Queen 5 tray, top pair for ST.
Puts in 11K. Half the pot. So something to notice, Ollie, is that ST's lost about 80K or so. But he's sitting on a $929,000 stack now. What does that mean?
The top up came early.
After dinner can play 2K, 4K. For sure someone requests.
$1 million buy-in. I saw 500,000 on the chip counts across the board.
He didn't need to cover
So
top
he
up
snuck
that
it
much,
in.
did he?
After TV, maybe increase.
But he could have just topped up 100. He'd cover everyone.
No question.
He's like, all right, now let's just make it as deep as possible now.
Here's the thing. Did Tan already top up as well? Because I know one thing about that man. He does not like to be covered by anybody else.
Do they just keep trying to cover each other? Like,
it's, yeah. It might turn into that sort of affair, if I'm being honest.
He didn't top up yet. Things are okay.
Andy upping it to 7,000 and a re-up from hands' ace-3 suited. We'll draw the curtain on this one. Pre-flop.
Hand's been very active so far. Start to play. Going well, up $112,000.
Oh, 那个约了最高赢90万，10万的怎么赢90万呢？
他们昨天打的挺开的，那90万又斗数了，
数几万块？
对，
他们应该上20-30万上啊，是吧？没有10万上啊。
那可能在老是10标的，往上。
Are they already discussing the straddle?
You knew it wouldn't take long with these characters.
I mean, like one round. Well, you know what?
Yeah, I love that. That's always a one round guy, just one round of straddles. And if all 7 people at the table ask for a round of straddles.
It's never just one.
Reminds me of what was it, Pringles?
I was thinking the same
So
thing. I
once
just
you
didn't
pop,
know
you
what.
can't
Yeah,
stop.
I couldn't figure out which brand it was. I'll just keep it in my head. But sure, yeah, we're thinking the same thing. It's not a good thing for me.
Brand of crisps or potato chips.
The curly mustache guy.
They had, yeah, exactly. Had a ad campaign back in the day. Our memories both jogged by that. King 5 deuce here, bottom pair for Tom.
What's
Blind
the
versus
opener?
blind. 10K, he says. This was 9,000 a man pre-flop, and this one's all over.
师傅呢？充电，我这么早就充电了啊！他充了电之后比较嗨。
Raise.
Queen 8 suited under the gun. He only made it 5,000.
I was just thinking the same thing. I don't think anyone else has chosen that sizing thus far on the session. Granted, we're still very early, but
that's why you see these hands coming in, because the price is so good.
I do want to say though that if Tom decides that he wants to play a hand, it's not going to matter.
It's 5 or 7.
No matter how much you make it pre-flop, he's just going to hop right in there. Meanwhile, nobody connecting with this 10-10-6 board, which is good news for a 5K C-bet. Ace deuce for ST. You see him thinking about it for a moment as he strokes that $1 million stack. Lets it go, and hands continues to accumulate here.
Shadow Phil? One hand?
No.
One hand.
One hand, no.
One round?
You spend only
One round, yeah.
One round, okay, one round.
No.
One hand.
One round. One round.
One round. Okay,
One round?
okay. No.
Nice side.
No. No, the time is not right.
Well, I wanted to double straddle, so I don't have to.
Hey, okay. Just do.
That's so grimy.
Wait. Can I play this hand?
When
I
you
straddle
get
next
someone
hand.
to put the
Let me play
4K out,
I straddle
you
next hand.
immediately stick AK over the top of it.
没有，我下一把 straddle 嘛。
OK.
我下一把 straddle 就可以了。
Okay.
Okay.
No need to post next hand. You straight up. You alone.
I straddle next hand myself. I get free hand now. Fair.
Discount for your straddle.
Huh?
Discount.
Yeah.
Yeah. Post. You need to post 8,000.
Oh yeah.
Look, Ivy was willing to straddle. He just wanted to be the lone straddler.
Right about that.
Jack deuce suited.
那昨天也是这样嘛
8K raise.
昨天122不是5000，每个人一样的嘛。那你去厕所回来交代。
Heads up.
大忙才
And
回来。
top pair.
对，大忙回来的。
The results for
大
Andy.
忙去，大忙回来。
Got shot straight draw for hands. Checks it over. Facing the 8K C bet.
没有，你看昨天说用至少24。
Hands looking to draw to the straight.
他是听电话还是什么？
Now he picks up the open ender as the board goes two-tone.
都不是来打。
Quite the dangerous turn card for Andy. Hard to get called by worse. He is still going to recognize that he's got the best hand. Or 16,000. He has very good awareness from what I've seen from his day 1 and 2 play.
Yeah, this turn bet not for the faint of heart. But also able to target 9x, 5x.
Sure, looking to check back unimproved. Hands hasn't let go yet. Perhaps he's thinking the half-pot turn bet isn't that strong, and maybe he can try to represent a straight.
Oh, he's not looking to flat. Check pop to 60 dimes, and all of a sudden, this Jack deuce shriveling in a major way.
Yeah, that's the problem when you bet on cards that kind of hit some 5-card hands like straights, and you bet kind of smaller. You do allow the other player to kind of make a move on you. It's a nice plan, nice hand by hands.
He has not put a foot wrong here in the early going.
It's the higher stakes that really gets him going.
Well, he's not alone in that respect.
Elton is going to straddle.
Is it straddle?
Yes, straddle.
So this will be a round of straddles.
Thank you for your straddle.
Play 2-7. Add 1 game to the game, maybe.
No.
Things crazy enough. Team's boss. As Elton makes an attempt to juice things up even further with the 7 deuce game.
He's trying every way possible. The day is young, right? We just started.
没有，我跟他 SD 那把也是6-9嘛，6-9同发嘛。
都是6-9红糖啊。
Not to suggest that the first 6 hours of this stream aren't going to be worth popping some popcorn for. But
of course,
based on the first 2 nights, Randy, it is that final 2 hours that bring us the spiciest action. Even though we know this is a week worth of invitational-based cash game action that everybody's here for, and it's kind of one big long game in that respect, psychologically, when you know the poker stops in 2 hours and you're stuck, you're just wanting to book that green line item in the ledger.
You want a good night's sleep, you know what I mean? You don't want some nightmares come into the next day.
Nice.
He's getting in there. So his strategy is to go in with the 5K open. Elton says no.
$20,000 from the King-Queen offsuit. Performing very well against King-3. Boss thought about the Ace-7 suited, but ultimately lets it go. Uncontested takedown there for Sang.
4打赢4打，他就认得吗？
你4打我肯定认到的，我 AK 可能也认到。
是可以多一点，起码可以多
啊
10的。
男生4打我的拼了，我了，丢了。
Here comes Ivy. That timing. Elton 3 bets once again. Has aces.
Oh, pre-flop action.
Look at Elton. He's like, really, guys? Just gonna take it with a single raise? Especially when you consider that Tan was in the big.
Ivy's going to try once again, making it 6K this time.
It was a 3-bet to 20,000 as I reflect, but
it was, but
still.
It was a small pot. No worries.
That hasn't stopped folks before. Meanwhile, Andy outperforming Queen Jack on the Ace-7-6 flop. Top pair here.
Difficult turn card for Ivy to put in double barrel, so he checks.
Yeah, after the check call of 8,000, goes check, check. Innocent enough looking river here for Andy. Let's see if he pursues value. There will be some check back out of bigger aces on that board pairing 6 turn.
Seen Andy go for value with thinner, like a 7X before, so it makes sense that he would try it with the ace. He can represent some bluffs himself, straight draws that missed.
Bet and take it. Just settling in here. Early evening hours in Montenegro. Let us know where you're streaming from. If you're out there watching us live, roll call time.
UTG limp from hands.
Unorthodox, and Elton wags his finger at that behavior.
That's orthodox.
Ace queen suited. Now a king jack of spades in the cutoff.
Could see him call or 3-bet actually.
And this is, of course, because that under the gun limp just reads so strange, and the perception is that Elton might just be pouncing on what he thinks is an out of line sort of hand. Now the 3-bet to 35,000 is being pondered by Tan on the button with jacks. And note just how funky Hans's under the gun limp is making things.
Yeah, this is actually going to make Tantron want to 4-bet even more.
Takes us to 85.
Elton's hand is so pretty, but don't think he loves to see the cold 4-bet. I feel like if he was the 3-better Paul Elton seat has swapped, he probably wouldn't be letting this one go to Tan's 4-bet. But here, even if he commits some more chips, he still has to worry about Paul, who's 3-bet to 35K. You know, this just hurts a guy like Elton. He's going to throw in some time banks.
Yeah.
Seeing, can he maybe click it and fold?
First opportunity to mention, by the way, that the pace of this cash game is brought to you in part not just by the personalities that tend to be brisk in their decision-making anyhow, but the fact that the same shot clock that we employ in Triton Super High Roller Series tournament festivals is the one that we're putting to work here in this cash game invitational. I think players very much appreciate that.
哎呀，三八哥 ，It's good。
你没我大吗？
And Tan sheds both the ace queen of hearts and the king jack of spades with that 4-bet.
Did Boss just say he had ace queen?
I think he might have been speculating as to what it is that Tan had. I'm not sure.
哦 ，ace queen 啊，
双胞胎，
没 ace queen 啊，
没有了。King high，
The gig's up.
King queen。
All right。
你妈都给我打跑我！哎，我要跟他拼命了，对吧？
你来呀！有了，
你来呀！
Paul's usually not fibbing in those spots. You ask him twice, all right, you got me. King high.
我跟他也3打，我们2个拼。 我可以帮他3打，你们2个平。
3打我4打他。
King 4 deuce with a couple of spades here. Elton picked up hands for the ride. And hands no longer a passenger. Easy check fold for him. And
you got paid?
We got Estonia. See you, Excalibur. Andre from Venice, Italy. Welcome. K-Bite from Melbourne. We had him around yesterday, or her, not sure. Anthony in Croatia. Lynn in Vietnam. Alex out in Houston. Bye-bye and relax. Both from Singapore. Maybe one of them let the other know it's time to watch some Triton here today. Georgie in Bangladesh. Rafael in Ibiza. Matic in Slovenia. Welcome, all of you.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is over there, but enjoy the show. We just begun.
你们全部 shredder 嘛？那我输1把大的，我也参加了嘛，对不对？
听上去很合理
啊，我输1把10几万5我就来了。
So Elton's just straddling alone right now. Get 7 deuce again.
一直 shredder 了。
all round。
all round。
屌你老母，我玩呢個遊戲啊，成日攞啊，屌！
So hands actually limped in the small blind.
Yeah. Giving us a different look, and he did it this time with an ace-jack that can fade. The raise from Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy tried to take it down pre.
And flops the joint. King-Jack-9, middle pair, top kicker, checking over. Note that the 10 of hearts also works for Ivy. No flush draw for hands. 41,000 in the middle.
That 10 of hearts is actually a straight flush draw. He checks it back.
4th heart is actually not what we want to see if we're Ivy, given that the ace and the queen of hearts now beat us.
Also kills your action getting a big pot. Continuing to check.
但是你们打牌好像都不穿黑色衣服的，是不是黑素比较黑啊？
对啊。
我靠！我刚发现，我以为你们每天都是白的。
Hands with too much showdown value to want to turn this into a bluff here on the river.
I agree, but he might actually consider check calling depending on how Ivy sizes. We'll see. I'd be shocked if he was to bet this one himself.
It is kind of tempting, though, when you start to think if Ivy had a heart, he would have fired as a pre-flop raiser in position on flop or turn. So he does fire 10,000, and Ivy says that's not enough, taking it up to 40 with the 3rd nuts.
Yeah, he just knows where he's at. Really good recognition from Ivy. Not everyone would raise the 3rd nuts.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy, and perhaps these are the sort of moments that illustrate the difference between great and good.
It's like, how can you get that little bit of extra value?
Right. We mere mortals click call and bluff catch.
Yeah, there's no way I'm raising 5 in that spot. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with what's in the middle. I know I'm usually good, but I don't want to be opening the door for me to get re-raised off my hand.
Not that I'm ever looking to make a habit out of trying to draw attention to that which takes place outside the borders of the Triton Poker Series, but did you watch that hand that viral? Johan Guibert, who
You're talking about like the
Triton
7-bet whatever thing going on the flop?
With the flushes that they were both repping,
yes,
neither of them had.
Mm-hmm.
Monotone board all the way across.
We all know it, yes.
Well, if you don't know it, a quick Google search will probably unearth a whole host of videos, both breaking it down and just showing that pot. But I bring it up because sometimes we raise there and all of a sudden the 3-bet comes in, and then Ivy's like, well, and then the 4-bet comes in, and then you start looking around and going, how did we end up in this situation? And it is precisely the aversion to having to grapple with something like that that leaves most of us clicking call and closing the action. But, these guys are cut from a different sort of cloth, Randy.
Look at this hand. Tan opening 5 deuce of clubs +1, getting 3-bet by SC, and these two were really battling yesterday.
And I think in particular, it was a function of ST having one of the deeper stacks on the game and Tan being, kind of buried. And look at him 4-betting to 100,000. You're right. There is something in the air between these two. And I'm not suggesting that it's ill-spirited, but rather just a roll your sleeves up, dig in, sort of competitive bite.
$100,000.
Five
Five
deuce of
deuce of clubs. You are a sicko.
Show
Which
the
one are you
deuce,
showing?
yes. There it is.
我 open 的时候，我感觉他那边有杀气了，准备搞我。
I'll tell you what, Ton wanted nothing more than to be able to do that. Look at Andy shaking his head, by the way. He's not want for those sorts of hijinks.
You could have showed either card. Would have been good. Yeah, I'm gonna strap myself in.
My favorite is when somebody will run into me, you know, if I'm out in Vegas or send a tweet, something like that, and be like, "Hey, man, are they, is that real money? You know, are they playing with their own money?" And I always look back and I'm like, "Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but sometimes a man 4-bets 5 deuce of clubs for $100,000."
Yes. Yes.
And that's precisely what makes these streams so much fun to watch. Ace Jack. Not so fun in the face of a 3-bet to 23,000 from ST, as once again the usual suspects embroiled.
How does Tan Xuan want to play this one? These two already practically playing heads up at this table. It feels like you come in with call normally, but there's dynamic
going. This is a 4-bet to
going.
100,000 again, Randy. This is, and by the way, given that he just showed a deuce and did this, that really changes things. Baby suited aces. You know, the solvers love this.
They
3-bet.
do, but this is a massive 4-bet, you know. It's not like you can go hunting and start seeing flops, can you? But then again, if the guy shows you the deuce, ace 4 suited plays okay, and show Jack.
Here you go.
ST getting snacked on and getting shown the Jack.
I know normally poker isn't not supposed to be personal. Do you kind of feel it a little bit?
Sure, I think certainly Tan is getting after ST, but I don't think he's doing it because he thinks ST is fishy.
No,
I don't think he's doing it because he thinks, you know, screw this guy. I think he just likes to be the mischief maker out there and put people into spots. And surely, as much of an appetite as all of these guys have for high stakes poker is evidenced by the fact that they parked their bones in these seats and made their way to Montenegro for a week's worth of it. Nobody relishes a massive pot like Tan Xuan.
Completely agree.
It's like it's the only way to get his juices flowing. You
Otherwise, he wouldn't want to be here.
If we're not playing for 100,000 a man pre, what are we doing? 9-6-4, 2 diamonds.
Bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, Tan way out ahead of ace queen and queen 10 here in a 3-way matter.
Comes out swinging.
The menu, please.
Yet again, ST conceding. What's he going to show this time? No.
You can't. They're both
Yeah,
paired.
they're both good. I get the feeling that growing up, Tan Xuan in school was a little bit of a troublemaker. You know what I mean?
Every
and I say that
opportunity.
with admiration, having been a bit of a, you know, troublemaker myself.
You know, every time he makes that trouble, he's like smiling, you know?
Oh, for sure. None of it is ill-spirited.
You and him would be good
We're
friends.
kindred spirits, I'm telling you. I actually had to get moved around in elementary school so that the educational harm that would be the product of sitting with me in your group would be evenly distributed amongst the rest of the class. because I was always up to no good.
They should have just contained you in the corner. You know, barricade.
The Moroccan.
That's brutal. Like the class pet on a stool with a Dunsat. 7-3 suited. Tan missing the King Jack 5 board. Can't say the same for Andy, who's got the nut flush draw.
看你做半天了。
Check fold to the 7K. You know, Elton tried to negotiate the 7 deuce game, which, you know, influences action, perhaps in a way that is a little bit uncomfortable considering the stakes that we're playing. I'm playing a little home game where the show one rule is on. So even if you don't get called when you're folding, not unlike what Tan did on a few occasions, you are forced to show a card.
Mm-hmm.
I think that also can spice things up
It really
a little
can.
bit. Well, Tan Xuan performing very, very well in the early going here, and in a very different manner, he's put together this $144,000 pickup than Hans has. Ivy modestly in the black as ST Wang. That $145,000 he stuck is basically a balance transfer over to Tan. Early chip count there, brought to you by GG Poker.
Look how many BBs everyone has. So deep.
Should we go take Mandarin classes or Cantonese classes between
Just
here
to
and the next
improve
festival?
our experience here in the booth.
I was always counting on you, Nano.
I teach you a word
You're
every day.
Chinese.
I'm probably gonna have to recycle the words I'm teaching you every day.
It's just, you know, I know some people in the chat, by the way, are native Chinese speakers, and from time to time, we've received some translations. But I'm always a little bit worried about, you know, the troll factor.
They might be saying things that aren't true.
Yeah. Three-way affair here. Pocket sevens, the best of what's around. Jack 3 deuce on the flop, and that fact remains here. Party starter Tan has 2 checks in front of him from the blinds.
Doesn't see bet.
Nor does he improve.
Sevens are looking pretty good once that flop checks through
Yeah.
on this turn card.
See, the trouble is that you're out of position against Tan if you're ST, and finally he's thinking, I can bet and take one that has Tan chips in it. You ever had any nemesis?
Yeah, nemesis.
You know, when you were playing full time, whether it was online or live, somebody that you just felt like was always trying to isolate you, always holding over you.
Look, I've played True Teller, you know him? Timofey Kuznetsov. Lost a couple $100,000 to him.
Ouch.
We were playing heads up a lot.
Single session or across like a span of time before you tapped out?
It was we played a lot of sessions. We were playing. Do you know what cap is?
Yeah, of
yeah.
course.
He was a cap specialist. I was a full. He didn't know how to play 100 BBs at the time, so we would play half cap and half full.
Half no cap.
Yeah, half no cap. Heads up. Safe to say, he got the better of me.
Interesting. I would think that just given how much more you can win, as we see Andy 3-betting the King 5 suited and taking a pre without the cap on, that you would fare better in that spot.
Right, and that's what I thought too. But I didn't realize 20 BB poker had so much edge in it.
It really does. It's a whole different animal with a lot of study that's gone into it.
Back in the day, you just got these egos you want to kind of go to war with, and sometimes you go to arena, you come out bloody, and is that straddle going on?
Yeah, mandatory.
怎么变得那么快了？
输完了，
跟我一样，
刷一下
就变成输5万，
牌都没怎么看到。
刷一下就
想伤了他了，还是要不停的付出才行的。
这跟泡妞一样是吧？
Can you imagine if Elton and Tan were in the same class growing up? Are you kidding me? They would have burned the school down on accident.
Yeah. 9 deuce offsuit. Ivy.
应该不要先到我这里。
versus the 5-4.
2次，对不对？他中2次，
对，他收起来。
Elton
现在他
flopping best
睡的嘛，我不要他也睡的嘛，到我在海外捞，
他等一下那个小号的时候，
18K
他会
from
restart
Ivy
的。等一下到了他那个位置会 restart 的。
输几个底之后，管他们 run 不 run， 别人 run 不 run 的，他自己在那里搞了。
Second pair, and now an open ender for Elton. Ivy picking up a gut shot, by the way.
This is some rather weak holdings pre. 5-4 is best, and it's gonna take it down, I imagine, with this 21K turn bet. There we go.
Elton performing well in the straddle there.
Vamos 起来！
Try again.
Yeah. This time with King 5 suited.
Paul's got position with the straddle. He can defend.
Four deuce. Boss with the wheel draw and ace high. 31 in the middle. Ivy doesn't follow through.
It's not a bad board for both. It's also hard to represent a value hand on this flop. So it makes sense that Ivy checks.
Double paired board now, and it becomes a little bit more difficult potentially for Ivy to take this down.
He might also think the king high is good for showdown.
Sure. As does Boss. With the ace high, the king, however, finds its way to the river. Ivy now with the best hand.
Yeah, he's got to go for value. Try to get paid off by the ace high. 8,000. I can't imagine a world where Paul folds this.
Yeah, you got a bluff catch.
Just take it. Throw it over there.
Little flesh wound, but a wound nevertheless.
Those wounds add up in this arena.
That they do.
Illumin.
Just getting in, settled in rather, to the first of 4 2-hour frames. 1K, 2K, 5K, no limit. Here from the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Mystery card time. Andy Knees holding will be obfuscated as he makes it 11,000 here in this straddle pot. Ace King suited for ST Wang. We know which direction this one's headed.
Upstairs. Just how much?
There's your answer. 35 dimes.
ST 不是以前的 ST 了。
So it is +1 versus the hijack. Relatively early positions.
Andy Hanging in. This one swells. Board comes Jack 7 deuce. Only one heart out there. $82,000 in the middle.
Ace King is 2 overs. Deuce tend to see a lot of C bets on this type of flop with Ace King, especially with the backdoor hearts. He's going to check it. We know he's been tricky. That 10 of hearts is spicy.
Gut shot, Broadway draw, nut flush draw. It's coming together a little bit for a hand that wasn't all too keen on the flop. Now let's see if on the turn.
I could see this go either way for ST after you check the flop. Again, check 2 again.
Well, the Ace King has showdown as well, I guess, as part of the calculus, Randy.
And also, I don't ever feel like I get a better hand to fold once I check.
And how about this? Jack of hearts on the river. Board pairing nut flush now.
I mean, how good is that for ST? Now he's hoping that Andy's got a jack or better.
Well, not too much
I mean,
better.
yeah. I thought about that statement. I was going to retract. I was like, yeah, I won't, but I regret it. 52K coming in.
And once again, not unlike that spot where Ivy with the lone 10 of hearts on the 4 flush board found the raise against hands. We're left wondering whether or not ST would pursue value. I think holding the king of hearts is unpleasant with the nut flush in this spot because obviously you want to unblock the second nut flush.
Okay, sure, but I feel like this is a mandatory raise, especially how the hand's been playing out. Flop check through, turn check through. Andy often bets a turn with like 2 pair or a set, so we discount the boats quite a bit. We do want to try to get value from worse flushes. A Jack X will be put in a spot where they might feel they have to call. And he's kind of sized, what, 52K. It's not like near pot where, oh, my opponent's playing polar. It is reasonable for Andy to have hands to bet call with that is worse than the flush here. And keep in mind, ST can kind of represent one of those ace of heart blocker bluffs, you know what I mean?
And I think the longer that he takes to make this decision, the more maybe Andy is going to perceive that as apprehension. We see the 135,000 coming in. We await Andy's response as suddenly over $250,000 is in the middle.
Yeah, this is disgusting if you're Andy and you're holding like an ace jack, a king jack, trips. But wow, he's all of a sudden coming with jam.
Snap regretting this choice is ST.
Yeah, now you throw up.
Barf bag to the main game.
We've seen ST make some good hero folds yesterday.
Get another table.
By the way, this all-in came in quick, Randy.
It did.
As though the conclusion was always foregone with respect to what Andy wanted to do if ST did raise.
447.
First thing to keep in mind, ST most likely believes that Andy would never do this with a worse flush. That wouldn't really make sense the way this one's playing out. Him holding the ace of hearts is actually kind of important. Makes the call on Queen 10, making the rebluff. ST.
Wow, not flush.
$976,000 pot going his way.
I'm going to round that one up and just say we had ourselves $1 million pot just now. And this was a $447,000 bluff.
10勾吧，10勾同换2个
勾
10勾很可能已经4路打了。
7那有一些check raise 的牌吧，那确实也不是很多，但是我选择大肯定要 call 了嘛，知道吧？
没有啦，7 4路也会打啦。
Randy, would you do me a favor and just help me? My jaw's currently locked open right now, and I'm mouth breathing.
You need to pry it
I
open.
just need you to help close it.
You want some? You might need some duct tape, some super glue.
Just
没有办法，我那个牌的扣。
another $500,000.
对，你选择加拿大，
这个
Nice call there from ST. He was basically thinking, look, if you had a full house, you often bet that turn card into me rather than go for a check raise.
Right. If you had the boat combo on the river, that's a combo that would have been leading on turn.
And that's why you end up making that call.
I'll tell you what, credit to ST, by the way. If he clicked call, he was only picking up $52,000 on the river. But by raising, he opened up that line to Andy and then ended up earning himself $447K. Granted, there was a bit of a pucker involved. But he found the call rather quickly. He didn't, stew on it too long.
Hey, no straighter.
Yeah.
So Andy, he's in for $1 million. That was a very big play.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's very rare that ST ever has a boat in that spot, and he tried to rep it.
Yeah.
030啊。
The trouble is,
除了他那把输嘛，
as you pointed out,
赢我那把了。
the boat felt like it was a
just less credible.
difficult hand to represent as played.
It's not impossible, but just improbable.
上面我觉得你要付的话挺难，你要付的话挺难的，要不上电视还有可能。
对呀。
Do you think,
不上电视一样
as we see Andy in this straddle with a couple of tens, pushing back on ton and taking it free, given how much Andy won yesterday,
Right, all the profits gone, by the way.
Right, but do you think that maybe just like, okay, I know that I picked up about $500,000 in profit yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and make this play here today because even if it doesn't work out, all right, I'm just even up to this point.
I think it's more like this, Ollie. Day one, day two, personally, for me, I was very impressed with his play, and he was going out of his way to win pots and very confidently. Often it worked. That's what got him that profit. And here on day three in the bigger buy-in, he just kind of followed through with his gut. It didn't work this time, but I see where he's coming from. It helps that when you're up to kind of make these plays a bit more, but you really just gotta go with your feeling when you battle with these players. You know what I mean?
两个红的在手。
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Chat's excited, I assume.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Pocket threes against ace 5 here. ST pumped up to 1.3 million and has the best hand here. Nelson with a check back, and now three's no longer best. Ace of spades, put Nelson in front.
我 open 嘛，我看到他那个。那5-2不对。他那个牌是红牌，我
I will say, though, Andy's in pretty good spirits despite losing that pot.
He's the one that lost the pot. And yet, I feel worse than he does just by proxy.
Yeah.
That one hurt me.
You okay there, buddy?
I'll live. But...
那你还教人，人家赢钱你输钱。
没输，我也赢几万。
几万，人家赢100万。
没有说这一把。
一把，那你9期不砸啊？你就去 open 干嘛呢？你还教人打牌？
赢了吗？赢了。也教。
Pretty one for hands.
研究嘛，互相学习，
Awaits him.
嘛。
Straddle.
对不对？
对。
好，二哥打法，自己打自己。
20.
我说的不是德州，我说的是
So hands is going to make it 20,000
Yeah.
position.
这个
ST.
Have you seen those Andy bucks?
Trying to get himself involved for 20K. A queen in the window, followed by a 4 and a trade. Top pair against a king high flush draw.
Amazing board for hands. Follow throughs of a C bet, and imagine the ST's got a comfortable call in this spot.
5 on the turn.
It's interesting for hands whether to two barrel or not. Obviously, he's got a lot of semi-bluff equity. Queen never folding. Some of the pairs, the lone pairs, they're coupled with a straight draw. They often check call again. It wouldn't surprise me if hands checks this one back. Betting is fine too.
50.
So the follow-up to the 15K that hands fired on the flop is 50 here on the turn.
It's getting quite uncomfortable now. He's out of position. Obviously, kicker's no good. He's going to make another call.
Four-liner on the end, any deuce X making the wheel. And this is the spot where if we're hands, yes, we feel like maybe we can rep the ace and shed the queen, but we would prefer not to have clubs in our hand and kind of park that in ST's range more.
What's important here is that the ace is scary, but not all aces actually bet this river because a little bit scared of the wheel, but also because you're supposed to play cautious if you're holding like an ace 8, ace 9 that was kind of blasting away. Your opponent could be check calling the turn with like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3. And he gives up, and ST is doing rather well despite a rocky start.
Oh, those rocks are well behind him now. That's for sure. He's not thinking about the pots he lost to Tan anymore.
No, that was in the past.
I get the sense, though, that Tan is looking over at that stack and thinking, let's dance, ST.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I actually kind of like it that your stack's getting bigger because...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if 10 happens to go down a little bit, say 100K or 200K, he's going to add like 500 or a million to his stack. Just the way he is.
翻过来，他也这样打了。你可以可以扣他一下，他也这样打了。
怎么打？这是
Sixes for boss. He says 11.
2 overs, 1 gapper in there. Got a pair calling right behind for Andy. More clubs for ST, and hands has got king 10. That can play.
他在打，我也打他。我肯定以为我大嘛。
Ivy's out, so we're going to go 5-handed. 1 picture card amongst these 5.
Queen 8, 7. 2 hearts out there. Middle set for Andy. A chokehold on things. Unfortunately for him, no one has a queen in hand.
I know, and having lose that big pot, he's thinking, man, can I get back at him? It's on the button. It's not unreasonable that he sizes against the queen.
Yeah, this is a bet that rates to get called in at least one spot on average. Unclear whether or not Tan, who had the 7 and really the only candidate, would want to continue, and indeed he does not. Disappointingly, of course, for Andy.
UIV， 哎，人都不在了。不在，你大忙。No more one， 让我要去厕所，对吧？然后先做大麻了。2000、5000。
不会正常哎。A 勾 K 勾 A 勾。
66，还7、8嘛。
差一点，3边没吹掉。
哎呦，上头啊！一点输的，
就抽个烟就好了。
Suited connector coming in for Andy. SC's got king queen, and I kind of feel like he's going to 3-bet this one in position, especially against Andy, but it actually comes in with call instead, which brings in Elton.
Jack 8-7 rainbow. Gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Checks over to a pair and the gut shot with backdoor clubs. Andy checking as well. That leaves ST's button to activate with the 2 overs.
Elton laying down the gut shot. This gut shot is coupled with a pair for Andy. Backdoor clubs.
Down to heads up. Ace on the turn, an interesting one here.
Yeah, it is, because the ace is supposed to hit the pre-flop razor Andy. The thing is, there's a lot of ace highs that actually check fold on this board texture. So, having said that, ST can actually bet this a lot, not expecting his opponent, who's supposed to have the ace, to have it here. And can really put some heat on middle pairs, hands like this.
Remember, it was Andy who opened this pot with the raise to 7, but then deferred. Now faces the 37K second barrel. Is he thinking to himself, this ace is a card that belongs to me more than you?
He is, but like I said, is with the flop action, he actually doesn't have that many aces unless it's 2 pair.
He does concede, so nice follow through there from ST, who continues to accumulate chips. Once again at the expense of Andy.
He's up about $500,000. Keep in mind, he won on day 1 and day 2, so he's up at least $1 million so far. After 2 days and an hour or so in play.
我回去办个签证就好了，就是欧洲进不了，所有的地方都可以进，就是欧洲。
6K to go, says Andy. Ace-9 offsuit. On defense. King 6-5.
Ace of spades should be enough for him to c-bet this flop on king high texture.
Sure enough, 11,000. And we're always comforted by the sight of a quick fold from Tan Chuen when we're heads up.
You win yesterday, Hans? Yeah. How much you win? 10. I'm doing That's all mine. It was all mine.
Also.
Yeah, also on mine. Oh, everybody, all mine.
2.5x for hands. Queen 7 of diamonds. Getting 3-bet by Elton's 5 deuce suited. Okay.
This one?
Not the first time 5 deuce suited has been put to work as a 3-bet, by the way, Tan. Earlier.
Remind me to see yours too, huh?
Did he 4-bet it to 100? It was a 4-bet from Tan.
Yeah, but Elton didn't have a chance to 4-bet, okay?
No,
So he took it to 3.
然后私家可以要求赢家开一张牌，他自己选的，大家同意吗？就可以开一张牌嘛，比如说我跟你最后的，我可以挑你一张牌开。
买牌一样的还是什么？
不用买的，就开了一张嘛，开一张嘛。 不是你选的，所以说你要开的，我选一张。
就是自愿的，就是如果
对啊，大家都可以。
你
觉得那个好玩？反正最后要看到现在看一张也好玩嘛。I'm trying to advise everybody to do the same. Makes the game more fun, right?
Yeah.
So ST mucks an 8-7 offsuit. So we go to a flop.
8-7 suited for Andy, performing quite well here on the 9-high 2-diamond board. Overpair for hands. Made it 5K to go pre-flop. Andy, the only caller, checking and facing another 5K. Flicks in the bluebird. Another 10 into the middle.
Seen hands bet turn cards like this. Even though it overcards this pair, trying to get value from the 9s and ace highs that would check call. And he always goes large, 25.
Too rich. You know, hands has this playing style that doesn't attract much attention to itself, Randy, but quietly has been productive. If I had a sports book, I would name it bad.beat.
Sure you would.
Backdoor.cover. Pocket aces for Elton. I think I had a lot more fun with that than anybody who heard it.
I do engage with you sometimes, but that one is...
I could have done better.
You could have said anything else and would have been better.
Can't do a whole lot better than pocket aces. Tan 3-betting to 25,000. Elton deciding whether or not he wants to rumble, and the answer is yes.
You know these two are going to collide at some point.
Oh, this is a bottle of lighter fluid in a match.
Wow.
At the helm of these two hands, top pair, backdoor spades for Elton. This is a problem.
This is a huge problem because Elton knows how loose Tan is, and King 8 suited is a monster against this opponent.
$28,000. The C-bet.
Oh, check raise. Elton trying to make his hand look like a bluff because he knows that Tan Chuan gets suspicious. This is just music to Tan Chuan's ears.
Here's the other thing. More so than anyone else, on the occasions in which Tan 3-bets here, he will get action from a hand like King 8 potentially. I'm not suggesting that's what he has on his mind. On a board that's this dry, seems like he would be well served to flat and then see what ensues.
I agree. Intentions to flat is to let your opponent think they've got the best hand or try to move you off of an ace. He's tanking a bit to kind of look like he's maybe going to float with two high cards. It is odd. You don't often see check raises. Oh, he's actually cutting out a re-raise. There's some leveling going on here. Gosh, I don't know if Elton can get away. Normally, sure. No one's really put it in the 3-bet on a flop after you get check raise and 3-bet pot on 8-5-3 rainbow. But Tan is that guy to make a move. There's so much going on here.
This board's so dry, though, or at least it's supposed to be. See, the sick part, though, is like Tan could just have 5-3 in this spot.
He could, but Tan can have two random cards because Elton is not expected to ever check raise this flop. That's why Elton check raised the flop. He was thinking, look, King 8, you're not going to put me on this. You're going to give me action.
And you're not really supposed to be able to 3-bet me.
Exactly. And that's why I don't think Elton's going to fold on this flop. I think the question for Elton right now is, do I jam or do I call?
Well, he's got 416K back.
Obviously, there's so much in the middle.
Another 107. the requirements to proceed from this point forward. He's going to make that call. $422,000 pot as silence blankets the table. Everyone tuned into this one. Six of diamonds turn.
That turn card actually gives hands that might check raise the flop a lot of equity, such as 6-7. I could see it. So Tan definitely needs to continue firing this turn card to protect against that.
Yeah, you don't want to let one of those aforementioned hands that pick up equity but still trail behind the aces.
Right, a 9, a
See
7, a
river for
4
free.
would be so bad. Tan might just rip this one in. If he was 3-bet bluffing the flop, some of those hands turn some diamonds and he probably would jam the turn quite a bit.
Well, they're playing sub 1 SPR effective as Elton has 309,000 and 230 of it is on request.
This is where it's tough.
Big boy poker on display.
There's also a lot of bluffs that 3-bet the flop that just give up on the turn. The fact that Tan Xuan is still betting means he often has something. Oh, here we go. $1 million pot.
138，138
So there's the jam out of Elton.
138，几次？这一次了，1次发。
He was practically being put all in anyhow. And one time, was that the declaration?
Yes, it was. They've got so much gamble.
150。
妈的，一对八就赌啊！
他觉得我打得不像啊。
What just happened, Ollie?
看，
好朋友 but it hasn't
互
left
相帮忙。
Elton's spirits altogether dampened, it would appear, shockingly enough. And that's how you know that he belongs at these limits, because even outcomes such as that, which are painful, are water off a duck's back in the grand scheme of things.
Look, he's played so many $1 million plus pots in his lifetime. Just another day in the office.
I believe the first ever over $2 million streamed pot involved Elton and one Jason Kuhn. 11-time Triton Super High Roller Series title winner. Not here. This cash game series.
2 practically $1 million pots already this stream.
And guess what? We're probably going to see some more of them because the mandatory straddle is back on. You can see Elton kind of reflecting on whether or not there were other paths that he could have pursued. That outcome there greatly aided by his choice to, as you put it, unpredictably, unexpectedly check raise the King-8 on that flop. And then, of course, Tom very much unexpectedly 3-betting.
Also, Elton doesn't reload 500,000. He's back in for $1 million.
Oh boy.
He's here to play.
Fives. Taking us up to 11,000.
上头了，上头了。
And flopping bottom set. Elton's hand. Blocked from our view, and for his sake, we hope it doesn't contain an ace or a king. As he defended his straddle and now faces a follow-through of 9,000. Still in there.
你开牌3打了是吧？
Two-tone queen of spades.
Both of these players are stuck. Andy looking to get some value here. 2 flush draws. Gut shots arrive. Jack 10 does get there, but no reason to stop betting with a hand like this.
$37K, and Elton still hanging around here, Randy. $122K pot and a backdoor flush board pairing ace of spades shows up. Yes, Andy has a boat now, but
he doesn't need to be worried about a bigger boat normally because ace king, ace queen, kings and queens, they're gonna 3-bet, right? Because Elton closed the action pre. The most likely only boat he loses to is ace 5 in this spot. Look at Andy, pot size, trying to get max. Maybe hoping that Elton backed into a flush.
我上头了，兄弟，别搞我了。
Elton calls with ace deuce.
oh my.
That's a downswing.
What, Don rubbing a little bit of salt in the wound that he opened initially.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
Elton, stone bluff catching there and allowing Andy to start the process of crawling out of the hole that he dug himself when he bluffed off 447,000 on the river, representing a boat against ST. And boy, 20% roughly of that million that just got delivered has already been incinerated.
Gone like just like that.
第一天的结束，完了，一坐下来就输了，没赢过的。
You think that Elton plays that pot the same way if he wasn't fresh off of getting stacked by Ton? Honestly,
the ace deuce just now.
Yeah,
I think he takes more time on a river. Perhaps he still finds a call, but some players might even fold there. It's hard to say. Doesn't help when it literally just happened.
Yeah, and it,
like even if you're a bit immune to feeling a little steamy, it's gonna hurt everyone a bit, right? Lose $1 million pot.
Bottom pair up against the flush draw, which comes in for boss on the turn. Things unraveling here for Elton. Surely.
3 losers in a row.
Okay. This one, the most tolerable of the cuts, but still slicing away at Elton's stack. Ton in the straddle with the suited ace. ST with some medicine in the form of ace king. Makes it 13,000 to go.
Ace jack for Ivy. It's been a spectator so far.
Could be a problem.
He's going to 3-bet it.
40,000, he says.
Hijack versus button. Oftentimes we'll see ace king go to 4th. Especially with the straddle on.
没有一圈啊，因为我坐下来，本来我大忙的 IV 又坐
He
下
comes in
来
with，call. His hand is very disguised.
不好意思嘛 ，spreader 嘛。
Yeah, we're quite used to the ace kings making noise pre-flop.
现在很热了，很烫。
Not this time though. A flat call and top pair, top kicker, backdoor clubs. Not going to be going anywhere in the face of this 30K C bet, which is downsized from the pre-flop 3-bet by Ivy, who's got the Broadway gutter.
This is quite problematic for Ivy, as he actually has a pretty good flop for his ace-jack betting the flop. Gets called.
中瓦萨币这样。
Blank turn, although it does bring the backdoor spade draw.
Could see him bet the turns again, targeting the queen. The queen would have a lot of trouble calling twice. Ideally, he would want to hold a club or spade to block some of the flush draws. He's going to fire once more, 125,000. It makes sense. It's not going to work against this holding.
总要让我活一活嘛，这个概率在那里摆着啊。就是你，那个呢？
What it does, though, in my mind, Randy, is it opens up the door for him to pull off the big bluff, unimproved on the river, provided a dry one rolls off.
Of course, that's definitely crossing his mind. We'll see if it happens. For now, though, ST check calling 402,000 in the middle.
Now
There's
there
the blank.
is, as played, a very dry 4 of hearts. And Ivy could be repping the set of queens. He does shut it down, though.
ST. He's up $700,000.
flop 有没有打？
那个79不是？
打2枪。
We all agreed three rounds of straddles. We don't want to negotiate 1 round at a time. 3 rounds at a time.
That's the president.
Yep. What that is the guy who's stuck and wants to juice the game in any way possible.
You can't deny that guy, can you? Not that any of these players were going to deny
I
it.
will say this. When you know a man is down $750,000 and he asks for some straddles and you're up huge, you just can't say no. Not if you want another invite back to the next one of these cash game invitationals, that's for sure.
Agree. To be fair, none of these players would ever deny it.
Yeah, they might beat Elton to the suggestion, if I'm being honest.
昨天你说了这句，然后就把我炸了一下。
5-6 suited, raise and take, Rusty.
哦，这样啊，中国的很厉害，今天啊，2个。
对，
来，中国代表，中国代表。
那个是香港的，
那个香港。
其实我也不知道我现在在哪里。
对他香港护照、中国护照都有。
没有。
注下来。
中国第1，中国第2。
你香港都没拿到吗？
那少张。
啊。嗯。
好不容易。
Andy limps a dusty one.
好不容易顶对顶。
Equally dusty as ST, but he wants to juice things up to 22,000 with the Jack 3 off.
Nice. There you go.
I feel like for Andy, this end of 2-hour first frame seat redraw can't come fast enough.
To be honest, I don't think there's a good seat draw at this table.
You might be right.
But if you had a choice, you don't want Elton or Tan Chuan right behind you.
The dealer seat is the safest one out there.
Can't lose in that seat, can you?
Yeah, I don't think you can, although I'm sure some dealer somewhere has figured out a way to do it.
You might be that dealer.
In those home games, I've actually had dealers who would like gamble with the players. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You want to prop bet with me?
Yeah, for sure. They're like, I'll double whatever you made in this down. Red, black, next hand.
I guess.
Here's what I'll say, though. Every time in the game that I'm talking about, a player would make that offer to the dealer, and the dealer would lose, they would always still double the tip. So it was just kind of one of those having a good time with them.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
太难了，找不到。打牌啊，飞步了。
Can we talk to chat for a little bit? Are they excited?
I think they're just as breathless as we
They're
are from some
like,
of what we just
they
saw.
can't
Elton
type right
endure.
now. They're like, oh my god, what just happened?
Oh, they can type. They just can't believe their eyes.
我可以，我
吃完饭。
啊，
不过要问过老板。
We're just getting started, Randy. The sun hasn't even set yet.
他都无所谓了。
If this is what's going down in the first frame, I'm a little bit scared for what might be going down in the fourth.
Second and third verse. Can't skip straight to the final act.
Nope.
I don't want to.
没有提，
Didn't think every day was going to get better. And here we are. Queen Jack suited. Oh, man, because Tan Xuan's got pocket queens. And you know Elton is not an appetite to lay this one down pre to a 3-bet.
By the way, the meatiest of the losses suffered en route to this now 700K hole that Elton has dug himself came at the hands of Tan Xuan, who is 3-betting his 14 up to 45. Hands gets away from the ace-jack. Yeah, here's another 31. Let's go.
Old friend meet again.
Storyline not lost on Boss. Ace, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds.
Not the board you want to see, for Tan Xuan or Elton.
But by the way, you know, Elton recognizes that Tan's 3-bets come in all shapes and sizes and flavors.
And having said that, maybe he would have continued if there was a flop C-bet.
Goes check, check. Tan now picks up the queen high flush draw. Tougher proposition to get him off of the hand at this point. Elton doesn't make the effort.
Yeah, really nice turn card for Tan, just in case he was up against an ace. Also, if another diamond falls, he can really just get some extra value from worse diamonds. He's going to start betting himself. He actually can get called by worse. Pairs lowered into queens, but of course, queen jack with spades, no interest.
今天是有位置打要的，以前你是喜欢没有位置打人的。
人是会
小盲大盲一直3次打。
人是会变的。
Continuing to pick up Elton bucks.
就在小盲大盲打大人家。
长期被你教育，那肯定要进步。
对啊，我怎么教你，我自己都不会。
King 10 for Boss. He really was forced into more of a spectator role for the bulk of the first 2 days of play, I want to say. Not that he is incapable of getting involved, but you see, even a little pot is one that he's happy to take.
These little pots do add up, right? There's a straddle, there's a huge big blind ante. You can grind those up.
I thought this
陈老板，越来越厉害，
越来越厉害了。还有一点不厉害，上头控制不了。
我控制不了了。
上头控制了，天下无敌了，唐先。上头，然后你拖他去给他看，他就上头。
Did I hear the name Santosh being thrown around here? Noticeably absent from the festivities.
I don't think that's what they're saying. I think that's actually just Chinese.
Just Chinese,
but
forgive me.
I do miss a little Santosh. Don't think he's here, but you never know. There's still in days to come. Anyone can always come at any notice.
对。
No,
there's no way he's here at the moment because you know he would be in this game if he was.
Suvarna, by the way, picked up a bracelet at this year's World Series of Poker.
2.0啊，3.0。
Also picked up a bracelet in Rospadov.
2024了。
That's right.
We were there, right?
We were there.
打出来的都是钢板。
He's a tournament pro now. That's why he's sitting out the cash games. Nah, just kidding.
If he were available, I'm sure his flight would have been booked. No question, Santosh has a standing invitation.
100%.
Hands with the button and a standing 40,000 over the top of this 9-7 of diamonds.
Earlier, ST actually called a 3-bet against hands out of position with 9-7 of clubs. Let's see if he calls again with the diamond variety.
你们在西班牙通常打牌啊？一个礼拜。
Deeply speculative combination.
He's coming in, but which way?
TBD. Flat call.
Great board for hands. Dry texture, heart draw. Really just sprinkle anything and win it here and now.
Ready.
$30K. No real prospects. Out goes ST, and hands just continues.
Does this thing.
To bat 1,000 almost, it feels like. His chips going to the middle. They're coming back with new friends.
With interest.
Mystery card time for hands, who makes it 10,000.
Average holding here for Tan in the straddle. It's coming in, no doubt.
It's an above average holding for Tan in the straddle.
But it's an average hand in general. But I hear you. That hand picks up middle pair and open and straight draw. Problem is it's Queen Jack 10, and that's very heavy in the pre-flop open range. They've got Ace King. They're uncapped.
Middle pair. Bad end of the straight draw. Check calls the 10K follow through. And now Jackson 9s, 4-liner on board. Tom, quick check. 48 in the middle. Let's see if hands is going to represent.
Could easily have it as well. And
Yeah.
Cut off, right?
We simply don't know, and neither does Tom. As we play this one from his perspective.
So against a 25K bet, I could see Tan check calling. He might have the best hand. He's got outs to a boat in case he's up against a king. Here's the call. And once he check calls a turn, it's very difficult for hands to bluff once more. 4 on the river. Tan Chuan just basically hoping, please check it back.
He was drawn to the boat for the 25K, but now he's very much adrift against almost any sizing on the end.
60.
That would be normal, and 60K could be considered just that, 2/3.
60% really does look like he's milking king, and Tan Chuan grabbing the calling chips. He seems suspicious. This is a big call if he was to find it.
Okay.
Oh, nice bluff by hands.
Ace high, and Tan, one of the more difficult people to get a bluff through on here at this table, made a believer.
That was nice.
It was wild because he had his hand in his left hand and he had 60K in his right hand, and you didn't know which of the two things was going into the middle.
And Hans didn't even know. He was like, oh,
yeah,
nice.
Dicey.
That was a relief. Very cool play.
I
think that one was aided in part by just, how Hans' session has been going so far, showing down winners, taking pot after pot, and you just think to yourself, okay, he's just got it. This guy's not in bluff mode right now.
Yeah.
He's not stuck.
He knows his image. Really took advantage of it there.
Sure.
And he also knows his opponent is going to still check call some 2 pairs on the turn. And 8s, right? Like the bottom end of the straight. Not really looking to call too often to river bet. It was just nicely executed by Hans. As we move on to this board.
Queen 9 tray rainbow, a couple of ace highs, locking horns. Elton, the pre-flop popper, with the ace 10. Andy and the straddle defended. Nobody wanted to fire at that board. Flop or turn. Pot staying steady at 34,000. Elton will be a winner at Showdown if given the opportunity.
Ace 10's good.
Yeah.
Randy, not all heroes wear capes. And I know that's an out-of-context statement for those of you that are listening to us right now, but Randy's been really getting snacked on over the better part of the last 2 streams by the mosquitoes that have worked their way into this booth, and I just took one down.
Yeah, some heroes wear headsets. You're right.
That feels a bit self-aggrandizing, by the way. I wouldn't characterize us as that, but I think your skin just thanked me.
Thank you very much, buddy.
It is super satisfying to smash those little things.
I mean,
anyway,
really?
Yeah.
You enjoy
I'm an
it?
animal lover, but winged insects don't make the cut. Boss on the button. Ace 10 offsuit will make the cut.
Oh, man, I'm actually happy you did that because I think I got a new bite on my ankle here.
It's funny.
Push these
All
down.
of a sudden, he did come out of nowhere. It was probably nursing your ankle blood.
Ace 10, ace 10. Big blind versus button.
Andy pushing back.
Ace 10's a funny hand to defend with, right? It is dominated. It's not suited. You can really see it go in all directions. Decent 4-bet candidate. Fold if you think your opponent's messing around. Not that much. Shows an ace.
Somewhat relieving, I would imagine.
Yeah, but you
For
kind of
Boss
want
to
to know,
see
is he
it. Yeah.
doing the wheel stuff or
Right.
the upper end of the echelon?
Cuts 2 ways, right? Randy, you definitely did get bit on the ankle there, buddy. I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think you have a pimple on your ankle meat.
No.
That's he got
I don't
you.
know why would I have a pimple on my
That's what I'm
ankle
saying.
either.
That little red dot.
Yeah.
He got you. He paid the ultimate price for that meal.
Death.
But
You can throw him into bury him in the graveyard somewhere. Montenegro grounds.
I just flicked him. I don't know where you ended up.
Corpse is on.
Oh, yeah, I
on
got
the
a body
floor.
count for sure.
Yeah.
Up here.
Okay. Can we move on from this
I
conversation?
don't think they, well, we can, but.
You want to talk about more? What
I
else
was
do you want
just
to say?
saying, well, I'm concerned
Put a pin on it.
because I would hate for you to end up with West Nile or dengue fever or malaria or any of those things. I'm sure it's nothing Randy. I'm sure you'll be fine. But
Really? You're gonna give me
strangely,
that
they-
concern? You're gonna give me that concern right now. I have a lot of action I want to watch for the rest of this week, and you're gonna give me that. Thanks.
I'm sure it's fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. Top pair, king kicker here for ST, performing well against the ace of Tan. No action on the flop after Tan raised the button to 12,000 pre.
Hands over.
You know, there's these things, Randy, that you can buy. I think they're pretty cheap too, and you put it over the top of the mosquito bite, and you just pop it, and it like sucks the whatever the thing is that makes it itch out. Because as much as I like you, I'm not going to do it.
Get your hands off of me.
What happened to your straddle, Phil?
Forgot. What do you want me to do?
You do double straddle next time.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that a solution? Okay.
You owe one.
Oh, one. Okay.
No, because we're doing 3 rounds of straddle, so you it's gonna take a while before you catch up.
So the next round I do what, 8 or something?
Yeah, next round do 8. Fair.
Okay.
这把还没有 straddle
啊？
这把还没有 straddle 是吧？
这把还没有 straddle，他下一把要放个8000。
So
he'll do 4 and I'll do 8.
Yeah, when he does 4, you do 8. Okay.
Okay.
Deal?
Remind me. Yeah. I mean.
Okay. I remind you
if you can.
I try.
President will know.
Okay.
Yeah, inadvertently.
B.
Oh, how can he do 4, you do 8?
No,
when you're paying double.
No, when he does 4 next time, Phil does 8.
When Phil turn to straightener 4, he put 8.
Yeah, that's what I said. When he does 4, oh, instead of.
Yeah, when he does 4, you are not
nice
supposed
try,
to put anything.
Okay.
When you are on straightener, you put 8.
I do 8.
Oh.
Save you 4K.
Thank you.
2K each.
Okay, so it looks like we've come up with a viable solution for Ivy to pay off the missed straddle marker. Meanwhile, one developing here that doesn't seem like it's going to be particularly interesting, unless, of course, Elton decides with 4-3 of spades to fire at this board pairing turn card after it went check on the flop.
Yeah, ST is 3-bet this one. Checked flop. Check calling, and Elton's drawing dead. 133 in the middle. I wonder if Elton bets again to kind of shake out ace, king, ace, queen. That might check call the turn. Yeah, this makes sense that that's what he's targeting. I don't think he's going to get the 10s down, though.
Well, we'll see. Remember that ST did 3-bet and then pump the brakes on this board texture on the flop, which does leave his hand a little bit under-repped, and he does make the call. Toji. As Elton gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Hasn't been going well.
To an almost $900,000 loss.
投机不行啊。
On the flip side, though, ST
With the straddle.
doing great.
Save, right?
No. Cost.
Cost you money?
He went for the flop. Too expensive to raise. 12K. Now he raised 8K.
That guy.
Players joking that Ivy's missed
Cost me
straddles
money every
costed
day.
Elton.
牌的，这样的。
Well, Elton in the straddle himself here with the Jack-8 suited facing guess who? ST as a razor on the button with a couple of 9s. Hands gonna set mine for 13.
Should be going 4 ways here.
Able to close it for another 9K. Elton desperately trying to make a hand and take a pot of some consequence. 57,000 out there already. Heart in the window, but no help behind it for Elton. Ace Queen high board texture, all Ivy. Round of knuckles. Now we have the heart draw for Elton, but for the time being, it's simply something that could see him getting in a little bit of trouble.
Elton might try to rep the ace. He won't.
Not the way things have been going for him.
Two 9s for ST. He's going to try to rep it.
Well, if we think that no one has the ace, all of a sudden this bet can target some Queen X.
I see where you're coming from. Also, the 9s warrants a little bit of protection, right? Clearly, it's vulnerable to overcards. Hands has got the gut shot. There's a chance he continues, and he could maybe even check raise if he wanted to, given the very weak action that's been going on.
100.
There we go. Make it 100. Hands is sick.
All he's got is a wheel gutter here, but more so the sense that ST is simply position betting this multi-way spot on the turn.
He got Ivy's ace out, too.
Understandably, where is Ivy supposed to go with ace 6 from here?
Yeah, 100K bet in front of him. He hasn't put anything on the flop or turn.
Nope.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, it makes dollars, is my guess. So I don't think ST is going to have an appetite for things. This feels like set of deuces, set of 3s with some frequency.
4-5, I guess, is possible. Hands knows he has equity, clean equity, in case he gets called. And what a play. Really love how Hands has been playing today. Does his thing and makes moves that always works. Redraw time, Ollie.
Well, while that frame was fruitful for Hands, it was damaging for Elton Sang. Almost 900,000 in the hole, $250,000 and change. Down from his starting stack is Andy Nee. Ivy also trending in the wrong direction, as is Boss. As you see, the lion's share of the winnings being split between ST Wang and Tan Xuan. Randy and I are going to step aside in about 15 minutes' time. We'll resume day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Well, if the first 2 hours of carnage is any indication, we may have ourselves a bloodbath today here from the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro, where day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational week-long inaugural affair has been action-packed. Ali Najad and Randy Liu taking you back inside to our feature table, where we have played a game of musical chairs and giving you a glimpse once more at the standings. In terms of profit loss, it has been the ST Wang and Tan Xuan show. Elton Sang almost $1 million in the hole with plenty of work cut out for him. But we're playing 1K, 2K with a 5K big blind ante and multiple rounds of straddles, Randy, which means that 877,000 isn't as big of a hole, or as deep of a hole rather, as it may have otherwise been.
It still is, but obviously with the bigger stakes, the bigger ante, you're able to get out of that hole much more quickly if possible.
Yeah. You can dig yourself out using a proper shovel instead of a teaspoon.
Right, but if you use the wrong shovel, you can actually dig in the wrong direction.
That's right.
And you really don't want to do that. Just that. So new seating arrangements.
Jack 10 and 6-5 suited. BB versus straddle. King 9-6. Gut shot straight draw for Andy. Knuckles over to bottom pair and the backdoor diamonds. Tan. There's 8,000.
Enough for Andy to continue with the gut shot. 2 over to the middling and bottom card. That's a check call.
3 of clubs renders no assistance to Andy.
Oftentimes in tan seat, you check this one and play bluff catcher if the straight draw stuff kind of miss. Then again, he's not really a standard player, is he? So let us grab blue chips and bet once more. It's actually a value bet here. Discounting those straight draws from drawing against his 6.
Yep.
Nicely done.
Unblocking the 7s, 8s, 10, Jack, Queen.
Sure.
Tan really operates so well in those specific sorts of scenarios. I mean, the number of occasions on which I see him get value out of hands that I would just, you know, never manage to do so. And I'm not comparing myself to these guys whatsoever, but just in terms of considering things as poker players, those of us watching the stream, those of us in here in the booth, even yourself, Randy, the great Nano Noko, has played super high stakes throughout the years. You two marvel at his specific ability to earn chips in spots and take down pots where others would not.
And I also understand the discomfort he puts other players in. I can put myself in their shoes and realize, sure, like, I like having some solid holdings like ace, queen, ace, jacks, but I don't like sitting super deep against a guy who has the whole board and is always putting in multiple barrels. You know what I mean? He's a force to be reckoned with.
It's a great way to put it. ST has been the real force thus far on the session. King Jack makes it 7 to go. Elton, ace 4 on the button, 3-betting to 22.
This is loose. Elton does have position. ST's not looking to lay down King Jack offsuit.
You know, it's weird because everything about the way that he approached that spot made me feel like he was going to fold.
I hear you.
Just physically. Of course, it would have been a bit strange. Ultimately, he does make the call. Elton morphs ace high into middle pair on the 6-high rainbow board. 25K c-bet. And I know that's not the pot that's going to get him unstuck, but it is a pot. And I think in terms of trying to find the right trajectory, moments like that can be important on the session.
May I ask you a question? I saw Elton with a $1.2 million stack. Doesn't that mean he topped up once again?
It does. It does.
It doesn't stop? You know, you don't want to play this. He wants to play the super big pot. There's players that cover.
I wouldn't go worrying about whether or not Elton's on case money right now.
Oh, no, of course not.
I would go worrying about, based on what we've seen already today in terms of the way he's running, the fact that he is reloaded and now is facing the prospects of a $2 million plus all in against the likes of Andy Nee or ST Wang and Tan Xuan.
Well, we already have $2 million pots been played, and they weren't premium versus premium. You know,
they seldom are for some reason. Rob Young has joined the ruckus.
He's in for 500K.
Puts 15,000 of it out there with King 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Premium one for Tan. Flats, and this is the kind of stuff that makes him so dangerous.
I
Randy?
like how you called it a premium, though, because it's Tan's holding, right?
Oh,
Ace
yeah.
Suited, of course, it's good, but I don't know if it's premium
Are you
status.
kidding me?
But I
This
hear
is
you.
top shelf liquor. Queen 7 deuce, sub-premium board texture for him. He checks it over to Rob. You know what the other thing about Tan is? We see Rob check back, and I'm not being critical of it, but Tan earns the check back so much more than other people do. You know,
That's actually a really good point, Ollie. it didn't cross my mind. But yes, if you're known to be very active in attacking, you actually see bet against those players less, knowing you're going to get check raised more.
Or knowing that you're going to get called and then have to play a turn in an inflated pot against a sticky opponent, and you just don't know where you're at a lot of the times. Able to pick that one off.
我去，我赢了，勾五黑桃。
哦，你去是吧？
一般来评语啊，如果是 K7 好一
去
点。
15000，
真的？什么后门花卡
？15000不妨了，
太大了嘛。
对呀。
不过中间很多钱啊。
我觉得是
1万块钱可以，如果没对或者抵对还可以。
我觉得这把真的是送钱的。这本来就不该去的牌。
是可以去，他们有很多人 K8可以去。
K8可以去吗
？K8就不可以去。我去的。
啊？
别人在开套365，我 K8 去。
Pocket nines for Elton. Pretty one for Rob.
Bins it.
That's a little snub, don't you think?
Tend to agree, but you got to remember he wasn't here for the first 2 hours, so he doesn't really know how loose Helton's playing today.
Scouting report hasn't been acquired.
That's a loose button call by Tan.
Why do you think I called ace-10 suited a premium now, Randy? As we see the pocket eights in a bad way to the ace-jack-5 board. Bottom pair for Tan. 9 still best. Elton, no appetite for that texture. 2 quick checks in front of Tan.
Never know what Tan's thinking.
Oh, man.
All right. What do you do here when you got 2 9s or 2 8s?
Especially for Elton, who's got Andy behind him.
Lays it down.
Can't blame him.
Even Andy's not instantly releasing, but he does now. This might be the most profitable 5-3 player.
I don't think that's a stat that anyone keeps track of. But if we did, Randy, all my action is on Tan Xuan Lifetime with 5-3.
Huh?
I mean, he's been playing it yesterday as well, right?
He's like the king of the offsuit gapper. Do you remember the 8-6 offsuit 3-bet yesterday?
Out of
Swap
position
the
as well.
vote
Yes.
against the early raise.
So when it's suited, he's like really excited.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually think he's less excited when it's suited because
You
he's
think?
like, this isn't going to be as glorious.
So he does kind of play for the glory, doesn't he? He gives me that vibe. But he's not one of those, I want to win one key moment. He's like as relentless as
45.
possible. Hans is playing really nice poker today.
Yeah, on the topic of relentless, he's got a much better suited connector than Andy does. Price point elevated by 35,000 here.
No K8的时候，不是straddle吗？
不是 straddle 来的。
哦，没有 straddle。
The Hans is going to pick up that pot. Is Andy folded?
Has Hans lost a pot, honestly, at Showdown?
Today?
I don't think he has.
I can't remember. If he did, it was very small. But he's really earned a profit here today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that big check raise right before break with the pocket fours, that was nice.
Yeah, he's earned it. It's not like the deck is just slapped him in the face or anything. He's
No.
actually playing poker
He
and
tripled that
playing it well.
A7 into 10 too.
Oh yeah, I
That was
forgot about that.
That was mean on a 4-liner. That's very hard to do. One bet, sure. The river, that was some gutsos.
Jack 9 suited has peaked Andy's interest, and 10-6 suited further peaking Tan's.
It's connected.
Yeah.
By a thread.
Back around to Andy.
I just don't think he's going to fold this against this opponent ever. Till flop we go.
King 10-7, 2 hearts, double gutter, backdoor spades, checks it over to middle pair.
Quite the fair fight. Double gutter also has the backdoor spades. Possibilities. Tan Schwen. C betting, middle pair, no kicker.
Oh, you were joking.
It makes sense that he's betting just
Yeah.
because this board favors him. So it'd be kind of odd if he was to check.
I offered him, I said, you want to play my plays?
You chicken out.
Trip 10s on the turn as the hearts arrive. Really poor development for Andy.
Yeah, and actually the trip 10s is rather well disguised for Tan Schwen just because not all 10x's bet the flop. Feels like it's crossing his mind and maybe he can really just go for value against
Listen,
King X.
Not all 10x is 3-bet pre.
Yeah, I know that. I think that was a given, but
Yeah,
yes,
I
I
mean-
hear you.
Nevertheless, Andy concedes and Tan accumulates.
Good, huh? Don't have to.
Tan's got a very impressive watch collection as well. He's a big RM fan.
I didn't realize that a Nikki Beach here.
Yeah, he says pretty good.
Nikki Beach is a brand, is it?
What do you want?
It's like a disco,
Oh.
pool,
Oh.
daytime pool nightclub type of place.
Raise to 8,000.
8,000 says ST. Similar kit to that which Tan put to work as a 3-bet moments ago. No takers though.
Quite a few of them around the world. I didn't realize they had one in Montenegro.
Yeah, I didn't know either. Actually, I didn't even get a chance to go see any other places in Montenegro. Always in the casino.
That tends to be the case in any given Triton.
Yeah. Like I heard it's a great place to visit, you know, while you're playing
that
poker
here?
and all you do is just grind the highest games.
Weather's nice, the water is nice. That's all you need.
Everything's nice here.
Huh?
Everything's nice here.
This action's been nice.
Nicer for some than others.
Raise. Raise to 5,000.
Decent hand. Better for Elton.
Kings on the button. 3 scoops. Hands, by the way, has been choosing this 5K sizing in spite of the fact that we're playing the 5K big blind ante today very consistently in contrast to the rest of the field.
True. And if the big blind's not defending a wider range, there's no problem with it.
7-6-3 and a couple of clubs, backdoor nut diamonds and the gutter. Hands checking over.
Not a bad flop for hands, actually, with that gutter, backdoor diamonds, ace high.
Yeah, especially because absent the over pairs, Elton's not supposed to be interacting with this one. Club draws from time to time. Check call of 15,000, another 30 into the middle. Pot grows to 74,000. But the equity does not for hands, who's now just 16%, knuckling again.
Elton looking for more value. Don't think he's going to get it from days 4. Immediate release. Random King of Hearts shown by Elton. Trying to signify that he was bluffing.
Very kind.
How's our chat doing over there, Ali?
Well, I'm just
They
getting
like the
caught
first
up.
frame?
There's plenty of chatter going on. Shout out, by the way, to those of you streaming us on Twitch or YouTube live. Always good to have you with us. Click like, click subscribe.
No, you showed me a deuce earlier. I won't forget.
And say hi to us.
Yeah. We're keeping an eye on things.
Type away. We want to see it.
Mark from Connecticut says, hi, Randy. Hi, Ali.
Oh, what's up, Mark?
And hi, Chat Pros. It's the other group that he's saying hello to.
The Chat Pros. Yeah. Okay, Deuce 4 coming in for 10, closing the action against Paul's Ace King open under the gun. Nothing for everyone.
Boss not following through on the 6K pre-flop raise.
Look who's ahead.
Todd with the fours. Bets it like he knows it. And yet again, the familiar side of him collecting a pot.
Anyone else saying hello to us in chat?
Box.
What's up, Box?
Joe from Belgium.
Joe from Belgium, hello.
Robert Rose.
Hey, Rob, thanks for joining us.
Jared.
Just naming names now.
No, he says best stream, great commentators.
Oh, okay.
Really a good game here.
Okay, so he's got a whole paragraph there. All right, nice. What's up, Jared? Queen 6 of Hearts from Andy. It's going to open it up. What you got, Paul?
I'm not going to know. As we're playing the mystery card game, blocking out with intent. Boss is holding as he ventures up against Andy on the King 8-4, 1 heart board, 20 in the middle. 7K C bet.
Usually he takes it down on the flop. Not this time.
Calling. Is Boss holding his breath for this pot?
No, it's kind of odd. He doesn't look that pleased.
Check back from Andy on the turn. 10 on the river.
I would think that Paul's got the best hand usually for him to check call and see this run out.
Maybe some inside straight draws between the 8 and the 4 would be the ones that the queen high would beat, which are being blocked by the 6 of hearts, mind you. We see Paul firing 20 into 34.
Yep, I don't think Andy's thinking about calling with just queen high.
Obviously.
That'd be insane. But those are calling chips in his hand. And he's kind of like going... Seems like he's between call or fold, doesn't it? Just based on his body language.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a raise, which is what we would maybe expect more.
Well, if you're trying to pick off those middling straight draws that you mentioned, the 6 of hearts in your hand is not ideal.
But we are unblocking spades. Oh, my goodness, he does call. And it was the inside straight draw.
What? Andy?
哇，一个圈抓我，妈的，一个圈抓我。
哇，你怎么抓的那个牌？
这个牌我感觉
还在买花？
没有啊，我感觉是卡顺一样的，有一点卡顺。
形象那么好，你这也敢抓，也太夸张了吧？
我不投你了，
投降了。
我说了吧，昨天如果是1对9错不掉。
I happen to be able to pick out the profane elements of that exchange.
Did you see him blow the chips first, expecting them to not come back? And...
I was just messing around when I said, you know, it was a hypothetical that Boss had the inside straight draw, especially given the 6 blocker. Busted spades was a thing, obviously, but This man
Sure.
just called with queen high.
And it wasn't a nice texture as well. It's not like it was ace, deuce, deuce, deuce or something.
Randy, I can think of a lot of things that I'd like to do with $20,000 and call with queen high.
Yeah.
Isn't toward the top.
Is that one of your investments? Put in 20K and wow, I've come back with like 50 some odd K. That was a pretty good investment by Andy. It was dangerous. It was like a meme coin, you know what I'm saying? But it got the return.
Yes. To the moon.
我这很好吃，叫我这个东西。
海鲜烩饭。
看过挺好的。
那个 risotto 对吧？
哦。
Multitasking is Tan. 10-7 suited follow through. Han's gonna peel.
Correct
Straddling
call.
the queen.
Yep. King high turns the jack.
Yeah, he's got second pair. Always had the best hand.
我是铁板，我是铁板。铁板。
你靠那把那个就他把16个。
No second barrel. Out of time.
我知道，可是那个我感觉是有一点那个，他那个。
Second overcard to the jack rolls off.
Look at this check from hands. Trying to trap Tan, but Tan gives up.
我喜欢开牌的，我抽的一定要开的。
我反正抽了，我都会修牌。很多人抽的他那个扔掉了，扔掉这个没有办法嘛。
Showing down a trap is always nice so that people can't just bet against you when you show weakness.
Randy,
go on.
他抓自己没鸡大。
哦。
Remember that time Andy called with queen high for 20K on the river and he was right?
Yeah. I was expecting that to be a Paul win.
You know what's
100%
crazy?
of the time.
In a vacuum, if you tell someone about that hand, they might be like, get me in that game. That sounds like a great game. But then when you realize it was the right call, you start to get a little bit worried about how strong these guys are.
So. 最漂亮的一把。
常老板，救命啊！
来了，来，等他吃饱先，他救你。
这几天那个兄弟都会帮你啊，你睡前
对啊，
帮你拉一把。
差不多时间了，帮忙。
Raise and take there for bosses. Moods are light.
Moods are going to be lifted. Paul, as he opens the kings and gets 3-bet by hands, is ace deuce off.
He 4-bet.
How much are you playing?
Hands asking for a count after activating with this ace deuce.
Was a joke, I assume.
He's playing 65,000. That's how much he's playing.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
哎呦 ，King KK， 第一把拿到大队。
Easy release there from hands. One of the few kind of oopsies, I guess. Although you can't even really call it that.
No,
sometimes we 3-bet and get through.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens.
No King，
乱抽，抽你一把，跟兄弟比较。
你对死啊？我这对死啊？很正常，我这里很多一圈一圈这个的。真的呀？
你就打了嘛，你肯定有对小敲，对不对？
Suited connector for Andy.
20.
And all of a sudden, hands.
Yeah, he's really activated these ace X offsuits
Yeah.
pre-flop. Back to back. Different opponent.
Would you rather have ace deuce off or ace nine off as a 3-bet?
Ace 9 offsuit, just because players, especially at this game, is calling 3-bets of hands like this, and the 9, of course, overcards.
Yep. 48 in the middle as Andy hangs in there, and ace 9-6. Top 2 pair for hands, well in front of bottom pair. And the backdoor draws of Andy, which check over.
$25.
Enough piece for Andy to peel. Normally, he would expect the 7 to be good as well. Not in this case, giving us up against top 2 pair.
Another 50,000 into the middle. Andy looking to turn something. Not a spade, though. He checks ace of spades. Keeps hands feeling cozy about things.
He can still build this pot up against some worse ace. He's got backup. He somehow is up against a better hand.
35.
35,000 does rate to bring this one to an end.
哦，刚刚好学的。
I do feel like every time you and I think that we know that some sort of straightforward action is about to take place, we
Right.
get punished.
I was hesitant to follow through with the confirmation on that. I was like, I could see Andy making the move.
I mean, listen, it's in part what makes things so exciting, not just for us here in the booth, but for those who are streaming us.
Ivy's back.
That's aggressive toothpick work there from Tom, by the way. I mean, not for the faint of heart.
I mean, I'm not surprised it's aggressive, given his
Yeah, that's true to form.
Passive toothpicking. I mean, what, does he look like that guy?
He absolutely destroyed that seafood rice, whatever dish.
Yeah, that was quick.
I mean,
did you see the prawn head in there as well?
All local seafood species were present and accounted for in that particular bowl. The 6 and 4 of diamonds, present and accounted for hands, takes us up to 10,000. Yong, big slick. Small blind makes it 50.
5x. As Paul said. Hands is interested.
Jack 9 deuce will reduce that interest significantly, one would imagine.
2 overs and the ace of hearts. Checking over to hands. Well, this one's going to end it as Rob turns top pair, top kicker, and he should be looking to get some value with this, but obviously 6 high is going to be folding instantly.
Check. Rob not following through on the flop. Granted, very cozy delayed bet on the turn once he actually made something there.
That's too good, Mr. Paul. Nice.
Huh?
6 high.
True story.
1, 2, 4. 现在开始了，1、2、4了。
你要跟他们讲英文。
Straddle game on.
Well, we know why Elton's advocating. So we see ST with King 10. Taking us up to 12,000. Elton with the flat.
Could be a hand you squeeze with for Rob. Ace Jack. He's going to come in with call. Ace 10 of hearts. This also a hand you could get active with if you want.
And he does not, electing instead to flat it.
5 ways incoming? Nope. King 7's out.
怎么画上也不来？
A little bit surprised, perhaps, as the field at that price to see Tom lay it down.
He saw Elton immediately.
He's probably saying, never deal me those two cards, whatever they are. Ace 7-6 here. Top pair for both Rob and Andy. Advantage Young.
There is a gut shot for Elton that could get involved.
21,000, the price point.
So there's a bet and a call. Elton not going to chase. Not so nice to be chasing a 5 if someone's got 8, 9.
And he'll feel quite good about the fold, given it the turn. Didn't give him anything to get excited about. Queen of Hearts, Andy. Checking again. Rob going to play pot control with over 100 in the middle already. Now a board pairing 7 does rate to be much more in Andy's range, I would imagine, as played, or...
Yeah, more in Andy's range, but also good for Andy because his kicker has improved and now they can just chop this pot up.
Yeah, a little bit of an oversight on my end. Rob, recognizing his kicker doesn't play anymore, content to check back, and will be disappointed to realize that he's sharing one that he wouldn't have been absent that board pair.
So that $100,000 in the middle. Split in 2. Having to send 50K over to Andy of that.
都很有质量的，熟悉一下感觉。
我可能是最小的。那个别问了吧。
Straddle, huh? No straddle?
Straddle's on.
How many rounds?
3 rounds. 3 rounds straddle.
I like how Elton gets to decide. No one else even responded.
Oh.
3 rounds of straddle is on.
Yeah. 3 rounds. Count for us, okay? Thank you.
Aces. Good hand to get during straddles. Pots are juiced.
Yeah, we know that ST is capable of 3-betting with far less.
What about this guy?
I say 3-betting, it's an open raise, obviously, given the straddle out there. Elton, the man 3-betting, though, 9-6 suited, and the timing could not be worse for him.
Definitely has that mentality of wanting to play big pots as he advocated the straddle. We know ST is probably going to 4-bet this one. What sizing? Unclear, but generally speaking, the deeper you are, the bigger you do make it. $145.
Yeah, 4 bets. And Elton a bit demoralized not to be able to take the flop in position with the betting lead. And instead, passing 36 over to ST. Whose stack just grows and grows.
是松松。
你有盘吗？
A 怎么打？他说 A 也是 A，
也很大了。
Queen 10 for Rob. Just a min raise.
Yeah. That is rather small.
Forgive what might seem like an obvious question, but is 8K the min or 6K the min in a straddle spot? You know what I'm getting at, right? Because
I know what you're getting at, and
if the big blind's 2 and the straddle is 4, then another 2K
okay,
under
well,
normal circumstances.
good
you
news
know,
is that you're my live game expert, so you actually know the answer to this. Whereas
No,
I
but
don't.
I mean, I think 8K has to be the minimum.
I think so too.
紧一点，紧一点。
Maybe some obscure
induce a twin
card
pair.
room in the mountains they allowed a 6K.
Double threader?
I don't know, he's struggling.
Then again, I don't think they're playing that big.
我没有亏啊，妈的，我 AA 哪里亏？
It should be 8.
8. I think it's 8.
我 straddle 都是勾以上的牌，怎么会亏呢？
You know who might know? Chat.
Luca would probably know. I mean, we have.
That's just a more
one of the
reliable
greatest,
source, right?
You know, poker supervisors anywhere.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Double straddle, Elton. But thanks for putting me on the spot there.
Folded around to the button as Tan puts the straddles on the spot with 7-6 off suit, no less. This is wild. Elton's obviously going to be tempted to defend with all this money out there, and yet he's dominated. Doesn't even have 2 clean cards. And he doesn't have any healthy interaction with the ace-9-5 board, whereas Tan, betting lead position, action checked over, gut shot, and range advantage all coming together.
Let us move on to the next hand as he drops in 20K.
Yeah.
Yeah, top 2. 3难。
好，2也不缺。我操！
谁叫你 double threader 那么贵了？哦
，double straddle 才快点追输嘛，
，double threader 1万我就3打了。
要追输就要发财哦。今天要追输。
6 suited for Rob. Early position.
That's better?
See him make it 12K now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought we were playing big ante.
Asking everyone if this is better.
Not many callers then.
Ace, queen, deuce. As 3 players along for the ride. Top pair for Elton. Way the best of it. Hands as 7s being outflopped. Round of knuckles. 4 on the turn and now a gutter for boss.
Elton's continuing to check. He's gone big, hoping to make it look like a bluff.
Knuckled all the way down. Until this 65K.
Hands thinking about bluff catching. It's an overbet out of nowhere.
Seemingly.
And Elton does look steamy. Hans is thinking, look, for you to overbet all of a sudden, it's supposed to be like a 2-pair plus hand. It's not in this case, so that's why Elton's bet size is genius. Hans is going to outlevel himself, it seems, as he flicks in the call.
Wow. Credit to Elton for finally being able to take a big pot and approaching things in a way that created the most probability that he would do so, given the hands that he was up against. And that really is the first occasion on which I think we've seen Hans get it wrong.
That was max value.
On the day, yeah, very much
You
so.
know what? If Elton bets like half pot, I feel like Hans is more likely to get away.
Agreed, 100%. The polarity of the 65K is what got it done. Well, off the low water mark is Elton, but as you can see, still plenty of work left to do. Stuck 800,000 roughly. ST Anton still comfortably in that almost $750,000 profit range. Most of Hans's profit, over half of it, in fact, being transferred over to Elton in that last exchange. Rob, the arrival here in this second frame, late to the party, mildly in the green, while Boss, Ivy, and Andy sharing Elton's plight in the red.
Nice hand for Andy as he opens up front to 11 with the king-queen suited. Sevens in the straddle. Calls 7 more K.
Ace Jack 5 and a couple of diamonds. Broadway gutter for Andy.
I'd imagine Andy's going to want to see bet this board. He's got that gut shot, 2 overs to the middling cards.
Yeah, and the
Often
straddle's
wins.
range is always wide in these spots, Rob.
Right.
Not going to get curious with the 2 overs out there. Check folding. Who were the people, Randy, that before you and I arrived here in Montenegro, without having a sense of the invitation list, that thus far across 3 days of play, you feel like are noticeably absent from the proceedings? For me, I brought up Santosh.
Yep. Rui Cal.
Yeah, that definitely feels like another name that somehow hasn't worked its way down here.
KCG.
Carl Chape-Gatien, definitely.
Dalman Fu.
Oh, DMP, that's right. What about Jean-Noel Torel, JNT? Does he play cash?
I've never seen him play cash. Nagy's absent as
Phil
well.
Nagy, yeah.
He often plays our game. Sometimes other things are happening.
Who knows? Maybe some names are waiting for the stakes to get even bigger before they work their way down to Montenegro.
You know what else, Ollie? Notice at the bottom right corner, Cash Game Invitational 1.
Yeah, does imply that we're going to be seeing more of this stuff, and I'm sure those who are soaking it up in real time are quite pleased with that. Andy, not pleased with the King 6-5 board, understandably. Check fold. This time, kicks it off with Ace 3 suited.
Just got it, Ivy. Manu.
What about Andrew Roble?
Andrew Roble, yeah. We've seen him at Tritons. He doesn't come to all of them. But if
No.
he was here, he would be playing.
I saw him floating around last time we were here in Montenegro.
We'd love to see a Rick Solomon. We've seen him at Tritons before, right?
What about
he
Big
only
Al?
shows up for the Big Al.
That's another one.
There's some good names.
For sure.
Feel like there's more. Chat knows.
Yeah, let us know, chat.
Oh, how about Patrick Antonius?
Who are
That's a
you
good
missing?
one.
I think Patrick's here.
Oh, okay. So
I
it's
think
just not
he
his
made
turn
his way
yet.
over from Vegas where he was playing super big mix over the course of 2 months and the summer. I think we'll be seeing some Patrick Antonius.
Okay, never mind then. Isn't it great though that we can just have this week of the highest stakes and all the biggest names coming out? You
Of course
know,
it is.
This is, and it's also cool how at Triton they've got these unique characters that just they only play Triton, right? Mainly Tan Xuan, Elton Sang, ST, and they are so fun to watch. These sevens has been dealt like back to back to back, it almost feels. Maybe 3 of the last 4 hands. Good shaping against the 6s and the 6-4 suited.
Everybody down toward the lower tier combos here and a set of 7s on the Jack 7-4 board. Ton checks along with Elton. Rob
trap.
Gonna slow play it. The heart, not the card that he really wanted to see. Little does he know no one has that heart draw. Nor does anybody have a king, though. Or a
Yeah.
jack.
Also, the king is a card that a player might try and rep in. It's Tan Xuan. Black 6s betting. Elton calling with a pair of 4s and no heart in hand. Now Rob Young raises.
35,000. Always drawing live against a flush in case of emergency.
Rob also doesn't want to let 2 opponents see a river card cheaply.
Yeah, this is equity denial. You see Don chuckling his way into the muck. You know, Elton's day has been going so poorly that I was a bit nervous when he didn't snap fold, Randy, about maybe him trying to force things.
You. No.
It's always weird to see someone raise in position after a check through on the flop.
Nice shot, Rob.
Thank you.
Well, chat weighing in on some of the names that they'd love to be seeing out there. Anka writes Victor Malinowski.
Oh, yeah, he will
Limitless.
play these stakes for sure. It's a good one.
Handful of Danny Tang requests. Paul says Haralabos Vulgaris.
I hope he brings that dog.
Oscar.
Oscar, that's his name.
Greatest mascot ever. Meanwhile, Queen Jack suited takes us to 12,000. Elton dominated, flatting with Jack 8 suited. Rob doing the same with Ace 8 off. And now Ivy with a candidate for a fresh squeeze.
Yeah, this is a good hand to do so with.
Makes it 65,000. Don laughing for some reason at that.
He just loves to see
decision.
players putting in chips, you know what I mean? Like, it just gets him going. Even if it's not him, it's the right direction of the action he likes to see.
You know, if this were a Batman movie, I don't need to tell you who Tan would be. For sure.
The mischievous guy smiling all the time. Yeah.
Tomorrow can see.
Why so serious?
3 days later.
So who would be Batman, though?
Do you remember when he lit all the money on fire?
Yes.
in Dark Knight?
Can you imagine 10 wins all the money, just lights it?
Who would be Batman, by the way?
No?
Everything's okay with me.
Everything's okay?
Sure.
Winner shows one card.
Everyone's so crazy.
Loser gets to choose which card though. Huh?
We can't let it slow down the game though.
You slow down?
We can't let it slow down. It needs to be.
Yeah, it needs to be fast.
Better not.
Flip it then. You win, just flip one card quickly.
Also, this stupid rule.
No, because if the loser forgets to ask, then no need to show. Only when they ask.
Nope. You guys can show me. I will show you. Because VIP gets the say, right? Not the host. VIP.
I'm only VIP here.
I'm a new VIP.
You'll be back.
What? 2 in a row.
Somebody work fellow.
Pocket pair open and a flat before the real pocket pair speaks up on the button. Boss would have loved to have played these fours.
Yeah, multiple
Not
pairs.
allowed.
进不了啊。Done.
So 2 in a row. Ivy.
Yeah.
Japanese aces cannot call.
Japanese aces, pocket fours. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I've heard one-legged aces.
Yeah, it's a new one for me.
I gotta be honest, I'm not sure how politically correct that one is. I don't even really get it, but you know,
Yeah.
not gonna question boss.
They were discussing the show 1.
Did it get officially approved though? There was a little bit of
I-
pushback, it felt like, and
Yeah,
then
I think
you know,
Paul
Han said
denied
we
it.
can't let it slow down the game. Boss, I think, said it's kind of a stupid rule, and
I don't think it's live.
Walk.
I do think it's better when
Get him in.
the other players get to, you know, pick which card as opposed to some strategic.
They
you get
were
to
mentioning
choose
that version where
which
the
one.
loser gets to pick one of the cards.
Yeah, but the problem is that one is slower than
把你包住，
when you get to choose your own for sure.
Yep. I mean, that's what Hans was
贴一些我
mentioning.
把你包住了。
So definitely not live.
这个不缺 button，不可能吧？
喝咖啡。
Yeah.
哇，我操！
刚跟多尼基学的喝咖啡。
哇，
昨天刚刚学的。
Coffee.
Coffee.
Well, you never weighed in on who would be Batman if this game was the Batman movie. We know that Tan's the Joker.
Is there another Joker equivalent for Elton? Elton's the Riddler.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So I was laughing, right?
Elton's the Riddler. Who's Penguin? Penguin's a great character, man. I know you're acting
No one
like
wants
it's
to be
bad.
the Penguin.
No, Penguins.
You
Don't
like the
sleep on
Penguin?
Penguin, man.
Well, Two-Face. You like Two-Face?
Very cheap. 10K.
Who would be Two-Face?
Someone who can switch gears just like that? Or if he always coin flipping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always all in. Every flip possible.
My will.
Who's Robin?
Don't want to be
It's all
Robin.
a little bit confusing.
Be a sidekick, you know what I'm saying? Well, Ivy's Batman, right? Like, just calm and collected. Does his thing. Tries to fight all of these villains at the table.
Yeah, Gotham City out here.
It's not working out for him right now. In the movies, Batman usually struggles at some point.
Sure.
Maybe he comes in towards the last frame and just starts pouncing. Who knows?
It's not as interesting if he doesn't struggle a little bit.
What is
35?
What's the butler's name again? Oh, Alfred.
Nobody wants to be Alfred. And nobody wants to have 8-6 suited in the face of a re-raise to 35,000 and then a 4-bet to 100 from Elton. Andy should be comfortably able to part ways with King Jack offsuit in short order, and all of the appetite for gamble that Tan has, I don't think he wants to park another 88 out there.
Agree, but the 10s is in a spot, right? Elton obviously has been pushing
Didn't
action.
miss, but you got to pause your straighter afterwards. Yeah. Next time. If
And
you
he's
don't
stuck
pause,
so much.
you got hit by
These 10s,
twice.
they're looking to get
他现在要
involved.
放2000、5000、4000。
They've
The
got
thing is, given this
position.
is multi-way leading up to the 4-bet,
11K.
Hans considering how much of this behavior is attached to what he thinks is the opportunity to pick up some dead money versus jacks through aces.
，It feels like you have to at least give this a flop, unless you really think Elton's out of line and you can just move in. But calling is the default, which he does. We've got $222,000 in the middle here.
That we do. What we don't have is an ace or a king. The blocker value of ace-king specifically for Elton, even though with some frequency you would imagine that some sort of big hand is being slow played by Hans in position, deep stacked, really lends itself to Elton being able to represent and tell the story here as he follows through for 55.
For hands, though, he's got pocket tens. He's got to keep his opponent honest, at least on this flop. Does have the best hand. Decent turn card for hands.
Quite the opposite for Elton, though. He's really in the wind. Is he going to stay after it? There's your answer. 125. And now for hands, we begin to consider whether or not we're on the wrong end of a dairy farm with these two tens.
Yeah. Am I getting milked by an overpair? Put yourself in hands' shoes. It never feels good to see a multi-barrel in a 3-bet pot like this, because if you're behind, you've only got 2 outs. Elton came in cold with that 4-bet. So that's a stronger range than average. That's a great call. 4 hands.
Now 582 in the middle. We're playing 258 effective. The diamonds come in on the end. Boy, this is such a dicey spot. And I don't know if this effective SPR is one that Elton feels like he's going to be able to push hands off of. If he jams.
If he jams, he could put hands in such a tough spot. If he's jamming, he's representing aces, kings, queens, but he's going to give up.
Shuts it down, and this is going to really leave him breathless.
Nice pop from hands.
And immediately, Elton recognizing that the opportunity was there. Unclear whether or not hands digs in, by the way.
Yeah, it is unclear, but a sigh of relief.
All in, first of all of this, and then I decide.
Immediately asking whether or not hands would have called the jam. All he says is, I would have ripped through all my time banks and then
100%. I felt like if Elton wanted to fire the river, he wanted a little bit more stacked to jam in with.
Agreed.
There's about 1/2 pot remaining. You know, Elton is down over $1 million at this point. Been grim.
Sure has.
不偷鸡，有时候会偷，他让有时这样偷过一次。
Pocket tens performed well moments ago, and they're poised to do so again against Boss's sevens, which are played as a flat against the under the gun raising range now. Elton, ace jack suited, 3-betting, and when you lose a big one and all of a sudden you get involved in the very next hand, there is some sense that it may not be the hand, but rather the emotional state that has more to do with this 51,000.
Now the 10s are sent over to Andy to do some work. And he's just had enough. Jam $644,000. Just saying, Elton, your frequencies are way too high.
By the way, death by 1,000 cuts on the session for Boss. He's just losing it 10 and 11,000 at a time, sometimes not even allowed to see the flop, as on that occasion, where Elton is ushered out of the pot and just is in a free fall.
No price. 小队。
Well, some more submissions, Randy, with regards to names that folks would like to see invited to play in this lineup. Jean-Robert Ballon, JRB.
Oh, that's a good one. I thought you were going to talk about Batman casting again.
No, I would love, by the way, for chat to kind of break down this game in a Batman movie. All roles available.
The JRB, that's a good
Nick
one.
Airball.
Oh, yeah, he's been playing high stakes.
Alan Keating. Legendary high stakes. Calls for Tom Dwan, Garrett Adelstein.
我感觉那还这样子让我就跟住他给你欧了这个
Texas Mike.
He knows high stakes.
Texas Mike would fit right in with these guys, by the way. But I think he's never really had to face people who would kind of take his thunder. He's the guy that normally is the Tan Chuan of any line.
Right.
And all of a sudden, he's surrounded by other Texas Mikes. And he's like, wait, what?
It's, yeah.
Chinese
Chinese Dan, you know what I mean? King 5-3.
Top pair for Tan here. Elton continuing to do his best to get something going.
Yeah, but he's going to likely lose some chips, but he doesn't actually bet that flop as he checks it through, picks up a gut shot.
No, he was the only caller of the 12K pre-flop raise. Got himself a gutter now on this 9 of diamonds turn. Tan fires 20. Oh, and look at Elton. That takes a little bit there. You know, when you got to be a little bit steamy at this point, given how the day's been going. And we're not even halfway through it.
No, we are not.
This could get real ugly.
What about Poison Ivy or Catwoman? You got one for that?
What do you mean?
Well, we've only been talking about male casting.
Well, there's no women at the table, but Elizabeth Chen obviously has played a little bit. So
right, that makes sense.
I think she's the natural Catwoman. I don't think anybody here would like to be cast as Catwoman, Randy.
Okay. You got me.
King 10 suited. Shoots it up for Rob. Ivy's clubs are covered. Well, it looks like he's going to ask a question with this Jack 9.
Last time Ivy bet, 3-bet, he had what? Kings and Ace Queen suited. This time Jack 9 of clubs. Rob, it's going to take a flop, $100,000, both players with clubs.
Both speculative holdings, and no need to speculate further as to who's got the advantage on a King 3 2-spade board. Trips for Rob, and texture that invites Ivy to follow through, barreling 35,000.
Ivy drawing dead.
Even deader now. King's full. Ivy picking up the gutter.
A gutter on a 3-spade paired board is enough for him to multi-barrel as he puts in 90,000. Wow, Rob's got to love this. Time to put a little acting on.
Yeah. An absolute inferno of 90K on the turn. Now some showdown for Rob, though it seems like it's fake showdown. Unless it's ace of spades X, like queen or jack, that stayed curious on the flop over there for Rob. You see Ivy checking.
I hear you.
In comes a $250,000, and out goes Jack 9. Look at
Dude,
Todd.
what was that flutter right there? Did you
He's
see
like,
it?
what? You don't have it?
Maybe.
Like, Tan just always has his eye on the person who's just betting and hopefully losing the pot. He's like, yeah, I know about that. Just being aggressive and bluffing out. We're in the same camp.
Raise 10.
Boss in the straddle with the queen jack hands. 2.5 Xing. Very much a no limit cash game delight are the suited connectors. Less delightful once we get 3x'd in turn by ST, who's got ace queen.
Finally.
Han's not looking to play out of position as he folds 8-7 suited against ST.
UTG plus 1 3-bet very strong.
UTG open. Mini 3-bet fold.
Pocket threes. Raising it up, 1-3 busy in the straddle.
No surprise here for Elton, the 3-bet king 9 suited.
You get a lot of good hands. You get a lot of good hands, Elton.
So that's a needle there. The guy's buried.
Those, like him drinking coffee, no hand.
All in.
All in.
Ivy jams 154K.
I'm here to post the blind and the NT.
对呀。
他套死了，套死啊，没套死啊，
套40万也不靠。
Elton
我扣不到。
yet again spiraling.
Just chuckles around the table.
King 7.
You're buried, but we're gonna laugh at you. He's okay with it.
You know, I will say this. A game in which people still feel comfortable enough in not a mean-spirited way
150
to draw attention to how much you're stuck suggests that these are all guys that like each other, know each other well. That much is clear. But also are easily rolled enough to be playing at these stakes. And
wow.
Can dish it out, but also take it. You know what I mean? It's
I think I saw
just the way the cookie crumbles. Tan was buried yesterday. Boss has been buried before. Today it seems like it's Elton's turn.
6-10 offsuit? Okay.
But it's healthy. the way that I read it, as long as it isn't mean-spirited, it's a healthy thing to observe. Because consider the alternative, Randy, where all of a sudden it feels like a funeral out there, and everyone's like not joking anymore, and there's a big weight, black cloud over the table as we're all eulogizing Elton's chips, pot after pot. That sucks. You know, so I think it's important.
It's not as fun, of course.
A lot of good hands on that end. They will.
These guys have had these
Yeah,
swings,
love
like you
Kyle.
mentioned. They know each other. They're laughing. It's got that home game vibe.
You're right. You're right. Double straddle was on, by the way. Elton forced out, courtesy of the limp and then raise in front of him. Hands always had a plan, and it definitely included flopping top 2 on a 5-4 deuce board where maybe some ace-x stays curious. Instead, it's 6x and a very unlikely queen 6 of spades, that which made it 35 pre.
It's actually a pretty good flop for the queen 6 suited too. With that gut shot, 2 overs, backdoor spades. Sometimes a 3 falls and you win a big pot against an ace. Top 2 pair contemplating a check raise. There are some nasty turn cards that could fall. Maybe you build the pot now.
165.
165. Exactly what ST did not want to see with the hand he's holding.
You know, I think ST got the sense that some of the middling connectors were more the range that Hans had as a limp and then a call of the 35K. He really didn't expect this board texture in particular to lend itself to a check raise. And so you kind of sympathize with the choice to follow through. That part added up, and Hans is back to his old ways.
Have an amazing day.
什么8年打一次，几个月打一次，然后他什么70岁还能天天做，
天天
啊，
好的，
啊，
好的，那我很想要去了。
12K for Ivy. The dirty diaper's out.
You're a dad, Randy. You deal with any dirty diapers?
I've had some. I did it. We don't use diapers anymore, of course, but during that time.
You ever get showered while you were changing a diaper?
I've had some
unfortunate
excrement on my hands before.
Oh, Randy.
But why are we talking about this?
I don't know, because you said dirty diaper, and then I realized,
Yeah, okay. I don't know why I revealed that either. I should have bluffed.
By the way, Randy was left recently to play dad all by himself.
That was difficult.
His poker playing wife was abroad, and you just decided to go with the chicken nuggets every day out of the air fryer.
She was happy. I'll tell you that. And I'm happy I'm here because I no longer have to do that job. I made chicken at home every day. My daughter said it was burnt again, and burnt again.
I gotta be honest, Randy, we've been hanging out in this booth a long time. Nothing about you says to me, chef.
Yeah, Chef Nano's not a thing.
Ace 10 against Queen Jack, King 6-3 board here. I'd be checking over.
Yeah, what's a pre-flop raiser? Flatted by hands on the button, check through. Gut shot on the turn could give him enough ammo to bet.
No, he's just gonna knuckle.
As played. Hands might be looking to check this one down. Queen could be a spot to hunt value. Although it will be difficult for ace-10 to call. Although we've seen hands make some pretty big hero calls. Remember that sevens earlier? Different opponent, of course.
35,000 as we see Ivy going almost full pot.
Yeah, second pair. Jack kicker.
It's designed to the curiosity and the interest of something like an ace high or maybe a smaller pocket pair to bluff catch, especially because I don't think we anticipate that the queen in particular, Randy, would be coming with full pot.
Also, last time Hans didn't anticipate Elton to be going full pot with that ace 10 when he paid off with 2 sevens. Might be lurking in the back of his mind.
Right.
Not this time.
I think having the jack also is nice for Ivy in that spot. You don't need to worry as much about 10 jack.
Sure.
Oh, the kids love the buffet. In there every night.
Buffet.
Yeah. I told them to go to some restaurants, but they're doing the buffet every day. Yeah, they're going to go to the Chinese tonight, I think.
There's
Chinese
nuggets at the buffet too, Randy. You know
My
something
son
about that?
They're quarter Chinese.
Yeah.
So.
The Chinese is good here. We've been eating that.
Yeah, every day for lunch. Randy and I, just given that we're keeping some fairly late hours as we begin the streams at 6 p.m. local time and then end at 4 a.m., we'll wake up,
Yesterday I saw
do
one
lunch, and then go
British
take
family,
another nap. But
Hong Kong guy and a
no
English
napping
girl with 2 kids.
for these aces on the button.
Maybe half.
His hands is king.
I mean, this
queen
is brilliant
open.
for kids. It's very enclosed, so you can watch them.
I thought the guy is a Chinese.
Re-raised.
No, Elton wants to play these sixes.
To 36, he sure does.
He knows better.
I've been here 3rd time already.
I think Elton
I met one guy from Slovakia. He comes here every weekend.
is
A roulette player.
really kind of
He comes from Slovakia.
within himself right
Every
now.
weekend he stays here.
Quite near, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hans has got
I
a
can see
spot
why
here
you-
because it's cut
you
off
were- you were
versus
thinking about
button.
living here.
King
It's very
queen
peaceful,
is a hand.
Before the Ahmad better still.
Quite deep, aren't they?
For the hills.
900K.
I mean, the man.
It's actually a candidate to 4-bet from time to time.
This is
overlooking the sea.
Could
this
call,
setup
could
are
fold.
properties. You prefer a man?
No. I don't like to live at the island. I have to walk so far. And walk
How does
upstairs.
this feel?
The
You
night
got
club are all
aces.
at the other
Your
end,
man
you
has
know?
4-bet you $130,000.
Yes.
This is definitely
Well,
a nice place.
I tell you how it feels, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Now the question is, do we click 5-bet or do we call? We've seen ST actually call 4-bets a different day with aces. Keeping your opponent's bluffs. If they've got kings or
You come back here
queens,
next year to try to.
really still get a lot of value posts.
Very good employer want to buy.
It feels like the default often is call.
That's crazy. Why?
Also because not too many players have 5-bet bluffs in their range.
Huh?
Just really depends on what he thinks Hans' range is. He is going to click it though. 245,000.
Want to buy what? The casino?
Always tough to say goodbye to $130,000 without so much as a flop, but in that situation, Hans was very comfortably convinced that his hand was performing quite poorly against ST's range, and we can see that was honest poker being played out of that seat.
Yeah.
What happened? You 5-bet?
Yeah.
Cool.
ST instantly. A little bit regret when he saw the insta-fold.
Sure.
为什么我形象那么好，那么多人死掉？
You don't really expect there to be too much
Strato.
range that'll just step aside
Remember Strato.
after investing 130. Especially from Hans, who, you know, he's not been that guy to put in the splashy 3.
以前反抗的人比较
Splashy 4,
少。
rather, on that occasion.
你
以前他是真的是
35.
100个坑
Sevens for Tan Xuan. Hans,
那你
fresh off of that
哪里
130K,
800的嘞
is the mystery man here
A10
as we
A9
block
也
his
是
holding
300
out.
吗 A7 A5
Makes it
800 AK 啊
35,000.
现在明显高了。
Back around the ton.
Yeah, Tan Shuan's got the hand. I can take a flop here.
Hand.
Black coffee, black coffee.
He called him singular hand, by the way.
Singular hand?
He said he didn't, it wasn't plural. Never mind. Let's
He
go
left
on
the
to
Z off the end there?
Left the Z off.
Jack 8-6.
你赢钱的时候说好玩，但输钱的时
Two
候
overs.
Interesting flop for the 2 sevens. Still as a pair.
Yeah. Checking over.
Not a mandatory C bet for ranges on this flop. For the pre-flop 3-better, even in position.
45.
His sizing has been towards the half pot regularly, so you can't read into that, even on different textures. Tan's got that stick. I don't think he's laying down 2 sevens right now. Tan makes the call, turns the open-ended straight draw. Although if the 10 falls and he makes a straight, a queen would be needed. Counter that 7. It's a scary board to multi-barrel for hands. Hands that check call the flop in a 3-bet pot do kind of like that 9, whether it be 9s, 8-9 suited, some jack 10s, queen 10s. So even if hands had a really big hand, he might need to be cautious.
150.
But to still continue 150, that's a big statement.
Throwing caution to the wind here and unclear with what sort of kit he is doing so. A very meaty sizing.
This does not feel good for the 2 sevens. Open-ended, though, it feels quite painful. Hands he beats, clubs, ace 10, king 10, king queen come to mind. Pitches it.
退让退让退让，啊妈，这还不中牌。
That's a difficult one to say goodbye to, but the trouble, of course, is we know that the 7s aren't exactly where the value is, and the 10, if we hit it, any queen X puts us in trouble.
Right, and queen X could definitely be in hands' 3-betting range. It's fine. It was up against aces. Here we go. Wasn't getting a good price too, right? Near full pot.
5,000.
So big.
Medium.
Medium 什么意思？
中等，中等。
说明很大，我很低的。
Betting progression in that one went 35 pre, was it?
Yes.
45 post, and then 150 we draw the curtain.
And Tan Chuan was
Nicely
basically
done.
saying that was a big bet on the turn.
Yeah. Not lost on him.
This is a big hand in the small blind for Andy Nee, and Elton. It's got a hand that definitely is going to go shopping.
Oh.
115 going to a flop.
Seven, 5 tray and a couple of spades. Not in either zip code here. Elton investing 52,000 in this Queen Jack suited, disappointingly, of course, but perhaps a ray of sunshine in the form of Andy checking it over. Elton will check back. Good news for him, his cards are clean. Bad news, the turn doesn't help. The thing is, Elton's table image is so damaged at this point on the session, Randy, that
Yeah, I think that if he was to bet, he wouldn't get credit and Ace King would have continued.
Tend to agree.
打牌的中，操你妈的！中牌率很低啊。
So Andy did shoot out 90K to win that one.
中取率很高，中牌率很低。
紧一点
啊，
紧一点，对吧？
对，但我很多牌啊。
Man, this is hard to kind of watch. I'm sure it's not fun to go through in terms of this session. For Elton, you know, these guys are all competitors, right? They like to win. And when your session just feels like it's this infinite red candle, you just cannot put a foot right, no matter what you do. It's demoralizing, you know?
Yeah, that's why you can't change your position. Sometimes the market comes back up.
Listen, Randy, I've thought that before, and and then the good folks over at the brokerage just give you a call and advise that liquidation is imminent, and that's when it tends to go back up. By the way, it's just you know, last few days have been a little rocky. Not gonna lie.
I see.
These guys think they're playing big. I gotta tell you, I'm playing pretty big myself. I didn't realize it, but
you in for a bullet yourself, my friend?
Yeah, I got a few bullets in action right now. Elton and I, different streets. You know, he's out here playing the poker. I'm playing the markets, but we're both a little buried. Queen 6 suited. Suddenly piquing Rob's interest. ST. Predictable defense with the Jack 10. Heads up, 30 in the middle. 2 clubs, 2 8s, and an ace. Feels like a very nice one for Rob to be able to follow through and take, but instead he checks back. And I'll tell you what, the delayed c-bet on this board oftentimes is equally as credible and maybe even more so. Do you agree?
I agree, because say you have a weak ace, you're not looking to get multiple streets, you're not looking to get check raise, so often you will check it back like an ace 7 and down on this flop, and delay c-bet. So if you're going to do that, then you obviously want to take advantage of that by balancing with some air balls.
Or if you flop trips with 7, 8, 8, 9 kind of suited connector combo, maybe even a little bit of aces full, same approach could be possible.
I get it. Elton's just standing now. Okay, back down. Look at those shorts. Did you see it on Andy? Those are quite pricey. Louis.
You know, I can always count on you for this.
I'm always looking around.
Randy.
Am I not supposed to?
These streams, by the way, you know, having to watch these guys always decked out. It's been a very expensive sort of thing for me. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Let me go.
Wages reduced.
Yeah, I'm going to Estonia. Yeah, you told me. City. Weird tournament, 10K, million guaranteed, 3 tables.
Somewhat of a rarity here in these straddle pots is a limp 3-way affair. Can't even recall the last time we saw it, if ever.
10K, million
Comes
guaranteed,
10, 7, 6, top pair for hands.
The 3
No
blinds
pair in the
limping.
gutter for ST.
Yeah, it's close.
Maybe. I'm trying to decide. I may go to Dubai with all.
Dubai, fine.
And then go
You go
back to LA. No,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
You got your kids are
Sure, they're back home.
back home.
You want to see them, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Bet call.
Yeah, if you want to come to Estonia, let me know.
Yeah. I have one person with me. Is enough room?
Yeah.
Double gutter.
Let me know,
Product
because
of
I
this
think
four.
with getting to Estonia, you have to give your
Top
passport.
pair picked up
to the
spades.
Estonians a few days before, so.
Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I figure out what I'm gonna do.
40. I'm gonna book it. I'm gonna book
Over
the plane
bet
tomorrow.
40,000. This is
3 days before.
31.
That's the follow-up on the
Estonia's supposed to be really,
7K.
really nice. I've never been.
Not something you usually see with this type of hand.
The casino going to be like super high end.
It's got the spades.
The guy that owns
Working.
sportsbet.io, huge crypto site, he owns it.
Top pair.
I heard
Good
that site's
kicker.
making a
The
lot
guy
of
with the
money.
yacht as well. Do you remember when we were here last time and we went and played poker on a yacht? You didn't come, but I told you about the game.
Yeah.
It's him who owns the yacht.
A lot of times these overbets contain draws. So
Good guy
ST
to
might
meet.
think the sevens are good.
Like games on his yacht and things like that.
Yeah, well. He's gonna take one more.
Another
You like a bit of
80,000.
travel, don't you? I remember when we went to
The
Sochi
middle, and
4 or 5 years ago,
ST
you never left,
finds
did
the
you?
straight. Very
I'm
poor
still
river
partying,
card
you
for
know,
hands.
so you know.
Yeah, he just had all of that on the turn.
That's a good casino, Sochi.
Outdrawn.
Maybe one day we'll be able to go back.
4-1
I
favorite
hope
on
so.
the
It's
turn
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
to 0%.
Did you go in
Clubs
the
do come in.
mountains and see the cold, the snow?
No.
Crazy. Snow that deep in the mountains and then sun on the beach. It's weird.
Hands checking
It's in
over
the mountains, but
Yeah.
to ST.
Good nightlife there as well.
Yeah.
But the casino's super high end, isn't it? Like,
yeah, really nice.
did you go in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Looks like he just checks it.
10.
Plays
Did you go in
cautious.
a casino
Doesn't think he'll get called by worse.
Yeah.
Like the chef's like the best chef in Moscow. They took him.
Interesting.
Yeah, I missed the
I mean,
place.
to be fair, it's very
We have a
hard to get
high-stakes room
called
there, just one
by
room.
worse on a
One
four-liner
place.
like
When it
that
opens
with
up
the
again.
clubs.
Yeah,
too.
and it's very
One table
easy to
like
get
that.
put into the blender if somehow a check raise
Yeah, really
comes
good
in
place.
from
Mhm.
hands. Not sure if the line would be particularly credible, but
10.
ST stacking chips yet again.
Thank good.
Been good, yeah.
Over pot turn.
你的英语在考的，我也不懂。
后为什么中了不打了？
哎，感觉发到了。
细腻。
还有可能发球的。先生。
Rob straddle.
Straddle.
这个牌也不是考的。我也没草花了。然后如果来个 check raise，裂开。
那不赢更多吗？check raise call。
没你打的那么好。
I wanted to show this one.
Well, it's good to see Elton laughing.
Fucking deuce.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
Queen 10 suit. Try to link first off. I said I played.
Limp
I
jam.
actually I had ace that hand. I didn't raise.
Nice.
I'm just not gonna hit. So why bother?
Sorry, what is it? 2.
Yeah, I raised. You win. What is the point?
Ton, 4-5 off.
In
3x.
the hijack. Standard.
Well, for him.
Yeah, I wanted you to add those words so I didn't sound like I shouldn't be here. Thank you.
Nothing was better than when Elizabeth Chen was on day one and
完全
she
放了
would
8000买。
double through you and then genuinely and authentically turn and very politely say, "Thank you so much."
That was the Elton saying when she had the quad tens against the threes.
Yeah.
And everyone was cracking up.
就会忘起来了。放了8000
Even
忘起
Elton
来
had to appreciate it a little bit.
等一下看感觉的时候再放啊。放一个。
他已经很忘了，你还想他忘？
啊。
不太好。
12,000 says Elton with his fives. Rob, 3-bet candidate with this king queen.
Yeah, especially against the button open. Does deposit 40K. Let's go set mining.
Yep. Not in the mood to fold, that's for sure. And not at this price is Elton. He'll be in position. 91,000 in the middle. And a 5 in the window coupled with a queen. This bodes quite well for the time being for Elton. Rob, however, playing it as a check, Randy.
And that check actually might get him even more trouble because he might feel his hand is under-repped. So Elton is going to look for 3 streets with this bottom set.
40 into the 91, south of half pot, but obviously Rob not looking to go anywhere. Another 80 into the middle. Might this be the moment things turn around for Elton?
That 4 is a really bad card for Rob. He thinks it's good, but it brings out another draw that Elton can represent. Elton's just thinking, I'm back.
Yeah, and Rob is thinking that this king-queen is performing quite well. Maybe a bit concerned about the ease with which this 135 has flowed forward, however.
Sure. Feels like a call turn, react river situation. Jamming doesn't accomplish anything, really. So there's the call. Look at that pot. Ace on the river is going to save Rob, possibly.
Spade. Backdoor flush. King Jack is here. Rob checking at Elton, trying to determine whether or not he's going to be able to get action. It is a dangerous sort of texture.
Yeah, but there's no way that Elton's checking this one back. He's going to bet. He's going to hope his opponent has like an ace-queen that can really just pay maximum.
150啊，100没什么油，
赢80，
那有80呀？哦，
441 out there already. 500,000 each back, and now Elton firing 320,000. And this king queen begins to crumble. Spade blocker for Rob. And
right.
you remove ace, just the naked ace, if this was somehow a stubborn ace jack, ace king from Elton from his range, you would think that hand would just comfortably check back on river.
Ace jack, I expect to check back. Ace king, I expect to 4-bet, especially with what's been going on.
Yeah.
Ace queen would go for value still.
Sure, top 2.
King jack, of course, would go for value.
Yeah.
Spades.
Note, though, that we have the king of clubs in hand, so not only do we block that, but the most desirable combos, which would be like that king jack of clubs, interfered with.
There are busted clubs, and that's definitely in Elton's range, given how loose he is. He's going to lay down the king queen.
Yeah. It was a spot where Elton's damaged table image actually was working in his favor in terms of Rob maybe having heroic thoughts, but in the end he settles on the correct fold, and a massive pot will settle in front of Elton, and we haven't said that a whole lot on the day. Man in the black polo in the background, Anjay, one of our photographers, and I gotta say, I don't know a lot about photography, but that feels like maybe an overly generous lens for the job. I mean, he's right there.
You can use that to look at the moon close
Yeah,
up, right?
why does he have a telescope?
Shouldn't have called the set.
You could tell what someone's eating for dinner in that apartment building in the background with that camera.
Yeah.
You have anything
Shout
on
out to
the
Anjay.
set? You didn't flop a set, did you?
他手上是 KK。Yes。
啊
？Yes。他这个敲过去，那种打他 call。如果他手上
What is queen queen 不背啊？
要看的。
Flop a set.
No, it came ace on the river. It came ace.
Oh, ace on the river, king queen.
I mean, king can.
I wouldn't like shit, man. I wouldn't like shit. Set.
Yeah, everybody's taking money from me.
Oh, for me, yeah.
The first decent pot of the night. Thank you, Rob. I mean, I needed it. I needed it.
Yeah.
What? I do.
I need it.
10,000 says hands with the red nines. Elton trying to get something going. 8-6 of diamonds, not performing well on this ace-7 board. See how interested hand stays.
10.
Somewhat.
This hand does warrant protection against 2 overs or a random over to opponents. And 8-6 suited is floating here in position. Turns to 8.
This is so troublesome for Elton. I mean, it's not to say that he can't potentially bluff his way through this one, repping an ace, a milky-looking 15 on the turn, but some of the time, you would imagine this is just 7x if you're hands and you're doing well against that hand.
Yeah, hands is not looking check fold here, and Elton's actually kind of just protecting his hand. His 8's vulnerable. He was looking to steal this pot, but having turned a pair is actually going to put him in the spot to probably check this one through and lose.
Good.
2 quick checks on the end.
冤家牌
Very nice hand.
冤家
Hmm?
冤家
Say.
你们冤家牌
You know, it's interesting. One could be tempted to be very critical of the float from Elton. But first off, hands doesn't have to have an ace. Second off,
Yeah. 刚刚好了，差不多到你 straddle 了。
it shows that Elton is fighting still, right? He's not out there thinking, okay, I got to crawl into my shell and nut pedal, only play premiums, right?
Yeah, you're right about that. You know, I mean, I never really expected Elton to be deterred if he loses a pot.
No stopping now.
I would follow through with more thoughts, but you just thrown so many carcasses onto a piece of paper in front of you.
No need to tell everybody what I'm up to over here.
No, I mean, it's
just poker commentary.
If it was
doesn't work out.
if it was
Pest
just
control.
one, I would have just let it slide. But you threw 4 bodies.
Unlethal in this booth, Randy. If you got wings and you're an insect, beware.
Like, could you not put this on your side?
No, don't you know how like cats will bring home something for their owners as like a gesture? Anyway, King,
Right.
Queen, 8, 2 diamonds here. Boss with the 6-4 suited, lagging well behind Tan's ace high.
10
Get him
raise
say
free.
pana. 差不多。
Turns to
15
ace.
a man, and now all of a sudden, club draw for boss, top pair for Tan. He's reaching.
Club draw in position, worth calling just because sometimes even the jack or 10 falls and a check 2, you can represent a straight. Not this time.
Diamonds come in. I don't know whether or not a pair of sixes is going to be considered something with any showdown value, provided that the opportunity is there for Paul to check back and take showdown, which it is.
Yeah, I do think there's a sliver of showdown.
小荷才露尖尖角
Not this time.
You know, Tan's a tough guy to barrel into in these spots.
Yeah, he still calls you down.
He's just sticky.
10皮
Like those glue traps that you put down in your house, you know, for bugs.
The ants.
I caught a freaking snake on one of mine the other day in the garage.
A snake?
Yeah, my girlfriend came inside and goes, "You should see the size of this worm." Walk outside, and I'm like, "How did you do in biology class, babe? That's a freaking snake." Vegas has all of the critters. A7 suited. Ivy activates.
Do you have a pest business, by the way?
I'm telling you, I would do great.
Ollie's pest control.
You know, I would like rage tilt my way through your house, just trying to kill something, breaking dishes.
We don't use machines. We just use our hands.
Organic. There you go. Your appointment time window is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'll be there the whole time.
We won't leave until everyone is dead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're like on a Zoom call, and I just come flying through the background with a net.
Elton on the double straddle.
抓整个庄位。
Kevin, how long more?
Hands.
This session?
Limping. Elton says, let's see 3.
10 minutes left for the dinner break.
Hungry.
10-9-3. Ace of Hearts relevance. Checking over to the flush draw.
See, eh?
Yeah, and because he's got that ace of hearts, often will be continuing. Especially against a splashy Elton. Ace high could even be good. Which it is at the moment.
Slight equity favorite on the flop, much more so now on the turn, which does add the gutter to Elton's arsenal.
It's not a clean gutter, but it is enough to bet more.
This is a small overbet?
Slight. Elton continuing to push the action. A7, no business to continue on the turn. Nicely done, Elton saying. Shows the 8 of hearts.
Good one to show.
10串，那你这张好像没什么关系。有啊。
Now, Randy, I'm getting caught up on the chat from quite some time ago, and it would appear that none other than the legendary Alan Keating is actually soaking up this cash game stream for the first time. Announced himself in the chat by saying, "When's the gambling start?"
Yeah.
Oh.
One away.
All right.
Shout out to Alan.
What's up, Alan? So he wants to see more gamble to come out. Is that what he's saying?
No, I think he's being sarcastic. He would fit right into this crew.
真的
I'd
喝
love
咖
to
啡
see
了
it.
把筹码理成这样。
We got 4 to a straight flush here.
是把筹码理成这样，是真的喝咖啡了。
喝了很久啦，喝了几个小时，从 latte 喝到巴西咖啡。
Hands, the only customer on the board that doesn't interact with either holding.
Managed to leave 15 minutes early to go and eat with the kids.
都20分钟，啊，玩个5万块的，5万1、2、30，
跟那个规则一样。
一千的，
嗯
1000的，玩3000了。
Surrender, says Hands to the C-bet.
我又不上头。
Shout out also to Nima Sajadi, who's streaming us from all the way
玩5000的，
in Iran.
你跟他学完了。
Randy, clearly VPNs
没，我帮你教授。
being employed, I would think.
所以是很难的，啊，1000要搞搞，2000呗，1000有点少。
20分钟，如果说那个2个小时，那下一次如果再抽你做朋友，我跟你玩2千。
啊，那不是玩1万2万的。
对啊，以前都是妈的，现在还1000。
不是，它是乘的，发几乘几，发个 K 就乘13。
哦，这种
啊，
差不多嘛，这最多几万块，
发一个天花有几万，
搞来搞去搞不了4万块回来。
10.
你是这么有的？
这不用说了。
Hands on the button,
还要说嘛？
showing his range.
我的责任都不说了。
Queen 6 offsuit in attack mode. Elton flatting.
Rob coming along, ace 5 off.
Wheel draw for Yang. Best of what's around, both pre and post flop.
Hands was the pre-flop raiser, and 7-3 deuce rainbow normally isn't meant to hit players who flat call. It does c-bet 20.
Board pairing 3 on the turn as we are down to heads up.
One of the better cards for Rob Young when he doesn't improve, given that it's very difficult for the pre-flop raiser to just go blasting. There's a lot of check calls on a flop do contain 7 or 3 that wouldn't be folding.
55.
But Hands is fine. Found the second barrel of just Queen 6, and man, he really has good timing today.
Seldom does he put a foot wrong. We've seen him on a couple of occasions get munched on, but he's on the right side of the big ones. Just Queen 6, second barrel, meaty. Take it.
On that texture as well. Really felt like it was going to go check, and Rob can just take that one.
Yeah, he's supposed to have more of the 3s in his
And
range,
7s.
having defended from the straddle. And given, yeah, the raise on the button, maybe some more of the 7s as well. King 7 suited. Rare participation here from Boss. Picks up one caller, and it's ST who's got position and a dominant hand. Both parties flop the Broadway gutty.
Only one with the backdoor flush draw.
Then. That's 10,000. 能不能玩3呢？
要2万。
为什么是2万？
And one of those
为什么是2万2？
King X's do pick up the backdoor flush draw.
It does pair.
为什么2万2呀？
Boss does that 7 of
就
clubs.
是旁边人当搭起来。 应该 A 的话冷阵
emboldens him,
冷打起
however.
来。
Yeah, I don't think he thinks the 7 is ever good. It is in this case.
So after the 10K flop bet, he checks
所以
it.
输成功都是靠
And
那个。
ST activates, firing 20.
你实在没牌。
我这把真的差点忘了，
什么差点忘了？
这把我真的有点忘了。
Folds
我在 pot 里面
what was the best hand at the time. Obviously, plenty of equity for ST.
Very close.
One of those hands that's just begging for a check back on the river if it does call turn.
Yeah, but also doesn't think it's ever good.
Yeah. Which is, of course, a problem.
You know, Tan Xuan is one of those guys who maneuvers his chips like a straight line. Usually doesn't that mean tight?
Your turn.
You know what I'm saying?
He's bluffing.
就是慢慢的没有掉，
就是放心拿在手上。
It's just so perfectly aligned.
买牌看牌。
You seem particularly impressed with that, Randy. That's not even near the most difficult thing. What about the guys that make that like rotating circular tower that's like the chips are just sliding in motion all the way up?
That is some good architecture. Some structural engineer work needed.
Yeah.
Blueprints.
Those are people that can make mean sandcastles, I feel like. Pocket fours, pocket sixes, and ace 10. Booking a date for the flop. 10K a man, courtesy of the boss raise pre. King 9-3 board, and the sixes are still best. Checking over to boss, who does not follow through. Elton with the fours, and obviously some king X in range. Represents. Andy keeps him honest. Tough to overcall with ace 10 here. And boss chuckling as he just continues to bleed away little by little. Then he would have turned a 10, which would give him the lead. Little does he know it. 2 quick checks on the turn, and aces up for boss if he was still in there on this river. Backdoor flush arrives. 60 in the middle.
妈的后门
6
啊，6。
哎呀，我等打什么了？我 A 10了。啊，对，你打不赢你。
You know what Paul was saying.
Yep.
不缺胜的。
哦，是啊，什么鬼啊
？35卖萝卜。
我打我就赢了。
都去挑那把了解我。
35卖萝卜。
嗯。中后门2队。
10来了啊。
Yeah. You. No.
I just saw another name in the chat submitted as a request to get invited to perhaps the next one of these cash game invitationals. And it is that of Victor Blom. Isolder.
That would be legendary.
Didn't he also win a bracelet this summer along with Ivy? Am I tripping?
I know he was getting deep regularly.
I know.
I don't know if he actually won. I think he got third multiple times.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. But that would be sick.
No, he did not win one this summer.
It just kept looking like he was going to win one.
Yeah, he was getting close.
Didn't Ivy win a bracelet?
Yeah, just mentioned it.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, there we go.
都是很厉害的，觉得我厉害的都是鱼。
Talked already about Centaur Savarna, Triton regular winning one.
I was going to say that this crew doesn't really hunt bracelets, you know?
Danny Tang was out there playing a full schedule.
Hope to see Danny on screen at some point this week.
I think Kiat Lee and Soiza may have been out there.
Yeah.
As well.
Obviously a very different animal this game compared to tournaments. Things have also not been going Ivy's way, just like Paul.
这个真的很真的，它会慢慢变，不是一下就变完。
啊，
它是假的是吧？
哪里肯定？妈的，你看了这么久还不知道？
我以为有可以旁边摄像。
假是肯定假的，但我一说它假的很好，它就慢慢变暗的。
Dominated by boss's King Jack of Diamonds, which is played as a flat pre-flop.
很好那个牌，
很真的一样。
8-3 deuce 2 hearts.
16呗。
The worst suited king is really just flopped very well, but Paul's got 2 overs.
对。
Backdoor diamonds. Often he will be check calling at the minimum.
有长的话就不用了吧？
那有些地下室啊什么的，
哪里有这么大的家？
香港肯定没有，但就一般来说很长的很便宜。
啊，对。
That he does.
对，
And he finds a flush draw of his own to go with what is the best king high here on this turn. Let's see whether or not Andy's got another barrel in him.
Yeah.
No, he wants to check back and realize. Board pairing 8 on the river.
The way this one's running out, I don't mind just checking down King Jack high. It's got quite a bit of showdown value, and you might not even shake out an ace high if you do bet.
King high.
King?
He got excited for a second.
Well, there's a rare sight. Not just boss getting the showdown, but dragging the pot.
是3个小时第一把嘛。
上次那个 Hank 带我去 KTV 玩，我去了，
香港，
有那个 KTV 多大呢？就这个台子我这么大，我操！就这张台这么大，真他妈是。
香港是这样的，自己玩自己的。
哎呀，要好一点的吧？
也自己的都自己的好一点，
自己的好一点，公开的都傻的。你那好，下次带我去。等你带我去。
哎呀。
Queen 5 of hearts. Boss limps. Look at hands. King 9 off, just leaning over toward the blue chips and then plopping them in.
我自己带人。
回去哦。
Extra 11,000.
It's all right.
Invested.
香港的都被他包掉。
Ace 10 7.
哎，这个 A 是什么算的呢？
Boss with a quick check. Hands just follows through. 10,000 and takes it. And this is in part why it is that we raise in the face of the limp. Just gives us some post-flop maneuverability and credibility.
Right, and you can just sprinkle in some chips and just take it down. That ace 10-7 board really wasn't in connection with the king 9, but range-wise, it's a good board to see bet on.
今晚 AA 就可以了，其他的不玩了。
刷214差不多可以招到你，
对吧？总有140嘛。
是在坚持。
Double straddle on and a pretty one awaiting Elton in that double straddle, but it's going to cost 25,000 to continue, says Rob Young, and it might be more than that.
Oh, Ivy's definitely going upstairs. Or I thought he was. He just calls.
Plays the 10s as a flat. Note 110 into the muck.
不应该是那个电视拍出来，看过去就是跟一样的，后面可能。
Going to let Elton into the pot.
Was it a squeeze candidate here for Elton with the Ivy flat in between?
每天就可以看过这个风景。
Not so sure. It's hard to say because it was an upfront open.
933 is great texture here for Ivy, and even better considering that Rob, the pre-flop raiser, very much proud of 9s and 3s.
应该是这里呢。
C betting 30.
挺线的。
Yeah, just a great spot for Ivy that Rob's got the hand that can really just pay off.
是吧？不是吧？
不是了啊，
不是，
窗户打开看看，
这个不如哪里拍的吧？
强老板把窗户打开看一下，是不是？
Elton out of the way after Ivy flatted, and he would have turned the best hand.
Yeah, he's probably kicking himself a little bit because he thought about actually continuing. Check through on the turn.
You surprised at all that Ivy would choose to check back?
No, I'm not too surprised just because there's that one over and it's hard to get paid off 3 streets against the 9. He's definitely, I was going to say he was definitely going for value on the river, but perhaps he left some value there on the table. Even Paul saying value town. I'm surprised there.
I am too. You know, I wonder whether or not it isn't a function of perceiving Rob Young as being fairly tight.
It should be. That's his perception because he didn't even 3-bet pre off that stack with a double straddle on.
Nevertheless, manages to take down a decent pot.
明显是等我了。哦，我说我赢。
东哥。
What you did? 3-bet, 3-4, waiting for me.
Waiting for me.
This double trader 8,000.
Boss, by the way, taking note of the fact that Ivy chose to flat.
Okay, Elton.
Tan getting creative with Jack-6 suited. Tan's leaning back upon that creativity with a much more conventional ace-10 of clubs.
Bye-bye. 饿死你
Professional server.
明天
Party's over.
哎呀，没有做庄位了。
哇！现在 break
跳了一个，跳了个 stop。哇！
对不对
？3000块。
上一把是什么？
不会。
对，然后你妈的那个，
我职业
比下面赌大一点。
我当然这是你能赌吗？啊！
一共玩了5把，你忘记1把，25%。
是吧？
啊，
我那个真的是很鱼的那个。
啊不很小了，3000块。
Tan back at it this time
还好玩了。
with a more durable ace-9.
你要玩那个5000的，我不是对你好吗？对吧？
是吃饭还是？
不然你忘了把天花上头了。
嗯。
Hey,
no takers. And the players are on their feet as some rumbling tummies are going to get serviced during the dinner break, which is upon us. And it can't come soon enough. As you see, Elton Sang has breached the 7-figure barrier, stuck 1.1 million plus, 4 others in the red as well, as ST Wang and Tan Chuan continue their ascents, and hands trailing not too far behind. We're going to step aside for about 20 minutes, but don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational comes your way in just a few. Welcome back under the cover of darkness and behind the dinner break to the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro for the back half of our first ever Cash Game Invitational Day 3 action. And we've got a swapping of seats.
As the players head for a well-deserved break, we have a hot seat change to bring you up to speed on. Poker Hall of Famer Phil Ivey leaves, and the newly crowned Triton Player of the Year, Danny Ting, makes his first appearance at this Cash Game Invitational.
Thanks, Marianella. And there he is. Danny Ting, just to the left of Boss, parking $500,000 in that chair, relieving Phil Ivey. This eight-handed action continues. 3 big winners, 1 massive loser, and Boss and Andy Nee both with some work to do here. Those profit loss and chip counts brought to you by GG Poker.
Danny Tang gets to come in fresh.
Note who's to his left, though, Randy, and
yeah,
this is not where we want to find ourselves.
I hear you. 3多100万跟你们拼了，没办法了，100要拿回来了。
那个位置好。不用咖啡，那气泡水就。
Paul versus Danny Tang.
这些东西我永远会看的。
You protect me.
Good friends, and no strangers to one another on the felt. Our Boss and Danny.
What's minimum bet? Minimum bet, how much? 2.
Yeah.
And then he makes it 3.
Okay, of course.
You got to make it 3 so no one can ever accuse you of having min bet. Keep that off your resume.
不要紧啦，你不用 boss 啦，100。
对，100嘛。
我去播啊。
我去播了，吃完饭了。
无所谓都可以。好，开始打仗了。
打仗，来嘛。
咖啡喝完，
拿50，拿50给下巴哥。
拿50来，30。
钱都不收他100。
等一下先 ，Not much credit left.
Not much credit left.
You have so many days. No need. One hand, no need.
All right.
你的英语越来越好。
So the mandatory straddle's on, and immediately Paul's like, I don't want to play short, so give me $300,000 more to my stack.
Pocket 9s here for Boss.
How bad time is it to reload right now?
I wasn't going to say it.
You thought it.
I did. At least he plays it as a flat here.
Sure.
As opposed to getting after Elton. Ace-6 suited for Danny.
He's going after Elton.
Makes it 60 to go. A splashy announcement of his presence.
Danny 宝宝还是动作挺多。
Does Elton want a 4-bet? Call. Remember, Danny hasn't been playing the last 4 hours, so we might approach him differently. No, he's just going to make it 160.
Yep.
How much is the rest?
160,000.
It hurts.
We still have to worry about Danny behind us, by the way, and Danny's reputation is not one of splashiness.
Right.
But obviously, Boss knows that the setup was ripe for a squeeze. So perhaps that opens the ranges up a little bit. Still need to be concerned, of course, about the fact that Elton's putting 160 out there. No matter how steamy he might have been.
他跑了，
他跟我就哦，
你他跑了，赶不住他。
现在我不敢哦了嘛。I was ready to go in if Elton called.
对死那个啊，
对9。现在不能搞了吧？
刚刚加了码，
啊，
没有加码就那个了。
没有加码，我大他了。
对勾对勾就试他，对勾现在试还不晚。
现在一堆9下去，他一堆10也 call 你。
对啊，现在不行了嘛。
他一根就行。
对10的对勾的话就好多了。哦。
哎呀，整个晚上拿最漂亮一把这样，优美的砍神的。
Blame down.
啊
Blame down. Squeeze it. It's team hot. Team hot.
I should 3-bet first.
You like it 3-4.
Paul actually doesn't realize that Elton would have had him in the world of hurt with 2 jacks.
TV didn't see my hand last time. Good. Oh, phone. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
By the way, it isn't simply Ivy being swapped out for Danny Tang, but also some different seat draws. So I believe Andy and Hans are still slotted in the same way that they were earlier.
Yeah, but they did do a full
Yes,
seat redraw.
yes. I mean,
and
every
it is
now and again
possible to
by
get the same seat.
coincidence.
Yeah, but we did have a hot seat swap for the pro. So Ivy out, Danny Tang in.
Hands very much in. 6s full of 7s.
30.
Boss the pre-flop raiser. Hans defended his straddle. Boss with the bottom end of an open ender.
He thinks that the straight draw's got a chance and maybe even the ace high, but he's drawing dead.
That he is, and he gets there. This is disaster.
That is actually one of the best cards for Paul to hit in his eyes, but you're right, disaster it is, as Hands full pot on the turn made it look like a bluff, and he's not going to slow down.
Flop went check, check. You saw the 30K come in on the turn, and now the overbet of 100 into 90.
5, 6, 7, 90. I don't think I can fold.
Full house.
Oh, this high. Drawing dead on the turn.
Ouch.
That's max value from Hands. Nicely done. Bad luck for that river card.
Very
Paul.
bad luck.
But we've been saying he's always still in good spirits, despite things not going his way.
A dispiriting 100K dust off on the river there. Not that we can't understand why it is that he did click call. It did seem like a ripe opportunity, and that sizing, the overbet for Hands to maybe show up with less than the 8 high straight. Not that time, though. Queen 10 off. Boss. Back at it.
Look at Tan Chuan. Yeah. Snap, smooth calling ace king. Doesn't get the squeeze behind him that he wanted. Still, his hand is very disguised.
Nice. And outflopped on a Queen Jack 9 board where Boss is performing quite well. Top pair. And the open ender peering over to see exactly what's going on with Tan, who of course covers. Third pot sizing.
Draw to the nut straight. Coming in.
Along with the 2 overs.
Not surprised to see Paul check this turn. Does want to play some pot control and not get blown off his 10. Tan Chuan is going to bet 33,000. Trying to steal this one with his ace king high.
Nowhere to go but call, right?
Exactly.
Another 66,000 into the middle after the check call. Board pairing Jack on the river. Pressure application available to Tan. Should he choose to go that route, presumptions are that boss is going to check, and there you see it.
The Jack is a very difficult card to bet here because Tom's not really expected to bet the turn with a Jack too often, and Paul often has a hand like Jack 10. Nicely done.
It's nice to pick up that pot for boss in short order after losing the big one to hands.
Feels like you got a rebate.
A little bit.
可怜我啊！
一样，也不是说包头包邮，
都上头为口，参加了吗？
开牌都没大你，
那我不要，我 GDO 是要开嘛，没办法。
Ace Jack suited for Rob. Taking us upstairs.
Ooh, Ace Queen for ST, suited as well. +1, which is UTG. So see if he still 3 bets, which seems like he will.
$45 total and performing very well against this Ace Jack is ST with the Ace Queen suited. Extra 33 invested. 100,000 even in the middle. But none of the Broadway kit.
None of the suits.
Yeah. ST plays it as a check.
Imagine Rob's going to check as well. Rarely does he get a hand to fold on the flop.
4-liner. Though doubtful either player will be assigning deuce X or 7X.
That's why it's hard to bet here, even as a bluff.
King. That's a somewhat relevant card. Spade as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because the ace queen is the nut no pair, but the king hits his 3-betting range. He is going to turn his ace queen into a bluff because maybe he can just get out those 8s and 9s. That would call the same type of hand, ace queen. They'd go into the muck probably.
ST. Always had the best hand. Just ushering the ace jack into the river along with maybe some hands that somehow had a pair. Pretty one. Waiting on Rob in the straddle here. Pocket 4s for Andy.
Later to position the raise, the more value there is in 3-betting pocket 10s.
110 in the muck, by the way, and 1-4 as well now.
He is going to come in with just call. He probably would definitely be 3-betting a button open or the small blind.
7-7-5 and a couple of spades. Good texture here for Rob, and Andy doesn't hate it either.
No, it's a pretty good flop c-bet with 2 4s. Also could get counterfeited. Often the best hand. 2 10s will be making that call.
They're not going to be minding this 8 on the turn either.
Rob Young, check call lead on the 8. That's an interesting line because the 8 actually kind of hits his check calling range. So it does make sense that he's taking the lead, and it gets the 4s to put in 15K with just 14% equity.
Yeah, so an additional 25,000 ahead has made its way into the middle post flop. Ace on the river, not the kind of card Rob wants to see.
Pesky.
And might Andy turn it into a bluff? No, didn't even think about it with the underpair and the gutter. That was busted.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to turn 4s into a bluff just because he still beats busted spades. Some kind of float that took the lead on the turn.
But if he thinks that check call lead is attached to a lot of 8x, all of a sudden he can target that hand with the ace on the river.
I think it's a little bit unclear just because the turn check call lead line is a bit unconventional, so you don't have as many data points on how your opponents construct their ranges that way.
Well, a lack of the conventional is that which is on display with great regularity here across this cast of characters. And once again, we take a minute to thank all of you who are streaming us live on YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Give us a follow, a subscribe, and a like while you're at it. And we ask you, who is it that you think, when the dust settles, will be the big winner on the session? Obviously, you know who's up toward the top of the leaderboard right now. That is ST Wang. And very much down toward the bottom of it is Elton. Do you think he's going to be able to climb out? Do you think ST will be able to hang on to the big win on the day? Get on the record. Let us know. How do you think Danny Tang is going to fare here with Tan Xuan on his left? Curious as to your opinions. Two
Also
hearts.
Curious to see how Tan Xuan plays his gut shot into 2.
2 tens and a king also out there. 44,000 in the middle. This was 12,000 a man. And another 12,000 to follow through from Tan. Down to heads up. Easy fold from boss. Dry turn.
To get called on this flop, when you see a bet into 2, oftentimes the player in position does have a piece, whether it be a king, a 10. It's very difficult to multi-barrel this one expected to get through a lot. He is going to try, it seems, but king, queen won't be folding. Feels like this 28K bet is designed to kick out like an ace, jack, ace, queen. A pair lower than the 10s that would probably call a flop C bet.
Amazing.
90.
Hans is raising the king queen on the turn. Doesn't think Tan's got a big hand to go with 28K. I really like how Hans is able to find raises in spots that others tend to lead more towards standard lines. He often kind of pounces on bet sizes. You know, when it comes in a little weaker, he might find opportunities to protect his hand.
Listen,
maybe
careful
bluff raise.
pouncing on anything that Tan Xuan is doing, Randy, but I hear you, not to interrupt. We do see Tan fold appropriately. But yeah, he really is paying a lot of attention out there to all of the finer points.
Yeah, because the other times where he kind of went out check raising, it often was against like a 50% pop bet where they kind of had the option to kind of go bigger on connective boards.
Ace-7 offsuit. Popping up from ST. 1.8 million in front of him, Randy.
It's pretty good. Biggest winner so far. Tan's up a lot too. Not as much as ST at the moment.
Boss defends from the big Queen 10 offsuit, swing and a miss on the 8-5 deuce board. Check, check, board pair.
Paul's in a whistling mood. The 10 gets there for Paul. Now he can hunt value against ace highs. Kicker's quite nice too. Though I wouldn't really expect SC to have a worse 10 in this spot too often. 30K into 32 near pot.
Those meteor sizings, they don't feel milky. Sometimes they even feel desperate. Plenty of busted draws out there, but ace high just properly finds them up. Going to take a lot more of those pots to get Boss out of the hole on the session. But to be fair, other than that 100K where he drew dead on the turn and then
ace-5
made that
hands,
8-high
6-7.
straight not long ago against the full house of hands, it was predominantly the death by 1,000 cuts phenomenon. Different slices, but, you know, call, pre-flop, never get anything going post, maybe peel for a C-bet, and then never get anything going beyond that. It wasn't like he was finding his way to showdown in big pots, and that's how the damages were done.
Sometimes you just get dealt nothing and you just bleed away. It just hurts more right now because the big blind ante is bigger. That adds up.
Right?
Right before yesterday, we were playing 1-2-2. So we've increased the big blind ante by 2.5x.
Well, without the straddle on, it's 8K already in orbit. Now it's 12,000 in orbit. So on average, when we're playing 18 or 8-handed, $1,500 per hand comes off your stack. Meanwhile, a couple of ace-deuce suiteds involved with the ace-7.
Nice board.
Wheel draws for both.
Andy with the backdoor hearts as well, which gives him more reason to bet.
That's 19,000.
Rob Young with no backdoor spades. He actually folds his gut shot.
So Andy following up for 19,000 on the 11 pre, takes it down. How you feeling, Randy? You got the post-dinner grogginess a little bit?
Yeah, I feel a little full.
10.
Yeah, I got it a little bit, but
Where'd you go? You went with the fried rice?
I went with the fried rice. You?
I did the Szechuan chili chicken.
And spicy? Peppercorns?
Yeah, it didn't have the mouth-numbing properties, thankfully.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, when I was out in Chengdu, China, they definitely hit you with generous helpings of that.
So I didn't know what those peppercorns were. I'd never had in my life. I went to a dim sum place in Macau, and Selena had taken me to this place, and she had ordered this dumpling dim sum with lots of peppercorns. I took a spoonful of it. I ate it.
You ate a spoonful of the peppercorns?
With the dumpling because I thought it was the dish. There's a single dumpling dressed of it. And I couldn't talk and everyone was just looking at me like, why would you do that? Yeah, I didn't say another word for the next hour.
Yeah, that's because you might as well have swallowed a mouthful of hornets. Meanwhile, three-way affair to the ace, king, queen board where Danny's aces are improbably good on flop and turn in spite of the four-liner arriving. No post-flop chips have found their way into the middle. Danny now with aces up.
You might be able to seek a little bit of value with that turn check through, not worry about the jack. This is a good two pair. There are worse two pairs out there. Like this value hunting he's seeking. We've seen hand zero call.
我们俩一人一份。
他就觉得你鱼。
对，我们两个一人一份，你爬更快，你就赌2000了。
Hans is asking the question, how thin would you value bet? Is it only a straight? If so, it makes his hand bluff catching better. Worse, though, if it's ace deuce.
那么打完以后是水上，75000再乘5，3475000，哎呀，追几把？那你连中3把吧，因为很难中嘛。应该差不多有个100万左右。
Just the busted clubs we're considering?
It could just be a random hand, just given that it's a four-liner, so you don't necessarily need busted clubs.
4个人很容易一个人一直不中的。
Gave it a long chew, but in the end, found the proper muck.
One.
Did Hans. Although if all of a sudden he were to raise, one wonders. As played, though, in position, two streets of checking back, it's tough.
Tough
to
to raise. And plus, if you do raise, you won't need to raise that big. But yeah, I didn't consider that was ever an equation.
I'm even for the trip now.
You only in for 5 minutes today,
though. Did Hans just say he's even for the trip now?
He did.
Being ahead as much as he is?
Yeah.
Did he really lose that much yesterday or the day before?
Did add up a bit. Sometimes they play after hours as well. Currently he's up, at what, 600,000, right? I'm guessing. I think he was in for just 500.
Well, that was the minimum buy-in today at the new stakes. Meanwhile, ST took us upstairs with the ace-jack. Rob playing the tens as a flat. Andy doing the same with king-jack suited. Hans able to close the action with this offsuit one-gapper. 50 in the middle. King 9-6. Top pair and a king-high flush draw. Andy with a chokehold on this one. Hans with the gutter.
That's an absolute beauty.
Rob, mindful of the presence of the king. Checks. To the turn we go, which pairs hands.
Clear straight draws to target for Andy. So he's actually not going to bet. Rob Young takes the bait. He thinks he's got the best hand of the tens. I don't blame him. It's a round of checks on the flop, almost a round of checks on the turn.
And he does have the gutter.
Yes.
In case his tens aren't good.
He's also blocking outs in case his opponent's holding like an 8-9, right? With those tens, so even better. The Andy will come in.
红须还是什么？红须还是什么来着？
Safe river card for Andy.
没想到你怎么
check。
没想到
打我在大堂没有打3张没有打的，第4张我
没想到你怎么
开枪
怎么中爱心啊？
看
120.
Big flop.
Whoa.
Bet.
That's why he has monsters all the time.
Monster.
I haven't been.
You see Rob
You only get to see it when it's monster. When
frustrated.
it's not monster enough. You don't. You have to pay a lot to see. it.
Olin. ST aces. Digo, vete ahí, Olin.
King, queen for Elton. He's had an absolutely disastrous day.
In for 2 million. Couple sixes for Danny.
He's in for 12,000, as is Danny. 1-6 busy in ST's hand. Ace 10 for Tan on the button. He's in there as well. 3 amigos.
Extremely fair fight in terms of equity.
King 3 deuce. Elton top pair. Checking.
Position bet incoming from Tan.
Yeah. 2 checks in front of him. And the deuce and the 3 danglers. More texture that leaves him thinking maybe I can just fire and take it down.
Thinks that, but it won't be happening. That 5 is going to give Tan Xuan some outs. Ace or 4 would be good.
Elton continuing the check line. Tan slowing down and failing to find the necessary 4 or ace for a winner. 4 does pair. Now Elton quite comfy. Fires 80.
He's been going big.
Well, he's stuck big,
You know?
so obviously that's part of it. But also I think, you know, these are the kind of spots where he knows that Tan is a candidate for a hero call.
Look, if you're going to hero call with ace 10, does unblock the hearts, which is probably a decent part of Elton's bluffing range. We'll be passing.
Yeah, you could tell. He was curious. Elton was all too ready to show down. Ace 2 suited. Danny raising it up. Pocket tens once more.
Don't really see how he's not going to 3-bet this.
35, says Tan.
Let's see if Danny wants to play with Tan. Not interested out of position.
I think Danny always aware of the assignment when drawing that seat to the right of Tan is going to be more difficult than it might have been otherwise.
It's one of those seats where you just tolerate it and wait for the next one, you know? Play your cards.
So you can eat stuff that's fried by like pig oil?
No, it's fried in vegetable oil. it's health. I think it's healthy early vegetarian. But
Yeah, you have less.
red meat, like with all the
10.
chemicals in, stuff. Like no Kentucky Fried Chicken and no McDonald's. A lot of the junk foods meat. Isn't it?
I don't think we could do that, Ollie. No McDonald's, no fast food.
I mean, listen, I'm not surviving on that stuff,
But
but
you gotta have it
every
once
now
in a
and
while,
again,
right?
You know, you indulge. Elton indulging in the ace jack suited. 3-bet and take. You got a favorite fast food joint, Randy?
Shake
Don't
Shack.
say Del Taco. when you
Shake
were
Shack. Shake
working
Shack.
over there. Oh, that's right. Randy decided in his infinite wisdom on a layover at Istanbul Airport en route to Montenegro to plunk down. How much did you spend on Shake Shack?
24.50 euro on
So, like,
just the burger alone.
So
No fries.
$30 basically
Yeah.
in
And-
that neighborhood.
And it was the worst Shake Shack I've ever had in my life. Had a flying saucer for the patty. The bun was half the size of the patty, and yeah, it was bad.
Dust.
I was pretty tilted. I was like, I'm gonna splurge on this, and I was like, oh my god, why did I do it? What's your favorite?
I was up at the Turkish Airlines lounge, by the way, where they have made to order 2 stations of food, a beautiful self-service display, a golf simulator, a flight simulator, sleeping suites, showers, lockers, kids play area.
10.
For those, you know, I was looking at it and they were like, "You're too old." It's like, okay,
You attempted the slide, the swings. Okay.
I'm like real life Billy Madison. You know me. King 9, hands offsuit. Getting a bit frisky.
Yeah, it has been opening up all of a sudden.
Yeah. 8-4 suited. Paul able to close the action after the 2 flats from the ace-8 suited and the king 10. The latter of which flops top pair on a 10-7 deuce board, but note ST has himself the nut flush draw here. Three checks in front of him.
We've
46
seen
out there.
ST bet in position quite often. Ace-8 suited is quite a good one. Put in healthy bet.
Field. Paired in half. Predictable. 2 hands to continue, and the 4 of spades will leave Rob drawing dead. Checks once more.
ST wants to get value out of the 10. He doesn't want to make it too large, I imagine, to kind of scare off the weaker ones that don't have a spade with it.
You guys want to play a pair game? If we pick 3 pairs, and then if we happen to get it, we just collect money from each other.
Sure.
Nice laydown,
Andy?
King 10.
怎么玩？这个怎么玩？
Giving ST credit.
3个，
我们玩的是技术，你搞运气。
你们相信我。
谁拿到就可以玩。
4 or 5。
I never heard of that kind of prop game that Elton's fishing for.
You're saying everyone picks a pair?
It's like 3 pairs, and you just dealt it. You get money. I
don't know. Hands would pick jacks. In
Maybe
retrospect.
now. And the fact that Elton's suggesting it means that he's looking to drive the action already.
Anything to juice this game up and help him crawl out of this hole. He's in. Staying in as well, defending, but coming up empty on the ace-9 deuce board. 1 overcard to the jacks, which do check back. Neither player with the diamond draw. Note that Danny hunts a jack now.
你加5个水，3、8个肯定跟你玩，我跟你说。玩不玩？
If Danny was holding a diamond, he's more likely to bet the turn.
3个
3个，
Second check back from him.
我你怎么解他？
这3、8个忘记过181对9。
我每次忘记了，我不能玩这些。
He's actually going to stab here.
You know, 2 streets of disinterest, and Danny feels like maybe he can get it done. And nice by hands, inducing, picking off for the 13,000.
你让5个跟你玩，
他打还是你打的你？
你让我5个我就跟你玩。
当我透，
你有9对不是
5个水啊？
一霸。
This dude's a crusher, Randy.
Money card, there was a
Which dude?
蚊子腿也是腿。
Hands.
He is. He's playing excellent today.
Oh, but I mean, like, he's suspiciously good.
You think he's too good? Wait, what are you trying to get at?
You know, I'm just saying. Might want to dial it back a little bit if we're looking to be a part of Cash Game Invitational number 2, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Under some suspicion, at least as far as I'm concerned. Because he's not playing out of the hot seat, which
No,
is
he's
where
not.
our one designated professional poker player plays. He's among those designated as VIPs.
啊，2个水不要，我操，这么好的条件啊！
King 5 deuce, top 2 for ST.
2个水也不要，这免费送钱。
Here's one good continuing.
哇，真的。
Times Queen 6 is not.
ST 玩2个水，
可以啊。
ST 不用水呀。
就我是鱼，别人在拿水，我没水就玩，是不是智商有什么问题？
你肯定忘不掉啊！
忘应该不会忘的嘛，那个。
他跟那个网页玩了，网页老是忘记。
对，网页是直接忘记了。
哎，这个 so boring。你玩不玩？我们3个人玩。10万10万，120万。
2点水啊
Boss on the button, ace jack.
还要水这么多钱啊？选3个嘛。
对啊，我现在水上心情很好，等我哪天水钱我给你玩。
一个晚上都不会发生1、2次，1、2把。对吗
？3个对的，3个对。
60多把才要
2个小时1把。
The lone customer.
2个小时平均每人赚1次。
Fans on the Queen High Rainbow board. Second pair, ace kicker for boss.
Could be one of those hands where you mix betting flop and checking back. Kicker at the maximum makes him bet.
拳击到口袋里去，现在赌的都是狠的。
Easy takedown there, although that has not been the story on the session for Paul.
结束了，陪你玩13水，好吧？
好。哎，现在开一桌就可以了嘛，旁边。
直播旁边在玩13水。
你刚刚有一桌，我这个发牌就可以了。
How do you think hands feels at this table? Everyone's taking
来
Mandarin and Cantonese, and
先慢慢放嘛，
I guess he's just winning money.
就是边玩边打。
No big deal.
在那个协会倒是边玩。
I mean, it would seem to be a lot more fun.
They look like they're having fun.
Just
He's
given
like
how
at
much
the
they're
parties,
laughing, like I kind of want to know what they're saying
Yeah.
myself, right? I mean, seems like there's some good entertainment value.
你水象很急啊，兄弟。
You see what I mean? Like I want in on the mischief.
Hence, I cannot convince anybody else to play with me. Just me and you, that's all.
What's this, pair game?
Yeah, fair game. You pick 3, I pick 3. On your case.
How does it work again?
If you get it, you auto win.
Okay.
Like I did, I
need to call it though, right?
No,
you just gotta show me and I just gotta show you. That's it.
How does it work if we fold though?
No, you keep it. But there's 3 of it, so they don't know what it is. They know it's one of the 3.
I don't know. It affects the game, doesn't it?
Very little. It's very rare to get it. Almost never happens.
Famous first words.
I want to play
It's
100K.
all about it. I mean, I'll do it.
It happens 1 in every 70 hands. So, all right.
Well, we're going to get in another 70 hands, so I don't know about all that. It's so rare.
7 deuce? Yeah, I love 7 deuce.
Salesmanship. 7-5 deuce with a couple of hearts. ST and Danny. Both with ace high, and even though Danny's ace 8 is in front, ST's has decent equity courtesy of backdoor hearts and the wheel gutty.
We hit a combo of it, like 7 deuce. If there's 7
Neither coming on the turn after it goes check, check.
We collect them.
I'll do some red black if you want.
Red black?
Yeah.
Okay. Red black. Red black, we do like this. Like if it's 2 red, 1 black, is single. 3 red is double. All flush is triple. Straight flush is plus.
You always do it very complicated.
That's the fun way to do it.
Oh.
Because there's actually multipliers, right?
Okay, fair enough.
一点都不浪费。
Elton's got a customer, Randy. He angled all night to get somebody to give him some extra action, and hands is his huckleberry.
I was thinking more 1K.
25K. 1 white. Maximum lose is 100K. Huh? Yes.
Until I'm even? You want to get me stuck again?
先慢慢的把它先就进去，慢慢的再升起来。你这一下子手臂怎么受得了？一下子就怕掉了。
White chip is easier to swap.
Man, he's really pushing.
The white chip is no easier to exchange than any other denomination, Elton. It's just that the whites are 25K a piece. I like how he said, well, it's just going to go back and forth. It's going to break even, right?
He's like, yeah, triple of this,
yeah,
quad if it's straight flush.
Right. On the button, Andy's king queen has made it 12 to go. Hands flats the deuces. ST shoots it all the way up to 60,000 with this 9-10 suited, and now it is back over on Andy.
Andy opened the button, so he might be expecting more loose squeezes. And he comes in with a call. Hands is out, the deuces.
I'll do 5K if you want. Won't move the needle for you? Won't move the needle.
Queen 10-6, top pair for Andy after hanging in. Outperforming ST's middle pair.
Too little worth the energy to be looking at every flop.
Hands, by the way, offered to do the red black at 5K. Elton said it's too small.
Maybe if I go on a heater, then we can.
You'll like it.
Rediscuss.
The fun game.
Elton's really pushing.
He's going so hard in the paint, man. He's like, if I'm not going to get unstuck in poker, I'm going to get some red black to get me out.
I mean, he only went with red black because Hans suggested. He was trying to play pair game. And God knows what else. Hans trying to give action, but he was like, what? You want to play 25K a pop? Back to his hand real quick. It is top pair versus middle pair. ST squeezed. Check through on the flop. Now Andy's betting on the turn. I don't see how ST can lay down as played. Would be quite the hero fold if he can find it.
이거 잠깐만 내가 하나. 그제 뭐야? 뭐 조절로가.
그리고 너무
70,000 a man to this river, which gives Andy top 2.
The king would appear to be bad for ST, but it's actually a saving grace that he might be able to get away. Given that Andy's turn bets can hit that king, could be like a king jack straight draw. 2 diamonds to the king, I could see it.
281 already in here.
Yeah, 60 pre, 70 on the turn.
And we're not worried about Jack 9.
No,
we're blocking.
Not with the way the hand's been played too. Would expect ST, if he had Jack 9 or even Ace Jack, would probably bet himself whether to flop or turn. So with the passive action from ST, and he's just got to go for value. He just doesn't know how much he should make it quite yet.
I began to say we're blocking, but of course Andy not blocking the Jack 9 and is unblocking Ace Jack. But again, I'm not sure unless it was specifically Ace Jack of Spades and as played. I don't know how often we assume that to be across the way for ST. Andy very much comfortable with 180K barrel on this river. I think our date with a pair of 10s rates to be coming to a close.
I don't think ST thinks that Andy would be betting a single pair right now. For this price with the action.
Okay.
Mainly King Jack comes to mind.
So 2 pair plus is what ST presumes to be across the way. And as we can see, it's exactly that.
So Andy is actually recovered after bluffing that Queen's hand against ST. He's practically even now. He lost 500,000 that hand.
你是不是准备要做下一个 rapper 啊？
So nice recovery and grind for Andy Nee.
ST can well afford to take the hit. Rob's turn in the straddle. Boss continues to be largely card dead and on the wrong end of showdown when he isn't.
Jack 6 offsuit in the hijack.
Why do you say it like that, Randy? What's that tone about?
I mean, this is the 7 deuce of short deck, you know, and his hand's not good in no limit hold'em as well.
You shut up, Randy.
You
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Queen Jack, by the way, on the button, pushing back, and that opens the door for Elton 7-8 of clubs to take us all the way up to 100,000 as a 4-bet.
Cold too, and this is why you play props, so don't reject them because he's gonna go after you and get that money.
I forgot to choose one.
Oh,
I think it's that one.
this one?
Mm-hmm.
Open that one.
That folder.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Was it one of the cards though? Yeah. Crazy Elton.
我牌很响。
It's 7.
You like how he has to confirm? Is that one of the cards or is that one of the random
Right.
cards?
How could a 7 be part of a 4-bet to 100,000?
A 皮被你们搞跑了，真的上头啊！
Huh? Is he not straddle? Yeah.
So it kind of seems like Hans and Elton are kind of playing a show one to each other kind of game, I assume. Queen 5 suited, much better
Then Jack 6 off? I mean,
Yeah.
Ton's trending in the right direction.
It's earlier position, but you know, I'd rather play the Queen 5 suited than Jack 6 and later.
Andy wants to set mine the 4s. Rob already in there for 2K. Will call the extra 10. Boss's ace-3 offsuit. Will close, and he'll be pleased that he's the only ace, and an ace-7 deuce on the board. Leaves Boss handily in front of the field. Round of checks. 7 pairs on the turn. Still no betting. Oh, no. The 4 on the river. Granted, diamonds come in terms of Paul's perspective as to whether or not this ace-3 is bet-worthy.
But even if he doesn't bet, we know that Andy will be betting if it gets checked over to him.
Yeah.
The way the hand's playing out, though, it would appear that no one has a flush. Like this sizing from Andy, trying to get paid off by an ace.
You see Boss not proud of this ace-3 and quite concerned about the prospects of diamonds or bigger ace.
Bigger ace is very pulsable, right? Just a pure bluff catch. Flicks in a call.
我还在想扣不扣，
输了，我还以为你会做什么？想扣38万，跟着这38万，你啊？
为什么38万？
哪里知道 ？A 海面
A 就是44
，A 海面你一仓都不打，
不打
就来扣你。
A 牌
，A
是我啊，
不给付。
这会儿一点牌都没有。
No, 7 bet 2.
This session really has been an ugly one for Boss.
Yeah, he doesn't lose massive pots, but he's just bleeding like 50K regularly, you know?
I mean, his win percentage at Showdown is abysmal.
Yeah, he's won like one hand. Not as brutal as Elton's, though.
Fair.
Rob's doing all right. Bought in for 500,000. Laying down to King Jack. Good timing because Danny's got Ace Jack.
我 A 都不想扣了，你 Queen 还想扣？
有颜色。
那你输也就输这一手牌嘛，没别的牌输嘛。
有189有啦。
You wanted to call now? Yeah.
3路
His buddy
3路这很正常嘛。
for the ride and picks up trips here. Unfortunately for him, Danny's Ace Jack not only didn't 3-bet
Queen high, like
pre-flop, but
Queen 6
isn't likely to be all that keen.
Yeah, but Danny's definitely going to be at least check calling this flop. With Ace Jack could be the best hand.
Six is full now for Elton.
Nice. Also nice, because normally the check call range likes this kind of turn card.
Danny promptly done with it. Well, just what, 30 or 40 more pots like that, Randy? And we're out of the hole? I mean,
because apparently props aren't on.
Not for lack of trying.
So I don't have, huh? This one, huh? Last night, when I have, you won or lost? Last night.
Ah, okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know whether you know that. Maybe you want some more when you come back. Yeah, well,
King 10 off. Hands makes it a cool 10,000.
Cooler hand over here.
Yeah, might get bumped up from there by the ace queen of Rob Young. And sure enough, a white and a blue equals 30 if you do.
Not much King 10 offsuit can do out of position. So hands is out.
Okay, go.
Smooth sailing for Rob so far.
推过来我会喝掉。你如果推过来我就喝掉。Rob, how long have you been a vegetarian for?
Since I was 16, so long time.
Wow.
Crazy.
I thought I've been one for a while.
You also?
I'm a vegan.
Oh, you're vegan now. I'm vegetarian.
Yeah. Ever consider going full vegan?
Yeah, yeah. Thought about it. I'm almost full vegan anyway. The only thing I have is cappuccino.
Oh, really?
Apart from that, sometimes I have like cheddar cheese.
What's the difference? Full vegan.
Can eat dairy or not dairy.
Yeah.
Not just dairy, animal products in general. Eggs,
Jack.
Vegans
Yeah.
don't eat animal
I don't-
products at
I
all.
don't eat eggs.
Vegetarians just don't eat meat.
Vegetarians what?
Don't eat meat.
Ace three suited, not going to find the bin.
Oh, I see.
$30,000 in the middle, but nothing that rates to pique the interest of Tan.
10.
Quick check fold.
What was your reason for
going vegan?
Yeah.
There are a lot of good reasons, but I'm in it for caring for animals.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. But it's also good for the environment. It's good for your health if you do it properly.
ST doesn't look sold on veganism, if I'm being honest.
No.
I love animals too, Randy, but they're delicious, a lot of them. So what do I do? Help me.
I had some beef earlier today. Oh, we had chicken.
Yeah, Randy, we did.
Yeah, we did.
The problem is I'm always on Instagram. And, you know, the algos got me figured out that I love animals. And they're like,
I've
oh,
seen
look
you
at these
show me these,
chickens.
yeah.
They're so emotionally
So
sentient.
you don't.
No,
leave
I'm
them
still going to
alone?
hammer a three-piece bucket. Are you kidding me? Ace 10 against Queen Jack. Andy out flopping boss. Follows through for 12,000. His woes rate to continue. Top pair check calls. Doesn't fear the 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Not quite the one for Paul. Ace 10 high.
Hence the check back. Uncomplicated river.
Yeah, and he can definitely go for value. Try to get looked up by some kind of pair. Maybe even ace high if he sizes accordingly. Remember earlier, Andy called Paul with queen high. It was good. Maybe Paul wants to kind of get a little curious with his ace high. He doesn't have a club in hand, which is what he would try to pick off, but wisely folds.
It's getting more and more painful to watch.
It's hard not to notice because it happens every time. He just never wins a pot.
Yeah,
How's
and
Nottingham
listen, he's
for,
not stuck anywhere
vegetarian?
near what Elton's stuck.
Right.
But
Do you do vegetarian restaurants?
just the sheer inability to ever drag one, it seems, is what the pain centers around. And that pain is to the tune of over $400,000 in losses on the session thus far for a boss. You see Elton climbing back beneath the 7-figure threshold. Rob now down a couple of hundred times. Danny, the late arrival, new to this frame, down 100,000 as ST continues. The rest at the top of the profit loss margins and the chip count. $746,000 winner on the session.
Because it's because you believe like animal have like rights and stuff. That's why you
I just went to a slaughterhouse when I was 16.
Oh.
Saw the animals getting killed. I just thought I'm not going to eat them. It was that simple. It wasn't like not like a deep spiritual.
So you want to be a vegetarian?
Me? No chance.
Then you go to the slaughterhouse.
No chance.
Slaughterhouse, yeah.
I don't like tell other people they should or preach it or it's just personal to me. I think what you eat is a personal decision.
For sure. When you see it, yeah.
I didn't like the way the animals were getting treated, so I didn't want to be.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's the same with vegan. I don't think I should have milk because the cows get treated badly, don't they?
That's
Probably
the idea, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably I should probably go totally vegan, which is pretty like so easy for me to do.
You don't eat eggs?
I don't eat eggs. I don't really like cheese. Sometimes I have a little bit of cheddar in my salad, but it's not necessary.
And you don't like oat milk or soy milk?
Fine, yeah. When I remember, like at Starbucks, I say skinny white mocha with oat milk.
Right.
Just remembering, right? I think I could go vegan tomorrow. I wouldn't even notice.
That flush draw picked up by Andy on the turn here.
Yeah, he's got quite the firepower.
There's often cheese in salads, though.
Yeah.
So that might be challenging.
Wheel draws well.
I mean,
Like a
And
Greek
boss.
I don't know whether I enjoy it more or less.
Is he
Mine's
back?
a good
Is he back,
river.
Ollie?
I enjoy salad with avocado. And
This is a good start, right?
about 4 or 5 years, about 3 or 4 years ago, I went to the doctors for a test and they scanned my liver and told me I should improve my diet. So since then, I've been pretty good. To be honest with you. I had like what's called a fatty liver.
Okay.
Huh? From eating salad?
No, from alcohol.
Oh,
Which,
that makes sense.
Mine's actually not from alcohol, it's hereditary. So basically, you have high cholesterol in your liver. So you have to cut out like bad foods, eat pretty raw food, unprocessed food.
Yeah.
Clean it all up. So my diet was a good diet was forced on me really, for health reasons.
25K bet
Alcohol,
on the river. Being contemplated here by Andy. This one was a pre-flop raise
Yeah. I'm drinking like
to 11,000 by boss.
Okay. At least you have 20 years on them.
On the flop was another 11K. Check called. We saw the check on the river. Boss smacks the 10 for a winner on the end.
You got to remember, Ollie, Andy successfully called Paul with queen high. So he might be thinking ace highs, even better.
等一下，等打完。
King queen, king queen.
Calling out hands he can beat.
There are lots of 0% beers now, also, which are nice.
你要换酸了。
Yeah, it's alcohol beers. Yeah, it's got sugar in. Again, sugar's bad for me.
有牌有牌，中10嘛，
中10了。
Andy does eventually find the fold. Disappointingly for Paul.
Oh. 有没有对？
Scary.
我准备第四档打我看，你应该不要了。
我不要嘛。
打4碗你可能就不要了。
Yep.
Well, I do have a glass of red wine when I go out.
第四档很好看，第四档。
That's fine.
I've never really been a massive drinker.
我准备
Randy.
Got a week, a bad liver.
Who do you think wins in a vegetarian lasts longer, me or you?
Me.
要 cherries.
Yeah, we got cherries.
Oh, really?
You think you'd win?
Depends on how much we bet on it.
You really think so?
If it's not enough, I'm
Okay,
just
like
going to
how-
pay the price to eat a burger. But if it's big enough,
How big would you
what
actually?
if we're both so stubborn that we just turn into vegetarians for life?
How big would you play?
You're looking well, by the way.
Honestly, like if you think we were actually going to do it.
Agree.
Is there a time where the bet's off, or it's just for the rest of our lives? As soon as somebody eats meat, you pay out.
10 years?
Of anything.
Really?
10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Like 3 years, 1 year, 2 year?
1 year.
1 day,
Yeah,
half
1
a
year.
Yeah.
How much do you play for?
One day half a
But that's nothing compared to like
I love meat, though,
he's
by
on
the way.
40, right?
I love meat too. I love nut flush draws.
It's never too late to.
I
And then
don't
it's
love
always
ace queen sticking
breakfast in the
around from
morning.
a somewhat stubborn Elton on the session,
Can
and I
get in
certainly
there.
don't love it
Oh.
when that ace
It was
queen
a
hits a queen
lifestyle
on
like
the
that,
river,
so
and I don't
don't
make
know,
anything.
whatever.
You feel
Elton
better?
Oh,
firing
can I beat
40,000.
you in
Yeah.
spot?
Never.
Not football, an ace.
No first draw with an
Show me
ace.
what you beat me with.
Huh?
Show me what you beat me with.
You can pick one card.
I picked two.
You pick one.
Show me two on
One
that.
time one. So you pick 2 times.
I wanna
Only
see
for you.
what he's actually beat me with.
He bluffing already. Only for you.
Were you ahead at any point in your life?
Why you called the turn?
Huh?
Why you called the turn?
Because I was ahead.
Wow. It's queen.
So Ollie, the reason I think I can beat you is I know I can't
Boy, it's
cook,
too dangerous, man.
so I can just
It's
make
just
salads.
poker
You
game.
just buy the leaves and eat them, right?
Every hand I was ahead from
Well,
pre-flop
usually
to
you
flop to
cut them up and then mix them with some other ingredients, but I hear what you're saying.
Look, turn was nice.
Am I allowed to eat noodles?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I tend to eat noodles quite a
Yeah,
bit.
but I don't think you're allowed to put the flavoring packet in there, right? Like if it's chicken ramen, beef ramen.
So I can't use that. I can use the spicy seasoning at least from the ramyun.
I don't know. There might be meat in that. Might be like shrimp powder or something. I'm just saying. Aces
Oh, shrimp powder. Yeah,
in the straddle, no less.
all right.
Danny activating at the wrong time. King 9
60.
suited. Gets flatted by Elton, and now
Here,
all of
Rob.
a sudden they face 60.
You win this one. Here, return, return. Show me. Show me. Return. Just me.
Funny, right?
You're ahead this time. I had 8 high.
That's how I'm running, right?
That was a lot more hand than I
That's the
think
first
Elton
action
expected to squeeze
You got already from me.
when he immediately got the reciprocity of a free peek.
He did disguise Rob's hand a bit. He said, "You had me beat this time."
Yeah.
8 high.
Yeah.
Everybody's so good at poker now, they don't
Yeah. I don't know.
they? So good.
Game's hard, man. I got you.
On me?
Even young, a couple of Chinese girls, they're 19 years old. They're amazing.
Really?
They have coach.
I can't remember their name. They were still 19 years old. How can you be so good?
They're supposed to be better. Like the younger, the better.
At 19?
Yeah.
Well, all they do is play poker.
Yeah.
Day in, day out, night and night and night and night. Thousands of hands.
Play, get some coaching, play, get some coaching.
That's all they do.
How long does
Yeah,
it take?
6 months can beat you.
Really? 6 months? Or using like solvers and things?
Queen 9 in a
Even
bad
just-
way against
Even
Elton.
if they're
with
not
flats.
using solvers, they just play
Someone
and
coach
then
play,
experience it.
yeah.
Anything you do repeatedly every day, right? You're gonna get good at it at some point.
They just play online all the time, analyze the mistakes.
Yeah, maybe. Even if they don't analyze mistakes, like they make the mistake, someone else just by watching someone else playing with someone else, you're gonna learn, right?
Check on
Still
the
think
flop.
At 19 years old, pretty outstanding. I can't remember her name.
The 19-year-old Asian.
Denisa.
She was in
Turn.
she was here.
Oh,
Check as well. King Queen would be a winner at Showdown, provided
That's
it's
what you
allowed
do.
to
Play
get
poker
there.
and watch drama.
Your hands.
Still got to be clever, right?
Is the pre-flop razor.
Right.
I mean, she lost.
25.
Can get better hands to fold. There we go.
Fires 25. Convinced that if Elton had enough of the piece, he would have been heard from earlier.
Interesting card you chose.
Ten
Good
tongs is
choice.
good, maybe. I don't know.
Good card or a bad card?
Is that cheese or mango?
That's a bit cheap.
Papaya.
No,
That's mango.
that's avocado.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is avocado. You tell me mango.
No.
That doesn't look like mango.
It's a deeply underripe mango if you're trying to pass off an avocado.
Honeydew.
Very good salad dressing. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What it is. I'm gonna live here for the salad.
I think salads shouldn't really be the determining factor in deciding to live somewhere, but
Same hand.
Right.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something
Pear.
about a salad that hails from Burmese cuisine. It's called fermented tea leaf salad. Have you ever had this?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It is fantastic. Agreed?
I like it, yes.
So delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Got this Burmese restaurant up in Northern California where I'm from, and people line up in droves. The salad's so popular that it would sell out through the course of any particular dinner service. And this restaurant actually went out and bought the tea farms in Burma so that they wouldn't lose control of the supply and they could keep enough salad in stock. And then now they sell it where you can actually order it online. Anyway, I know I'm going down the streets, but
Okay.
look it up, figure out a way to taste it, and then
We
thank
got a
Randy
name for
and
this
I.
joint?
Burma Superstar.
I was gonna say, I was thinking.
You know about Burma
yeah,
Superstar?
I ate it so long ago when I was in uni. Yeah, Burmese Superstar. I know
Wait,
about
but
it.
you were in uni up at UC Davis.
Yeah, but I'm allowed to.
You would drive all the way down for Burma Superstar?
I used to play little video games, in the arcades. It's on the
Wow.
Fill me in, please.
But I know it. I know the joint.
The arcade hustle.
I did hustle a bit.
Ace Queen 8 here, three-way affair. Bottom pair for ST. He was the party starter. He's going to keep the party going.
I think the party's going to end. First one of the party, last one. Oh, we're showing some cards.
我靠，终于
picked the good one.
3条给你看了，接下来不要看了。
The 8.
By the way, we're getting a little backup, Randy, from Luke in the chat. Confirms the tea leaf salad is fire. And then is mentioning a restaurant by the name of Burma Town.
I don't know that one.
In Marin. I didn't spend all that much time up
I
in
never
Marin.
went to Marin. Yeah.
The police for the blinds.
I make sure I didn't wash my hands too, just in case.
What?
Maybe Burma
So,
Town
yeah.
is like Chinatown, where it's like a little.
Do you
I don't
use
think
pepper?
so.
I don't think
It's not
so.
enough.
No.
It's of a diaspora for that.
Really just, yeah.
Queen 8 suited. Rob shoots it up. Suited one gapper on the button. Boss flats. Pocket tens now for Andy. Squeeze available. Especially in the straddle pots.
It's not mandatory, but it does seem like that's just the option he will be opting for.
Oh, you call, I call.
Looks like he'll be taking this one down.
That one. 看一下有点意思。
Chat's hanging in there.
You ever played a poker game where
I'm catching
feedback's
up.
not allowed?
What, limit hold?
No, just
Basically limit hold 'em?
feedback, 4-bet's not allowed. You ever played it?
Oh.
I played it. I played at my casino. Only open raise.
Did you set that rule?
Played like £5, £10. Good. Saw loads of flops. It was really good.
It's not good when you're like six way to the.
Cannot
to
3-bet,
the-
4-bet?
to- yeah, with aces.
Yeah, you can't do that 4-bet. You know, you open raise. Really good. It's like pot limit.
Pocket
You enjoy it
queens
when.
Take £5, £10 with the guys.
for Andy.
Look at
Interesting
that.
rule.
Yeah, you enjoy it when you have pocket sixes, but you hate it when you have kings.
Limping, looking to induce.
Same chances of having pocket sixes.
You get to play loads of
Hands an ST.
That's sneaky.
Do not oblige.
Everyone's playing.
Nor do they improve on the king 8
You get
flop.
to see lots of flops, but then on the flop, I think everybody will be kind of nut pedaling because they're looking to make like the nuts, right? One pair isn't worth much. I don't know. But it's interesting.
Check through on the flop. Andy now hunting value, but the 6-4 and 7-3.
Yeah.
They're out.
Getting popular now.
And not 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't think Elton and Tan would like that game where you can only raise pre-flop, no 3-bet or 4-bet allowed.
Not everyone's calling raises like Jack 3 and things like that. People have all got hands.
Right.
Perfect type of game for me.
Elton will like it.
I kind of like it, actually. I don't have to worry about getting squeezed every time I call with my 5-6 offsuit.
How's the dusk doing?
Sevens here for ST.
You can split them.
Well, is Elton showing the queen or the 8 as the dealer? That's
oh, you can't really do it.
You know,
either.
King 9-3.
You like PLO more, don't you?
Pretty poor texture for both parties.
I remember when, back in the days when the Tricket room, I always have to.
Queen 8 offsuit, no heart in hand. It is going to fire.
Well, there's plenty of heart.
Cricket was always organising PLO games.
Quarter pot.
Okay.
Look at ST.
Do you still hang out?
Healing.
Like, does he
No,
still
by the
play?
way,
Do you guys still hang out?
one of the paths to ascent, not that that's strictly what he's hunting, is the 7 of hearts, which is even
just lives
further
there.
dissuasive
Well, just
to peeling
two
with
kids
2
for
overs out
holiday.
there. Now the 4th heart rolls off.
Where did he move to?
Elton continues to tell the story.
Elton, man of a plan.
Interesting place.
They call
to
it
raise
completely
children.
different. They call it Ibiza.
Yeah, Ibiza.
I mean, this
But
has
then
got
I've
to
always
be
called it
very
Ibiza.
difficult to call with. Now the 7s, hit the muck.
Never been.
Nicely done there.
How you pronounce AWE?
AWE. Huh? But E though, isn't it?
Oh,
It's
English.
AWW.
It's like all. It's like all.
Oh.
Isn't it? Oh.
English and American is different, I think.
AWE, right?
Yeah.
It was a big like rave place.
Well, it's like awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It still is.
Awesome.
It still is.
Awesome. It's
There's
AW.
massive parties right now, even. Just after the Tomorrowland, isn't it? A lot of big DJs are there.
You ever do the EDM rave thing?
No, I did not.
Randy?
You?
I never did like the raves and the festivals because when I was kind of in my heyday, that wasn't as big a deal as it is now. Or they got
huge
like
now.
Electric Daisy Carnival and as
Yep.
Danny just mentioned, Tomorrowland. But I feel cheated because I see some of this stuff on Instagram. They got like IMAX
PLO, Danny?
screens with like crazy graphics. There was like a guy with a
Not really.
flashlight and a turntable when I was out there. you know?
I did.
Anyway,
I
Queen,
only
Queen
play
nine.
PLO tournaments because I kind of
Trips
I'm like chasing the
for
points.
Elton.
So I just go in really late and try
Got
to
her for Rob.
you know
2 quick
find
checks.
aces or something. You know, so I do.
Bet and
There's
take it
been
for
more
Elton.
lately. PLO tournaments.
I mean, they're hot as hell right now. I mean, in America, the PLOs are way bigger than the Hold'em. Way bigger.
Yeah.
The 50K had like 1.5 million. No, 2.1 million to the first price for a 50K. Massive.
You play?
Not really.
你打不打了？4张牌。
4张牌不是很懂。
Pot. Draw, call.
5 cards? Yeah. No, but I don't like.
You don't think so much?
$6 in the UK, don't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
老板也是当一步大的哦。
Players talking about Portland, Omaha.
We.
I'm sure there's someone in chat asking for Portland, Omaha cash game invitationals at some point.
Always is.
All night.
Raise and take for Danny there. Was looking for action post.
Yeah, me too.
Careful what you wish for, though. Take the wins where you can get them.
刚好。
对啦。
Ooh, yes.
Double straddle.
40幾個 BB 同埋個 FC 發揮嘅時候。
Get this vibe that Tan's itching to play pot. It's been a while when he's got a huge involvement.
Poking out good. See hard.
That's what I'm not having one.
Your grandchildren. Just want to see your grandchildren don't play poker all the time.
强力的
8K to go. Rob, 2 red 7s.
I want to start playing a little bit more PLO, but
Just gonna limp.
Wow.
And aces for boss.
Call.
Call?
Yeah, 8,000.
I thought it was a raise.
No.
I shouldn't even be playing poker, should I? I don't pay any attention at all.
En Piero no black.
40.
No, it's possible. All-in.
Stop. In Madrid, the game is PLO or
40 is enough
No, limp.
to send Danny and Tan into the muck.
Paul was asking, is that a raise? I was hoping it was, so they can
PLO
juice this pot even more, but I don't really see how Rob Young's not going to try to hunt the 7.
Every chain, 1 round Texas.
Okay.
Piero 5. Yeah, Piero 5 or yeah. Piero 6.
Also 6.
Yeah.
So one customer, 97 in the middle. And this is a troublesome flop for Rob, Randy.
Yes, it is. The 7s is actually an overpair.
1 round.
With the heart, with backdoor straight draws. Paul's expected to follow through on this board texture, even with his bluffs.
Backdoor straight and heart prospects for Rob, coupled with the overpair. Got to keep an eye on Paul's 35K C-bet. He decides another 70 slides in. King of spades on the turn, and obviously some of the king combos are that which boss would have been raising pre and then following through with. So
yeah, those hands do get there, right? King queens, ace kings, king jacks. They certainly will be raising pre. It was actually kind of a bad card for Paul in the sense that it could kill his action.
Thank you. Huh?
Good Rob.
He
All
threw
done
those
with
cards in.
Boss shows the aces privately.
Thank you.
You quit?
Is this like one of those fizzy vitamin deals that Danny's working here? Yeah, I see the fizz.
听不懂，听不清楚。
He just, I think Tom asked for his.
Oh.
Yeah, Tom asked for his microphone or whatever.
啊，那你不用你的手机要拍他吗？
Raising it up.
啊，你要拍
什么意思啊？
应该是
什么意思啊？
你都乱有看。
还用
Tan just relinquishing.
Yeah.
The King 7.
Wasn't interested for 6K more.
看谁的手机厉害。
脑子是有点问题，脑子是有点问题。
对，很经常的啊。对，我感觉有点。
你也感觉有？
是。因为没有睡醒眼的，因为喝酒喝醉了。
All right, Elton's in with 9s.
Ace 5 suited for Danny.
You know what? Give Ace 5 suited to a pro. They always come in 3-betting.
More often than not, I would say.
Okay, not 100% frequency.
No, nothing
but
really is.
You get my point.
I do.
Let's go to a flop in this 3-bet pot as Elton comes along with 2 9s.
Queen 5-3, 1 diamond, and 1 inferior pair. That which presents itself to the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah, it could get him to some trouble. It's going to feel pretty good about the pair of 5s in general. It's a good flop. 2 9s, all right. 1 overcard.
Now the second diamond rolls off, and the texture is troublesome, more so for Elton. Second overcard.
This is a great card to double barrel for Danny. He's got so much equity. The ace, 5, or diamond is good. The king overcards the whole board, and he's very king heavy in his 3-bet range. They should get a lot of credit. Even a queen X would have trouble calling another bet.
So from 40K as the follow through on the pre-flop 3-bet to 50, up to 85 on the turn. And it does get through. Nicely done.
Well played.
By Danny. If it comes an offsuit king, much
that's hard to bet.
Scarier proposition.
But still might be something you would double barrel with. Same properties, just having less outs.
你开牌 all in 来不来？
来不了。
SQ 来得了吗
？1对10啊，1对9，1对
2，以前任何，以前任何
勾勾死死咯，
勾勾应该 all in， 勾勾应该9 9 10 10。
King 10 offsuit. Elton gonna try to win this pot after losing the 9s last hand.
Tan dominated. Out of position, but
yeah,
never shy on getting involved. Comes along, 35 in the middle. Ace 5 tray. Quick check from Xuan. Quick follow through in turn of just 11.
Not clear if this hand's over. I mean, like, it's just because it's the Tan Xuan factor, you know?
A stone peel, backdoor Broadway, and heart draws. Brick turn. And now for Elton, obviously, we feel like we've got more of the ace-x in our range as played, but
That doesn't mean that Tan Xuan doesn't have an ace, you know?
No.
It's just not easy to double barrel with.
And by the way, just because Elton checks back this turn does not mean that he lacks an ace in his hand at this point. He can still try to bluff river, but I don't know that the opportunity is going to be given to him.
I would doubt it. I don't think Tan Xuan can check call here not to bluff. Just jack high.
Oh, man.
Nah, it looks like he's conceding.
Yeah, but just
well played.
Can't really get the sustained rally.
没必要，我这牌，哎，
这牌怎么了？很大啊，M 牌，要开他一张，操他妈的，忘记了。我要忘记开给你一张，操他妈的！
可以这样的吗？
对啊，
没有他们，我不行的，我可以看你们。
就只有沙巴哥没有嘛，我们其他都可以
我是
开。
VIP
要开别人一张嘛。
哦，是吗？
对啊，
要就都开。
只是你看我还是我也可以看你的。
对方的可以嘛，输家可以开赢家的嘛。
哦，
对啊，
都可以
转一张开嘛。
除了沙巴哥吗？
我无所谓，你们都同意我就同意。但
因为如果人多不开的话，我肯定不开的嘛。这个
我们全都开啊，最近都要开。
好，我什么时候答应了？
这
不过就是可以算答应也无所谓。
输家的看，
对，输家
不可以大家看，
对
就是输家，比如说你我输给你了，我想看你的牌，
一起看的无所谓啊，这一张。
OK 都 OK 是吧？
都 OK，这输家要
你们都 OK，我就
要输家要提出，输家不提出，这王机就没了，对吗？
沙巴哥不 OK，
你们玩
他一个不 OK 嘛，无所谓。
我 OK 嘛，看你们的嘛。
对啊，我 OK 好。
那他 OK， 你们看我
等一下，我
上面那一张，
从
No
他的
customers
上面的那张，
我 OK 嘛？我看你们的嘛，不是我看 OK。
他 OK 啦，他就 OK 啦，对啊，对，
他不 OK，
大家 OK 开一张好玩一点。
啊，等3天嘛，
那可以太便宜，
等3天
扣掉，马上不给你们看我。
对啊，你们涨得不够快就没了嘛。
妈的，我看你们的都没有作用的
啊！
你们看我已经打死了，更死得快。看，等下明天就不可以打了我。我看你们的没用了，我不会变化。
我不会。
Lucky me, I'm in the booth with the one Chinese guy in a half-mile radius that doesn't understand any of what we just heard.
No.
你很多古古怪怪的东西的。
Gosh, I can't translate
因为
that.
我只知道我全部不要答应你。
我开出来的这不是2，这是7嘛的。
反正都是7。
我不用看你的，就知道你就是那种牌。
I want to understand so desperately what's being talked about just because it seems like they're having so much fun. And Randy just looking at me with a blank expression.
I can pretend to translate.
Yeah, you could troll me actually and just make up your own translations as 9-3 connects with this turn. Nobody connected with the King 8-7 flop.
Yeah, Tan's in there with 9-3 suited. Just realized.
Why do you seem surprised, by the way?
Has trip threes.
Runner.
Although problem is, I was going to say he's not going to get any value from anyone, but it's Elton pushing out $40,000 with just queen high all of a sudden.
This is pretty brutal. What, by the way, was the pre-flop razor showing signs of boredom, perhaps? And now turns out to have been a very profitable approach. No betting on flop, no betting on turn, and now all of a sudden 40 and 90 respectively.
Yeah, Tan actually put in a very tiny raise, hoping to get some crying calls out of a king.
You know what? This is you,
Yeah, yeah. Also big pots at Elton. Change, some blue and yeah.
一道紅色嘅。
Elton was never contemplating call, but we've seen some insanity
下面的那张。
from time to time. I confess I was holding my breath a little bit.
来一下，你说来一下。
Which one to
你先
see?
放出来，你
He's hoping not to see the
看
three.
完你他妈的还人才来了，过来变，
上面变下面了。
对呀，
他的眼睛很，
下面那张是3来的。
还有全变的嘛你？
手脚这么快，以前就麻了吧？
他眼睛很尖，你没有发现吗？我要转半天还是找到。
Look at Robin hands, by the way. They really.
They're just there, but they're both winning.
No, I understand, but you know, they're losing out on an opportunity to have fun with the boys, who really perked up of late. Danny perking up, courtesy of 2 jacks.
我换来换去，他知道我不是炸弹。
This 5-4 clubs can definitely find some flops to interact with.
So Rob defends his straddle, connects with the 5, and interactions with the 8 of clubs should keep him invested with 28 in the middle.
Also great board for Danny Tang with the overpair. Gets Rob to call to flop, $15,000.
Extra 30 in there. Rob now picks up the flush draw to go with the pair. You could see him stay involved.
Yeah, Rob should be check calling another bet. Danny likely to fire again. Board's getting quite wet. Brings in $55,000. About pot size getting called. We now have 168,000, 30% for Rob Young, and he does not get there. But a 4-liner does come in if he wants to try and represent all of a sudden. Would be credibility.
I mean, the 6X was more his than it was Danny's.
Agree.
Given that he was in the straddle, he does not turn his hand into a bluff, however. And Danny content to check back. You could see the brief moment of hope on Rob that maybe, just maybe, Danny had some sort of 2 overs combo.
的话1万，你看那个红花顺随随便便都是10几万，这5万嘛。
Those 2 jacks and 168K pot going his way.
那个很难，红花就15万了嘛，这没发生过。这通常最多的红花，就原来那个 A， 这10万块封顶嘛，对啊。加个5000的底好了，啊，5000个底，好吧，啊，这个底也翻了对吧？对，底也翻了。
I wonder if Tan's getting a little bored. He's opening ace-5 offsuit under gun. It is a decent holding, but you know, under gun, it's still a little loose. Kings.
Yeah, Tan's not afraid. Neither is Rob, though. All kitted up.
Look at Rob's call.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Trying to get some Paul bucks, knowing he can't win hand.
Does ensnare Pua with the price. 2 clubs, 2 4s, and a 10. Fairly clean. Checks over to see whether or not Tan's going to stab.
这个你给钱啊？你以为装傻你能获？
That he does.
啥没用啊
15K.
这里说啊，你等我给说嘛。这15000。
Rob makes the call. Boss out of the way.
怎么15000呢？1加5000不是15000啊？
Turns a pair.
Yeah, that pair could get him in trouble because he might feel he can bluff catch. Especially the way this one's running out.
Oh, yeah. Third, 4. Very dreamy river.
Rob checks it. I think Tan's going to check this one back.
Yeah.
Look at the kings.
Wow. Okay, hands.
Oh,
You know what? Tan, for all of the sort of loose action, wide ranges, stuff like that, post flop, he's a lot more savvy than I think he gets credit for. In certain spots, he's not such a blaster. There's rhyme and reason to his methodology. And you can see in that spot, even with the full house, he's just like, against Rob, he called that dry texture. What's going to pay me off?
Exactly.
Just found the check back like you thought.
He's not a madman that just sees bad cards and try to make magic happen. He's a chemist. He chooses certain recipes to create, and
I would take that one step further and call him an alchemist, considering that he takes various different metals that most people would not think much of and makes them quite precious.
There we go.
Queen 7 deuce as it's mystery hand time. Jack 10, we know, is what Elton is working with.
And C betting 5,000 into 32. Elton floating with that price in position. Elton's got open in a straight draw now.
Yes, he does. 42,000 in the middle. This was 10K ahead pre-flop. And you saw on the flop the downsize to 5K. Here we are on the turn. 20 the declaration. Elton paid the price, comes up empty on this 3 of spades river, which is so dry. 82,000 in the middle.
Yeah, Elton hoping this one gets checked to him, but it's not. 50,000 from hands. And he gets the same exact hand to fold.
Wow.
没抽到，
怎么都抽不到啊你？把他都抽不到。
And an example of having the betting
You always
lead.
choose interesting cards.
Being so useful.
Spades for
是不是要
ST.
搞个红黑啊？我加了几个人的，我都被赌大了。
太远了。
11,000.
他那个有点不划算，我跟很多人
Plunked in there by Tan, understandably, with this queen jack offsuit. Defending.
很大的。
And flopping 2 overs and the gut shot against the double gutter.
I think they throw in like
Ryan would be
interviews and stuff
spicy.
like that, you know?
Yeah, that would give both players a straight.
That's what I mean.
stream
Because it's too boring.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you mix in all the preparation.
15,000, half the pot from ST.
100%.
You get bored. It's
Yeah,
like
because 9 hours
Yeah.
make it into like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Calls the C-bet, and the 5 rolls right in for ST. He's got the nuts with the spade redraw. Not that at this point he wants to make the flush.
I suppose it's a little helpful that in case his opponent has a spade draw, he blocks him out.
Sure.
Going to go for more value. I don't really see how Queen Jack's going to be able to pay off once it's 56K into 60. So ST is going to win
How
that
much you
pot,
put it down to?
padding his winnings.
等一下了，
some stations already. Huh? Huh? In your opinion? What do you mean?
In the notes, they put the big hands, I think, and then people can jump between them if they want. Some people enjoy just seeing it all.
Just seeing it all?
How many people got 9 hours?
Yeah, you can see over many days.
Yeah, or
it takes 7 days to see 7 days. Too much time to commit.
Can put it on 2x. and,
Even if 2x is still a lot, you know.
2x is where me and you sound like chipmunks. Ace 3 suited.
But yeah, there's some people like really poker enthusiasts that will watch it all, you know. Yeah.
From Rob, made it 10 to go. Boss with a couple of queens.
Rob's in there.
3-bet to 30,000. Gets called. Heads up. Jack A3. Just bottom pair with no diamond on board for Rob. Over pair for Boss.
Really nice over pair.
This is probably also one of the biggest games that have been streamed, actually. I think.
Really?
With the 4 always being on. Pretty massive.
But Rob lays down the bottom pair. Some players would have stuck around.
You know, I pointed it out on the occasions in which it happened, which were infrequent, but they were there. On both day 1 and day 2, certain textures, certain opponents, we just feel like we lack future. So you will see
On
some of
Hustler, we
those
played the 1
check
million,
folds.
but the blinds were just 500, 1,000.
That's no point.
佢過唔過到啊 VIP？
It's a different point.
呢個過唔過到啊 VIP 啊？
邊個？
Queens again, this time for Elton.
我唔知喎，我冇咩食啊。
His turn to shoot it. Little suited connector for Rob. He'll speculate as a
You'll
flat.
be going to Bahamas? And
I might. I'm tempted. Never been. December? When is it?
December 6th.
7
for a week.
The 25K, how does it work? 2,000 entries guarantee. The day 1 ABC?
I don't know. I never looked at the schedule, but I would
The
assume.
schedule just on the 7, 8, 9.
You know,
You missed this guy?
11, 12,
Ton looked down at 5
After that,
deuce
they
suited,
say it's 1 a.m.
and in the face of a raise and a flat, he decided a cold press
I just hope
type of
the
squeeze
main event, super
to
main event,
68,000 is on his mind. He's gotten away with this earlier in this session, a 4-bet to 100,000 with the suited 5 deuce. Got through pre.
You're right.
not really a main event.
This one, not going to get through though.
Yeah, I think that cold press machine is going to malfunction shortly.
Yep.
Elton's just thinking, look, this is my time to get unstuck. Let us play for more, but
The 25K Superman.
5 deuce suited.
4-bet to 175,000.
Hand is, I presume, over, or is that a mistake
At
by
this
me?
size, I think so, Randy. I think something clicky, and you might keep Ton in there. Yeah, this is just too much. Begrudging.
He wants to see the flop.
Lay down? No,
Oh,
he
no,
wants to see a card. They're playing show 1. The queen put the grin on his face.
这个牌丢错了，你这可以丢给他，他没有赢我的。7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is our man. 13, 14, 15, 16. This is day 1. 16. Oh, the 17 is day 2.
撞墙
18 is day 3.
And then I guess
Queen. Oh my god. Okay, no playing.
You can you day 2 buy in? There you go.
You still have to wait few days.
Day 2 buy in, no need to wait.
Why don't it?
2, 3 final table done.
What do you do when there's a day 1 ABCD? You still have to wait for day 2 because we'll be there on the 6th. You don't know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There's like no other events during day 1. That's what you're saying.
I mean, if you want to play this, you have to wait. You want to register day 2, you have to wait like 4, 5, the 5th day.
How many days is that event?
4-day event, but they have day 1 A, B, C, D.
Oh.
So total is
4-day event. Wow.
Boss is ace-10 suited.
How many?
Picks up 3 customers.
And what day is the day 2?
Turns into a gut shot
be day
streak
5,
on
right?
the queen 9-8 board.
Yeah. What date
Or
is it?
Tan.
13, 14, 15, 16 on the 17th. Day 2.
Day 2 is 17. 150年
The Triton is 7, 8, 9.
I think Andy can give the feedback though to USAP, can't he?
Title 7 and 9, 10, 11, 12, main event. Title main event. Okay.
I think Danny can give the feedback to GG and WSOP.
Boss didn't follow through. Given the board texture and the multi-way nature of
Same
things.
at the World Series, isn't it? They have A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
Let's go.
December.
Even though it's Tan in position.
13號啊，係嘛？
The normal main event. A, B, C, D.
Day 2嗰個日啊嘛，嗰個啊嘛。
There's only going to be Paul who probably doesn't
17號先 Day 2啊。
Everyone else.
哇，咁有排等喎真係。
13號係 day 1 A， 14號係 day 1 B。
17號係 Day 2啦，總之我知道 Day 2就得，因為 Day 2可以 register 啊嘛。
34、15。
我唔知啊，我冇講啊，邊個講啊？
I asked Andy, and he said yes.
邊個講？
That's what the normal World Series is like.
Yeah.
A, B, C, D. And
Yeah, they have to let day 2
Yes,
can buy it. If not, how to get 2,000 entries? Even with that, it's a bit hard.
2,000 entry 2萬好多。
Yeah.
包底5,000萬蚊。
It's freeze out like a normal main event or rebuy?
Of course rebuy.
Rebuy, I think.
Unlimited rebuy. How you get?
Not unlimited. I think it's one.
Okay. Just once? No, I'm sure you can rebuy all of day 1 or something like
Be a
that.
shit show.
No, you can't.
It'll
No?
be a shit show if it's complete. Not if it's unlimited.
It's not unlimited.
It's gonna get some bad noise, you know.
Just go to WS.
Not unlimited, but more than 10K, says Andy.
Day 1嗰個就6號係嘛
？7號。
3 betting
7號
Rob's open.
係50萬嗰個。
Conversation centering around the upcoming World Series of Poker Paradise in December, which GG Poker and Triton will be partnered up on. There'll be a $500,000 invitational event.
Yep.
Pro-Am. And then we'll have a Triton main event. And then, of course, the feature of the entire series will be that $50 million guaranteed 25K buy-in. Jack 10, 6, 3 overcards. Staring Rob down. 2 overs in the Broadway gutter. A check back from Andy.
Yeah. Had he bet the flop, likely would have got the 4s out.
屌我10幾號要去咩喎本身？
咁你哋打唔到嗰個2萬嘅咯。
但係2萬5個好。
Let's see if Andy bets the turn.
都唔輪到我㗎啦屌。
So I also feel like a turn bet would shake out these 2 4s.
唔好諗自己發夢嘅，真係你發個
But
夢
it
都
might
係
be
抌錢落
difficult to
海，
do
屌
so.
老味，呢啲都係算把啦。
Looks like he has found it.
ITM 有
rebuy 唔一定，
啊
有 rebuy 唔一定。我覺得你打撚咗上去3倍幾籌碼，3成籌碼，你可能會認真啲。3、4 X 打緊籌。
哇！嗰啲。
68K on the turn. Andy just making sure to usher anything that might not be strong enough to take the heat.
Yeah, things like that.
Out of there.
Pocket force. Playing well.
殺咗。咪俾佢哋留耐啲咯。
Based on the action that we've seen thus far, not even halfway through this inaugural cash game invitational, Randy, if I gave you the opportunity to pick any player, not just those who are seated here right now, but any that have played so far on our streams, as your horse to end up in the black after the week is all over with, who would you pick?
Just in the black, or what do you mean? The most money?
Most money. Yeah.
Most money
most
earned?
money. Biggest winner.
I'd pick ST.
I think I would too. I do. I think Andy Nee's a candidate as well. I think Hans is definitely a candidate as well. And I'm not just basing that on today's performances, but rather all that we've absorbed to this point. Let us know who your horse would be if you're out there in the chat. Ace 8-5 is Paul's Ace 10. Bucks the pocket nines. Both check.
So the nines pick up a straight draw. Paul not betting on the turn.
Nor that flop, in spite of being the pre-flop aggressor here.
Feels like he should hunt value now. His kicker is quite good. 20,000. Can't get the nines to pay off.
Nope. If it isn't the queen, maybe it's the delayed ace, whatever it is. I don't think nines are doing too well.
Correct. I was UTG.
Straddle has become a fixture.
Oh, picture cut.
Yeah.
I have.
Picture cut. Pen, a pen. They call it a pen.
A picture.
Hong Kong go monkey.
Monkey also. 30.
Something you hear at the background.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy. Meanwhile, mystery card time. Hans will have his holding blocked out. As he 3-bets to Andy Nee. Pocket six is open from 11 up to 30.
$1 million deep. Pocket pair. 19K more. Seems like a good hand to call with.
Yeah. Jack 4-3. Second pair effective for Andy, who
Yeah,
plugged
I
in
would
the extra 19.
like this flop if I'm Andy.
Ahoy! Welcome to the Devil's Sea.
Suma แต่ก็ยังไม่มากสูงแค่ไหน AIS 5G ก็ไปถึงลึกสูงว่างไกลไปได้สุดอุ่นใจไม่อยู่กับ AIS 5G จริงๆอุ่นใจทั่วไทยเน้นเล็ง AIS 5G
Turn at a high frequency.
你舉措 cut
係啊，
我都係啊，
係
佢直情係畫花咗啦，係啊。
112,000 in the middle.
40.
1/3 pot. And this feels like milky sizing. We're unblocking hearts.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, you can
We're cognizant of the fact that with some frequency, a jack or a pair bigger than the sixes would maybe take this line.
Yeah, I can definitely feel some jacks betting in Hans' spot. Also, the way Andy's played his hand doesn't look like he's holding a jack. It does look like an ace queen, a pocket pair like this, or like eights and nines.
Very good job.
It is very interesting. And it's a very tough spot. Not easy for Andy.
No, you're right.
我哋都 keep 到大把合法嘅，因為都睇到好多大把嘛。
Mandy lays down the sixes and hands had the nut flush.
Yeah, he was there.
Ooh.
That's a fun one to show.
Sure.
死心了，他3打的是吧？对。然后没打一路。
4路没打。
A 哥。
有个 A 大概率没机咯，有个 A。
A 还不能投。
一样嘛。
3路他跟了嘛。
A 没有，他是 A bluff 的，可能就要透，就是 A10红头 A 就要透嘛。
会打那么一点呢？
那个牌没有必要投，因为有消中了，所以 A 黑就可以赢了嘛。
那3路有打不是？开3张。
3路4路敲过去。
It's like a puzzle. They get one piece of it, and then they all collectively try to solve it. You know? They're like, oh no.
It's like an escape room.
Yeah. But they might need a hint to get the other card, you know?
Suited one capper. Limped in by boss. Danny dominating. Raises it up to 13.
This one's worthy of seeing a flop.
Not supposed to be sharing a card here. When we call, neither player a fan of this board.
Everyone wanna redraw.
Everyone want to redraw.
Check flop.
Player ask player redraw.
Same story on the turn. 4-liner on the river now. Any 10.
I like this seat. It's comfortable. I think
Could see Paul actually trying to rep that straight.
Yeah, I like 2 or 8.
Possible.
But 3 and
It's okay.
7 okay.
This is shit.
This is very bad.
这个电视出来一手一手的牌，看看好。
When I used to like go to games, if I can like choose seats there.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
The end one.
Paul's Danny's unwillingness to bet just screams a hand that can't call bet.
就是应该
Good timing from boss as the lead earns him a rare pot.
很多
就是打
没用的那种就看得很闷啊。
精彩的可以剥出来。
觉得就是搞那些精彩的。
但是最好一定是2座，但是2座贵哦，2座然后剪来剪去的。
剪得好一点，效果好。
但你都看不到那个过程了嘛？你就只看到就是。
但是好像现在 raise 4
Kate says Chris is coming on
其实
now.
也是有意思的。
Kate said Chris would replace me at 10.
平时我本来多不多，其实有用的。
哦。You want to play can play.
要的不是用嘛，要的是那个效
Oh, I
果。
thought I'll give it up for Chris.
No. You don't have to give it.
过来学习的。
If you want to play.
他们看的人是要学习的，不然我是反正。
I can give my seat, no worries.
啊？他说难道是给别人学习？我说别人看的人是想学习的，我说我是反正不看。
10K says Rob from the button with 10-9 off.
哦，对。
Boss
其他他
grabs
还
his miner's hat with the 2 5s.
所以说你们说的那些
8个小时，
我都不认识。
每一场是8个小时，都会人都可以。
Tan
哪里有这么多时间
likes the
看
price.
第一有教练嘛，真的是你有教练嘛。
你可以2.0这样翻嘛。哦，兄弟，这
个直接教练帮你看紧急。
喂。
哎呀，你要不是一直点10秒10秒了。
And on the turn, both Tan and Rob have connected.
8个小时就变4个了吧？也点。我每次这样点的。
A lot of cards that can chop.
点3次就30秒前面了。
Or just let Paul take the
Yeah, I
shot.
was just gonna say. A free tug at the river. Boss with a set.
这是给我的。
I think boss here is just hoping someone's got an ace that's been checking down.
3万8嘛是吗？
对。
管了呢。
12月7号开始的。
这现在喂。
12月7号。
哦，是12月7号开始的嘛？啊，写起来那个
50万啊
50万那个哦。
7号，12月7号，7、8、9，3天，最后一天是 final table
啊。对啊。50万什么欧元？美金。
你去吗，Andy？
我肯定会去。
找到人了吗
？One bottle。
对，我应该是会他已经找我了。
我找你。
你不要骗我。
你是 Pro 还是 VIP 啊？
如果我通过 VIP， 我也愿意啊。
Pro，
他比赛成绩还可以的，应该
很好啊，这个那你是很好的，不是一般过的。
我是 Pro。
讲我带你啊，
我带你。哦，你带我啊？可以啊。
Crabs.
See draw now, right?
Limping.
I don't know how many hands. 看来看去都不像 Pro 啦。
So a three-way party.
你自己要让啊。
4K heads to the 7-7 deuce board.
水下的都要自己主动。
Ton connects, but this is really good texture for Danny.
Yeah,
so
rarely do you find that good of a flop for threes that can actually get paid off by worse.
Eight on the turn.
有一个可能。
投降。
No action.
投降，他叫你投降。
Down the streets.
不是他投降，妈的，有对角投降。
Danny
害我不投
calls in a relatively speaking small one.
操作那么多。
投降，不然就 all in 了。
all in 给你，不 all in 不一定，30万不一定。
哎呀，赢了几把才赢了10万都没有。
你讲了就算了，男子汉大丈夫。你讲你带我啊，讲好的了。
我带个我自己算的啊，我自己打2粒，一次爆2粒。
这个算了，我让给你，我
直接
我为了
骑士筹码
稳的，
我带自己嘛，我直接买2倍筹码嘛。反正短码不会打，直接买2倍。
Big slick for Danny Tang, making it 12. And he's got a Jack 10 in the big.
很多时间去学习，我真的是
Playable enough.
打开这个表给我抽一个。
你比赛从来不打的？
不是从来不打，是从来不赢。打我也是。
Heads up battle. Jack 8-8. Advantage Andy.
Yeah, outflopped.
看你 A7 杂花16个大盲就推下去。
Usually Danny's gonna feel pretty good about Ace King High.
A7 杂花对，我有看到你。
That shot acquired.
Andy getting some value at some point.
然后我输了吧？
输掉了。Race 4的。
对，开始的时候其实不是很吃亏，打到后来就很吃亏。
对，那10来20个。
Ace King High is still a decent hand on this run out so far. Unless he really feels that Andy's paired up, which it is.
还往前冲，所以就肯定吃亏了嘛。
Just gonna fold.
哎，抵了，
是吧
？Frank Kenny.
You picked the right one?
No, he picked the
10
10.
clubs. Yeah, that's the one that'll leave you scratching your temple potentially, but obviously opens up the nuts as well as just a club draw.
You know what that means. It's redraw.
Well, we're going to shuffle the deck one last time and see how things take shape as Elton couldn't get anything going in that particular frame, still hovering around $1 million loss on the evening. ST relatively dormant, hands steady Eddie up there. Ton hasn't given back much of his win. Andy and Danny modestly in the green. Randy and I going to step aside. We'll see you in 15 minutes for the final 2 hours of day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational. Things are about to get spicy. The fourth and final frame of the third day of our inaugural Cash Game Invitational, if history is any indication, will be where the fireworks take place here at Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. We welcome you back. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and a new configuration. There's a look at it. Almost 800,000 in the black. Hans and Tan Xuan also very nice wins on the day. Modestly in the green are Andy and Danny, and very much with their work cut out for them are all three of the bottom stacks in Boss, Rob Yong, and Elton Sang. 1K, 2K, 5K, Annie, and the straddle has just been a permanent fixture of the better part of that last frame, and I would imagine this one as well, maybe even some double straddle mandatory negotiations, if I had to guess, led by those who are stuck. And in terms of game etiquette, Randy, it's a little bit uncouth if you're up heaps to say no.
Exactly that. And like you said, the last frame is where fireworks tend to happen, because I don't think Elton wants to go to sleep down $1 million this session.
I don't even know if Elton will be able to get to sleep down $1 million. Obviously he will, but we start the frame off with ST Wang, who has 2 queens, no customers.
Current biggest winner this session.
Wow, Bitcoin hit 60K.
Yes.
Oh,
Helena,
I order buy
good.
some more.
Can buy again. Yeah,
Can buy?
very good. I don't know.
I don't know. I
cannot.
just because I
bought.
don't
No more straddle, right?
straddle 不停的 straddle， 哪里不 no more straddle？ 真的是
work harder 的，你都 straddle。
爸爸 straddle
是 snap mark。
再说要扎盲珠了，差不多时候。
你是盲珠，你就欠他4000块。
每2个小时加一起盲珠嘛，对不对？打比赛一样。完了还有的，真的上头啊！
上头。
还说打少一点，不然直接搞个500、1000就算了吧。
King Jack raising ticket. And I know it probably feels like false advertising just based on those first 2 pots where we don't even get any action, but again, it should get spicy.
So at first glance with the new table configuration, notice that Tan Xuan is in direct position on Elton.
Is that going to make Elton's job of trying to get out of the hole even tougher?
It is, unless Tan wants to get involved when Elton's opening the button. Then he'll be out of position, but...
Yeah, that's only once in orbit, though.
True.
Hands dominating Elton here.
I'm actually expecting Hands to check call here with King High on his Queen Deuce Deuce. Could be the best hand. Some prospects they can turn.
As expected, we find the turn, but we don't find any help for either player. Elton checking back.
No need for Hands to turn his King High into a bluff. It just has a lot of showdown value.
法贵在4强。
Yep.
哎嗨，
8强。你现在打巴西就完了嘛？输给巴西了，法国。
那跟你说 float 还不打？
哦，输了法国了。
什么？
都说他 float 你还不打？
足球。
哦，18分钟。哇！加16分钟，还有8分钟有机会。
Able to get to showdown there.
2球，哇，都加到16分钟的神经。
2外。
赌大而算，加时加到那么多了。
哎，对啊，现在都很多，英超特别
多。都是只是FIFA的，就是世界杯啊这种。
哦，
奥运。
我看英超也很多。
Boss in the straddle, his king dominated by Elton, who is making it 12 to go. And here's our first opportunity to witness the challenges of a Tan Chuan on your left. Jack 10 suited, surely to pique his interest.
他看着他怎么算嘛，有些他进球庆祝，有些就不算。
啊，这不算，这肯定要算。
那个冠军杯就不算。
This was expected.
40,000 smooth.
批发的那些世界杯什么全部算，所以加多嘛。
Could definitely see Elton coming along here, especially knowing his opponent.
好像西班牙联赛。
Now on this occasion, it's tethered more so to the strength of the hand itself, I would imagine, than the other aspect of these exchanges, which I think you and I kind of detected.
Right. It's a bit of both. I mean, certain players you might not want to defend us out of position, but against Tan, King 9 suited definitely qualifies, and he's well ahead.
That he is, unbeknownst to Tan, of course, who follows through for 36,000. But Tan in particular likes to play 3-bet pots against deep stacks. He likes to be the 3-better, preferably in position and maintaining the betting lead, obviously. But it's
you ever consider doing a stream at Nottingham?
Forte. Elton's check call brings the pot to 164.
There's a lot of turn cards that Tan Chuan would definitely pounce on, like a queen, a 9, club, ace. The deuce doesn't really change anything.
一个人可能可以3个超过25岁、23岁。
那还是那个西班牙西班牙青训很厉害的。
现在很厉害。
他最好的那2个都没去。
啊，就是那个威廉。
Dead, the ace on the river. Not what Elton wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Tan Chuan will try and rep it. It's not
Gonna get the opportunity
for Elton to have pairs weaker than a king in this spot because he's willing to defend. He can have 8x. He could have some pocket pairs. I guess the question though is, will Elton fold a king if Tan bets? If he calls all kings, then betting isn't as enticing. So there we go. Elton saying something about this frame is going his way already.
It is.
来，就是让我偷的，来，省一点是一点，包扣了，
没有大的，没开玩笑。
3打他了。
Thank you.
Is that casinos in Israel, is it?
你的开枪是不是很失望啊？
有一点，有一点点失望，也不算是很失望。就
I wonder how much Elton would have been willing to call if Tan had fired that jack high on the river.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much, but I kind of feel like he would have called.
够了，几万块钱。
I don't know. The number matters for sure.
It
in that
does.
spot.
Like, is it 150? Is it 100? Is it 75?
It's weird because, like, I think it's one of those bell curve spots where, you know, the small milky stuff,
好的，开始啊。
price is right, even though we feel like we're getting milked.
你们给我一点喝
Then
茶
you
吧。
get up toward, like, you know, the 2/3 half pot stuff, and okay, we're a little bit less inclined. And then all of a sudden, again, if you get up toward full pot or overbet, we feel a little bit more like we can get in there.
We can get in there, but we might lose a lot.
Pocket aces for Tan Chuan turning into top set here against Boss, whose cards we blocked out because it's mystery time. This was 12K open, 15K follow through, 4-liner on the board with backdoor diamonds as Boss check calls, bringing the pot to 64,000.
The deuce is a very small part of Paul's range, especially because Tan Chuan's got 2 aces in hand. He blocks ace deuce. He can safely value bet this.
34,000 demanded.
That's not 34K.
No, it's 85. Of course, top set never going away, but we're not incentivized to get any more into the middle, given that there potentially could be a deuce involved.
Could also be 6-7.
Yeah, fair.
And that's what Paul's repping. It's a straight. Tan's got outs to a boat in case he is up against that.
So Tan makes the call, and now 2 4-liners emerge on the board.
It's not a good river card, just in case your opponent was semi-bluffing with like a 5-6.
$234K in the middle. Time bank utilized here. What do you think, Randy? Does it feel like Boss has the straight?
It does to me.
Which one? Unclear?
It's unclear, man, but...
Hey!
Who cat? It's not a cat.
It's Santa Claus!
Santa Claus is bringing the play back to teenagers, grandparents, even wildlife. Get ready for this. Y'all ready for this?
Aces.
Oh my.
Pocket
deuces.
对啊，妈的，妈的来七超，
And Boss
不要了，
maybe lamenting the arrival of that 7 there.
来七要打你嘛，
Thinking he could have value bet bigger than 30K himself.
3个 A 啊，我知道他打3万多，我想 raise 他，哎，不要了，有够，真的有帮忙一点点，10几万，对他对我比较好。
Well, regardless, that is a very welcome and needed pickup for Boss. That beat for the aces.
Yeah, and he actually gave Tan Xuan a chance to kind of save a little bit, but Tan didn't give Paul credit to check the deuce there.
这个牌又没什么棋。
我希望你拨花给你偷。
sorry.
It's actually quite a nice pot for Paul.
Yeah.
We've been saying how things haven't been going his way.
哇，那么多 AA 的啊！好的，
来那么多啊，就这2个。
Ace Jack open from Elton. Things really haven't been going his way.
刚才是打 A 吗？
Hands of Black Collar dominated, but suited. Table for 2.
开了2次都是 A。
我3路还想搭他，装3条，3条散了，妈的给他搭了惨了，给他打回来进不了。
7 deuce backdoor spades.
搭他就好赢。
And a connection with that side card for hands.
Yeah, the run bet is still continuing for Elton, saying outflopped.
Ace of diamonds working.
Flop rainbow.
Should be continuing though.
真的就中了，4路锤重一点。
哪有肯定的？刚才我打艾特，那不是跟他崩回去了？
你那个是 AA 一堆 A， 没有3条 A， 不一样的东西。
At the turn, courtesy of this 15K check call by Elton, who checks once more, having picked up the nut flush draw. A tidy check back from Hands, who just finds the third 7.
Hands needs to size it in a way to get King X to just pay off the max.
或者我2对。
没有2对啊，那个小大盲我也是靠没有。
A 他拿完了。
4、5、2对。
35.
Would King X take this line as a pre-flop raiser? With
Yeah,
some frequency, I suppose.
Definitely with some frequency, especially the weaker King X's.
Top card. Hold your hand.
So Elton asking to be seen the card before he folded. Not falling for that one. And
先上了50万了。
ushers the holding into the muck before revealing top card. The 7.
咖啡馆拉出来了。
Elton picking the right one. Had he shown the ace, he would have been
像一天赢不够100万，不够
losing
好
sleep.
的。
Yeah, he would have been confused if he saw the ace of spades.
170啊，兄弟，
应该又赢200了嘛？
至少不赢200，肚子都是饿的。咖啡。
Upgrade 2 pips for Elton. The ace king.
就怕没牌，操！哎，还不如不掉7。
Rob, 4's under.
几对好了。
Digging in as Elton goes back to work. Flops top pair. Well, Rob staring up at 3 overs, no heart in hand, and no desire to fire.
No desire to call the flop.
你走得掉啊
100%，大哥。
你不怕我3条也是打10几万啊
？3条
假而已。
你3条你会打10几万，你不打最多打个7万8万。
你那20几万了，
你也不打那么多。别逗我，23万，我跟你说清楚了，你最多打7万。
115
115也打不到。 7万8万了，
看呐，你不怕我3条啊？你都猜不到我2嘛
？7万8万我就call了嘛
，10万1000到了。
你打11万多我就溜了。
溜3个月溜了。
哎，跟别人打我肯定call了，跟你不要了。
难道我3条不打你啊？
打嘛是打嘛，7、8万嘛，20多万怎么打
？Queen Jack for Danny.
10,000 to go.
Let's see if Elton wants to play King 4 offsuit. He does not. Raise and take.
Oops. 应该3万打他3万。看到这干。3万打你3万，
我再大你3万你就跑了。
Hands in. A6 of hearts. Sevens for Rob. The pair not too long ago. Pocket 4s.
Understandable participation out of both parties, and Elton rates to want to hop in as well.
With the white chip? 2 white chips.
A big hop, as it turns out.
真标准。
52 total.
好不容易拿个 AA， 就在厉害。
Hands.
He's in there with A6 of hearts.
输12万。
不知道有打了吧
As is the sevens.
Yeah. Unwilling to step aside, and this is that 4th frame kind of action that we were alluding to, Randy.
True.
$165,000 pot headed to the flop, which is King 9-4. Top pair for Elton, who desperately needs to string together some pots of magnitude.
Quite a healthy one from here. He's going to just take this one down on the flop usually. Yes, he does. That.
Let him choose one.
$108,000 profit in that hand alone.
Good one.
And they see the king.
Nice one. Same one. Choose both, same.
Have ace king again.
Huh?
Ace king again.
He opened my card. Saw the king. You know you can choose to see one card, right?
Obviously, been ahead pre-flop again. Then.
I let you see two cards all the time anyway. It doesn't matter.
I was ahead again.
Pre-flop.
Elton. With that 52K post flop bet. Taking down a critical one, dare I say?
I would say it's a good start for him.
Awaiting Tan Chuan's decisions with regard to the 11,000 that's been requested. He'll flat. Danny will flat as well. He's dominated. As the A7 suited picks up two passengers. Jack 5-5. It's all Tan. He'll check, however.
It's also that board where maybe someone stabs, given how dry it is. No attackers. Improvement for 10.
Top two. 30. On the heels of the flop action. Checked around. And no takers.
Five white.
This?
Yeah. I can't handle a lot of chips.
Don't worry, we can help you with that. Ooh, you're missing one, bro.
I am missing also. I can't even count them. I apologize.
Yep, we good? 125. Yep.
King 10. Follow-up act for Elton. Raise and take.
这是啥看头？这 raise 有什么看头？另外一张一定是什么3呢？梅花3，
开个10哪一
有
点
意义吗？27都正常。
沖杯茶嚟啊！
兩杯，唔該。
Pocket queens for Andy.
Makes it 11. Ace queen.
Yeah, this could get Tan in a little bit of trouble. Does play it as a flat on the button. That invites Boss to take a price with seemingly unintrusive 8-5. Which fails to connect with the Jack-4 tray board.
For pair looking good, but Tan Chuan's ace queen definitely has something of value. 2 overs, ace of spades, position, and Andy is getting very tricky. Checking over to Tan.
Well, he's got the ace of spades and 2 overs.
Yeah.
Backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway draw as well. He's going to try to thin the herd.
Makes sense. Plenty of good turn cards for him.
Sure.
Ideally, trying to take it down on the flop. I wonder if Andy comes in with check raise from time to time. Really trying to go for max against the jack.
One's for Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See a check raise incoming. Makes it 57,000. If you think your opponent's up to no good, Ace Queen is a decent candidate to call here in position.
What kinds of hands would be up to no good, though? Andy's been fairly solid on the day. Granted, there are some draws, but we block with the ace of spades. The flush draw, we kind of have to wonder.
I think Tan Xuan is a bit confused why Andy somehow is check raising right now. It's not something he's been doing so far today. He's been c-betting at a pretty high frequency. And I think that's why Andy took this line to try to confuse Tan Xuan. And Tan Xuan is reaching for re-raising chips. He just doesn't believe. I will say it is somehow uncomfortable now for the two queens because of how deep they start this hand with. They're
Right.
almost $1 million deep.
And remember, Tan absolutely has a taste for deep stacked altercations.
I think Andy does have some concerns. He could be up against pocket threes or fours. Jack's a little bit less because Tan Xuan likely to 3-bet that pre. But he really can't go anywhere once he check raises the flop.
Yeah, oddly enough, the fact that he flatted on the button pre.
Look at this move.
I felt like retain more of the pocket fours, pocket threes, and in spite of that, a fearless 4-bet to 517 from Andy, and that's demoralizing.
Wow.
在上也摇不动呢。
That is.
开始。
Oh, yeah. I see the Queen of Spades.
这还是勾。
哇。
The Queen of Hearts. That is a funny one to show, right?
Yeah.
厉害。
这还是勾啊。
Flush draw.
Flush draw. Straight draw. Flush draw.
Was it the spade queen then?
It sounded like it based on what Elton said, but still, like, that's not a set. You know what I mean? That's crazy because he put in 500 something thousand when they were $1 million deep in a single raise pot. Man, they could have just got it in all of a sudden if Tan woke up with a hand.
So a blow to Tan's profits on the day. Suited connector. Raising, and now Danny tries to pick on him with a re-raise to 40,000. The ace jack shrivels considerably in the face of this.
Yep, that one goes straight into the muck.
Yep,
especially offsuit.
Kind of a stoic muck there from him. It's like pause, muck, and then freeze.
I think this hand is coming in. You know, Tan likes to play.
Oh yeah, fold was never on the table.
No. We've seen him 4-bet these kind
That's
of.
what I felt
holdings.
like was more likely to happen, but maybe not directly after that altercation where he was 4-bet off of a hand. Meanwhile, ace 10 deuce inside Broadway draw for Danny. Tom checking over with backdoor hearts.
Just a nice board to c-bet with the gut shot. 30K. Enough.
Back-to-back blows. Delta Tan Xuan's profits.
Hey. Amigo.
Champion.
¿Qué tal, Adri? ¿Cómo estás? Acabas de llegar. Bueno, aquí va dando la guerra. Aquí tirando con loco.
Crazy guy. Crazy guy. Check raise, 3-bet, 4-bet flop. What the fuck?
Who's that?
Looking smart.
El
Looking very
Conquistador.
smart.
Oh, he's here. Adrian Mateos. By the way, not known for being in the cash can streets, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, or maybe.
No, you're completely correct about that. So, but if he's here for the cash game invitational, he's here to play some cash games.
That's right. There's no tournaments going on.
Exactly. So
It's not like he just happened to be in Montenegro.
Hope we get him on the stream at some point. That would be fun to watch.
Not so exciting. Queen 8-5 for the pocket fours, or for that matter, for the king 8 suited. However, with the betting lead in position,
I thought I heard some Spanish.
Boss
Sorry to
C bets
interrupt.
and
I was
takes it
like,
down. You did, and do you know who was saying?
It was
speaking
Andy
Spanish?
Nee, wasn't it?
Correct.
Because I was like, who's speaking to him? And then I forgot about that.
I mean, granted, you don't have to be a fluent Spanish speaker to say amigo when somebody walks up. I mean, Dan, you
Okay.
worked at Del Taco for 2 days. You picked up a thing or two.
Yeah, I did actually. They called me Chino. What does that mean?
I'm pretty sure you know what it means. It's not like they mixed you up with Chino Ream.
Right.
They're like, oh, yeah, you play poker. I know you. Chino. ST A7 picks up Elton. Two spades, two jacks, and a 9.
没有投你，没有投你，
知道你没投，
他自己在投机，
我自己在投机，只是我投的时候被你搞过来了。
上面，哇，这么大，
哦，
这么大，
昨天你们打到几点？
哦，昨天到5点。
5点吗？
嗯，
对啊，
牛逼！我刚才12点半就见到你了，1点
的。
也是，也是。
我昨天偷了一把，其实输了，心里很不舒服，一个晚上没睡着。
不是我要送你一把吗？最后，
就是早上睡着了。
有名的 A9，有名的 A9。
开玩笑的，开玩笑。
觉得还是最后一把查好你吗？
好像有点硬，所以是。还挺巧的，正好最后一把。
Pocket fours for Danny.
那是最后一把。
Shooting it up.
你的没了，对。
不是最后一把那个6-9同花，你肯定不 call 了吧？
This on the heels of
至少 call 个7-9吧。
ST's C-bet and take it against Delton moments
难得有
ago.
好一次。
Jack high board is playing with plenty of company. Tan Xuan, the best of what's around.
Yeah, another top pair for Tan Xuan's Queen Jack.
Easy.
Leads right out. Not wasting any time. Nobody wants to find out.
What's it like, Hustler? What's Hustler like?
I thought it's cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good vibes, good game. Friendly atmosphere.
妈妈有没有叫阿德里
I thought you can't stand up though.
老板
I thought you're not allowed to leave.
有没有
Depends on who's playing. Some just can't leave.
有没有叫马丢那个妈妈
Win one buy
那边
or lose a big
我
pot.
没有还没有，
多
没有 VIP 要打，
他要打的。
我这都叫他不要打了，要打。我讲你不够人家好，我要请别人，不要请。没有，你14人请我，你讲过的。
Playing one while Danny chats with hands.
他比赛水平怎么样？
肯定落后这些人了嘛。
2K.
差远了嘛。
There you go.
On the turn. That's all it took.
这是这帮顶级的。
不过流量肯定是排第一。
流量没屁用啊。
Topic of conversation between Danny and Hands, by the way. Hands' participation and
a
very well known
They got like vote over vote, and then the guy was up like one buy, and then he just
cash game
It's not like he was actually here.
Southern California area, one that Tom Dwan played in on multiple occasions and got himself involved in some very massive pots. In fact, I think the largest
I've never been
ever
there.
streamed.
Ryan's asked me.
Yeah, he won that
Like
hand
over 3
against
million.
Wesley where he called down of queens against Ace King. I remember that.
Was that over 3 million?
Yeah, exactly.
I think so. I just know that Dwan won it.
Maybe after
太赶了，
December.
会破产，中间中的。
还喝酒吗？
什么都没有啊。几年了？
那也挺有毅力。
还行吧，你吧。
他跟我以前接到一个不太一样。以前经常说的，现在都很少说话了。我看。
No, I pretty much just play Triton.
Hey, look at this. Who's reloading? Oh, I thought it was just going to be one stack coming in. It's 2 stacks of whites. You know what that equates to?
1 milli.
1 milli. Added on top.
Here, you know what? I just figured out that part of the reason why the 4th and final frame is the spiciest isn't simply because the people who are stuck are trying to get even, or maybe people are a little bit tired, as we saw Jungle barely maintaining consciousness the other day, en route to a $250,000 win, as I recall. But also because it's when all the chips have gathered and we're playing the deepest that we've played.
Yeah.
Time to play the mystery card game here, and it's one where whatever it is that Rob Young has chosen to 3-bet with, it isn't going to be ahead of Andy Nee's open with the 2 aces.
Like 1.5 million US, I can probably have a bowling alley in my house.
Start the hand of 957,000 for Rob Young. So once you see that deep stack, plenty incentive to 4-bet aces and not slow play it pre, because you want to build that pot. Try to get as much money as you can in pre.
我现在知道了，我以为你土生土长的。
其实我跟你讲过，只是你没有放我在眼里。
你跟我讲过吗？
讲过可能几百次。难道太阳城的时候我们没有聊天吗？
太阳城。
My heart's racing.
Well, for Rob's sake, we're really hoping that this isn't queens or kings.
Regardless of what Rob's got, I'm expecting Rob to come in with the call with his range that he wants to continue with. Even if he's got aces or kings. Because you're just so deep, you know what I'm saying? 352 in the middle.
This is business time. You see Andy dug in here. He does have the aces.
Oh.
Queen 6-5. 2 hearts.
That queen's a little bit worrisome because we do know that queens are in Rob's range.
Yeah, specifically queens too. It does go check, check. Now the king rolls off.
I was going to say, the check back is safe. It's good for you. But when you see the king, king's also in Rob's range. Hence why. And he's got a checking. Rob Young could have ace king as well.
Do you make anything of the look back? By the way, because it's not as though this was a flush draw producing card. Right. You know what I'm saying? So
it means something.
If you have a pocket pair, you know you have the pair. Maybe you're just double checking because of the size of the pot, and look at the size of this bet. 175,000. Half pot, but still massive as a big one brews. Andy didn't check with the intention of folding, obviously, the aces. He too double checking, obviously.
Yeah, it's just a big pot. Makes sense. This is very scary. 702,000 in the middle.
That is not scary.
If Rob Young bets on the river, you know how sick it is for the 2 aces?
It ain't jacks. Oh my gosh. $400,000, and it feels quite milky. Rob also doesn't have a reputation for being light in these spots.
I agree. I also actually think Rob Young checks back ace king at some frequency.
Oh, for sure. And by the way, we blocked that ace king.
Yes.
1.1 million, which is going to look like 1.5 and a tickle if Andy clicks call. Would be the biggest pot that we've played thus far across 3 days. But you can see Andy, he's already invested 350 roughly.
It's so hard to lay down aces, but it kind of feels right.
Multiple time banks are going to get used. That's the view, by the way, whenever Andy looks across the dealer at the 1 seed. And Rob looked a little nervy. I'm not suggesting that that's correlated to not having it.
It's correlated to the size of his pot.
Yeah. Gulp.
I've seen Andy Nee make some great folds. We don't know Rob Young's cards are, though. Hard to say.
Chat thinking it's the kings or the queens. Very much believers.
I'm in that camp as well. The sizing to me also looked like he wants to get paid off by aces or ace king. This has got to be one of the toughest pots Andy Nee's ever played. We are on a shot clock, too.
This is a very chatty group of folks, but even they know when it's time to zip it up and allow the poker to play out. This was a raise to 10,000, a 3-bet to 50, a 4-bet to 170. A call from Rob. It went check, 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 175, and then the 400 on the river. And sure enough, the turn, the Kings, Rob, 2-outed.
Were you part of the game? No.
And
Andy.
Wow.
Great fold from Andy.
Spares himself 400 dimes.
3路没打 flop
4B 然后 flop check 应该加 AK 吧，
打 AA 啦
AK 吧，太大了 AA 跟 AK 其实差不多，AA 更坏 ，AK 更好，
打 AK 不会打的。
没有我讲你啊，
是不是4B 然后 flop check turn check call river check call 对吧？
Wow.
Deep ripple
都是 good fold
through the fabric of
KK
this
啦
day 3 cash game. Felt by all parties there, but most profoundly by Andy Nee, whose profits are dented. And now he's in the red.
Well, he didn't get stuck to those aces because he could have been down 400,000 if he just said, you know what? I don't know. I'm just going to hope it's good because that was just great. That was a great fold. It's hard to do when you invest so much pre. And on that turn. Aces again.
He's lucky it was Rob Young that had that hand.
That's a good point because I think other players is flicking in that call.
I mean, Elton, based on how the day has been going, Tan, based on his whole life.
Based on his whole life.
I mean, it's a little bit tougher to lay down those aces against them.
They probably get all the chips in
I
at
don't know
some
what you
point.
guys are talking about.
Hand will play differently, possibly. Who knows? But
Tell you what I had, you know.
that was fun.
He's a nice guy. So.
Much more fun for Rob than it was for Andy.
I mean, it's a stream. I had kings. Doesn't matter.
And
I will tell him anyway.
This is
You have
listen,
king, he has
right?
aces.
For a second, you
My
thought,
God.
"Oh,
How do you
Ali,
guys
false
play?
advertising,
Eight
fourth frame. Look,
What the
first
fuck?
2 pots, boring."
Crazy.
Ace Deuce offsuit. How good is this for Danny?
I mean,
Danny knows Tan Chuan is just relentlessly out of line. I think he's going to come in with call.
yeah, imagine if I get it all in free.
No, you can't. Too much money. It's like 250 big blind.
Too deep, yeah.
I don't know. I would. I'm scared.
I would call.
You go with kings there.
Danny, with the benefit of
Well, I think
position,
if he's
gonna flat.
Figure like
give us queen.
Double checking, and
Queens
sure
I
enough,
call.
it is ace ace, and it's just a lowly pair of deuces for Tan, who is drawing very
I figure I can get
slim.
more money by calling.
Deuce board.
你发出来我已经有一点不
He's
舒
got
服
ace queen suited, ace king suited, or something.
Just taking a peek over there at how much Danny's got. They're playing 458 effective.
三路没打。
哦，没有的，跳过
No back was queen there,
to
so
232 already.
Queen. I could have queen, so we both put up the flop.
但我肯定有
This is tricky.
万一这他是
He's trying to construct Danny's 4-bet call range to 110,000. The bigger you make it pre, which he did, the more careful you have to be that it's pocket pairs. And
Yeah, all in free. All in
Tan's
free
going to
would
play
have been the match.
cautious
All
with
in
a
free.
check for now.
我是告诉光了。
Now, if we're Danny, we don't have a club in our
不会
hands.
啦，来 K 还输什么光？
We don't necessarily want to let a free one roll off, or do we feel very cozy enough to check back?
No, I feel I like that he's betting, and I think the reason is because he can get value out of pocket pairs. He also blocks a lot of the hands that check fold, right? Ace 5, ace king, ace queen, holding 2 aces himself. So the fact that he blocks those hands means it's more likely Tan Chuan's got a hand that can check call with.
I'm very concerned with what the upside is that remains in the event that he were to peel for 85 here. It's got to be a worthwhile endeavor.
Something to keep in mind is that one of the good cards for him is, from his point of view, is hitting the ace. And hitting the ace is hard for him to get a lot of value if his opponent's holding like a pair himself. He does check call, turns to 7.
Coordinated card, although as played pre, I'm not sure how much interaction with this board either party anticipates the other to have.
This card, in theory, does improve the 4-bet caller, which is Danny Tang, if he's peeling like 10-9 suited, 8-7 suited. These hands pick up equity, although I actually don't think Danny Tang will be betting those on the flop when check 2. But just in general, this card favors the 4-bet caller. Because of how nasty this turn card is in terms of bad river cards that can come, Danny just has to put in a ton of chips now, I feel.
Second check in front of him. Over 400 and a tickle. The rest deployed. And Tan. Done with it. $250,000 dust off there.
确实是打的。
我也坐在这个位置，我也不了一把 A。
思路没有来 K， 你打不打？
那
当然了。
Huge pickup
如来一个不小牌
for DT。
打2枪了，要。
那第4张、第5张肯定打。
思路你一打呢，他跟就是不是 KK 就是圈圈。
不开。
应该圈
圈。拍到你讲啊，我没有听进去，我放在这里，真的。
思路你一打他跟。
你说一张吧，在这个。
我
说一张啊，
我说一张，
来嘛，我随便说一张嘛，
我说一张，
随便说一张嘛，这个有什么所谓呢？
完蛋，这个10把都没有了，这个用完了。
说明什么？说明你有。
You know what I'm thinking,
我们连
Ollie?
没牌4小
Elton's here on the sidelines watching two of these massive pots being played, and he's not involved in either.
Sure.
不知道长哪一张给你。
King Queen suited for boss. In the face of the 10K open out of hands.
你试试
Now
的话
with
只能讲
position on
10
him.
个，的话只能讲个。
Nice hand, a 3-bet. King Queen suited, that is. Plays well posts.
哪个 A 啊？我就说了，大哥你打不打？
肯定直接就推了，我就
他是
肯定就是对 K 了这个牌，稳掉了这个牌，我就
对 A 是吧？
对呢，这个牌
肯定一对 A 嘛，你们直接猜他 A
这个应该是 KK 的。
第4站已经敲过去了，
打的太好了，又是 A， 真的是打的太好了。老实说啊，我不输光也
又要说了，
不输光也不会输这么少了，是可以的。
他说的真的假的？
啊？
哎，不要听他放屁。我们没有看他这个牌输光了。
他4路就跑了，我跟你说，
输光的都是8K，
4路都不知道赢什么。
B flop 跑了，他 CB 他 B flop 跑了。
Hands. 7-5 suited. Double straddle on, courtesy of Tan now.
Okay.
Is it tethered to the fact that he just lost that pot?
This
The
is
double straddle, that is?
fourth frame activity here.
The final?
$1 million reload. $1.1 million pot. With a world-class fold out of Andy Nee with aces.
哇，
It's all
为
happening.
什么又加多码了？
买箱里反正不抽水，买去拿。
咖啡馆拉
This
出
is
来
why
了。
these days at the movies, you don't walk out during the credits. Because they put like little like outtakes and extra stuff.
Yes, yes.
晒月亮。
没太阳了，没有咖啡了。
喝了这么久咖啡。
I mean, this is just fine cinema we're watching right now. Kings. The deck is rich lately.
That it is, and there's some other stuff percolating about that could get itself into a little bit of trouble. Note the sizing from ST could retain hands as ace-10 suited.
I see it.
And by the way, Tom,
AA 比
you know, he's looking for excuses to play some pots. Really likes the 8-6 combo in particular.
Look, there is some frequency he just comes in with 4-bet because this is what he does. You can see him eyeballing. Remember, ST's like the guy he likes to play with too.
Yeah.
这个要送也要送给你。肯定。
Oh.
And how is it somehow they're even deeper? 1.5 million? I mean, before encounters were about $1 million deep.
这是真的没牌赢，我告诉你。
没有牌赢了，我已经。
So it's cold 4-bet. 8-6 suited, 132,000. Let's see if ST wants to 5-bet or call.
肯定就是大概10万、12万左右。
Comes in with call.
Yeah, he does.
I like this.
And Tom, not used to being called this often in these spots. First it was Danny, and now it's ST. Second pair on a queen high board for Tan.
It is a piece.
没有啊 ，B flop 17万5嘛，30多36万，36万72万73万。I guess you could have.
Tan. Not going to put anything more out there for the time being. 282,000 in the middle. Would appreciate a check back here. I'm not sure Kings are going to be compliant.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. Compliance not there. As he brings in a very small bet, $65,000. This is going to give Tan Xuan direct odds to continue here. Not like he needed that though.
Bet more on the turn, bet less on the river.
65,000.
Bet 175 on it.
It was 360.
Half pot. 175.3.
Yeah, 175 times 2, 350.
Yeah.
Check call for 10.
Yeah, it's the price that isn't going to cause him to orphan the investment pre-flop. Turn now gives him an open-ender. Board getting damp. This is a little bit scary even for ST, just because Tan's the type of guy who actually does cold 4-bet numbered cards. Whereas other players, you wouldn't worry about two pairs or straights so much, as they would just fold. Then again, ST's hand is very vulnerable if he's up against like tens or jacks or some kind of queen. He's going to check it.
You were lucky.
Board pairing queen on the river.
You bet. Sure, you have to call.
Pretty bad card for ST. It's not unreasonable for Tan Xuan to have like an ace queen that 4-bet. Or like a king queen.
Yeah, maybe for river. You have to call at least once. Right?
Wow.
The way the hand's playing out, Tan's going to want to try to show down this 8. Can't really get paid off by worse. I do think there's value to be had, though, if it does get checked over to ST.
Neither's looking good on that flop. Not sure he's doing that with Jack. Or maybe air. I mean, it's not very nice to have to set mine with kings, but this is the way I'm running at the moment.
Well, at least you ran good that hand.
Done. Settles on a check. Now we'll find out whether or not ST has an appetite for value. As played,
Kings is not very nice.
given the river check, do we discount all the hands to beat the kings?
I think so. The only problem is sometimes you open the door, but I don't think Tan Xuan would come out check raising all of a sudden, just because ST definitely has Queen X in his range, like Ace Queen. So that would be kind of suicidal. I don't think he expects Tan Xuan to play aces too often, but he does check it back, and
Absolute
we're
minimum.
going to shut down these two kings.
Not me. You play it better than me.
These have been some wild pops lately.
Well, as promised,
He loses a stone cold anyway.
with still plenty of the frame left to
do I
play.
Do I open?
You want to buy the button?
Do I just owe something?
Things
If
have
you want to buy
gotten
the button, you put 1, 2, 5,
absolutely
4.
outrageous.
Is that right?
3 more. 3 more red. So 4 for the ante. That
12 altogether. 12
2 more.
altogether.
2 more. Yeah. That's in the middle.
Expensive.
You went away?
Expensive toilet break.
Oh, you went to the toilet?
Yeah. Cost me 12K to get to the toilet. I hate this rule. You should just be able to go and have a smoke or just the toilet.
And then someone will surrender twice. How? Who's going to pay for that?
Well, that's the problem with the straddle, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just play big ante. It's better.
A weak sphincter, you know, is an expensive proposition in these streets.
So I put 1 more big blind.
You know,
to make
a
it
small
like
bladder
normal.
also. Or perhaps a smoking habit becomes even more harmful to one's health.
Yeah, it could be even more costly.
Right?
This is my 12K.
I have
I'm just lamenting. You bought the button, though.
Yeah, there you go. There's your reward.
嗰邊有位咯，好似。
啊？呢邊
我係中意你落嚟啊！
大家就打得太
你落嚟攞師傅嘅位啦。
冲刺，冲刺，冲到
可能叫他打，帮我赢回来快一点啊。
对，他double generous，
对啊，double generous，
几把就赢来了。
就是坐在那个位置。
对啊。
You know what's wild? You know how you go into a poker room, you play, people tell stories all the time about pots or hands, and you always think to yourself, stop, man, you're exaggerating, you got it wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. If you and I and everybody at home weren't watching this unfold with our own eyes, and anybody tried to come in and tell us about these hands, and then the guy had 8-6 suited and he dropped 175,000 in pre, you'd be like, bro, shut up. Okay, no one believes you.
Oh, it's also not the first time he's done. He has been to put 100K with 5 deuce suited.
That's right.
And other times, right, with 5 deuce suited as well.
Yeah. They're trying to tell you about multiple pots that got played that way, and you're like, listen, man, I appreciate, that you want to like keep us entertained over here, but let's stick with the truth. And let's function in reality.
No
Like,
memory
no,
is hazy.
I promise you, it happened. Well, thankfully, we've got it all recorded. Rob, a 3-better from the button with this King Jack pre-flop against the Andy 11K Open.
I'm surprised he didn't see bet that one.
Yeah, to the ace-9-6 with what he might think is a range advantage here. Now all of a sudden on the turn, things getting interesting. As Rob picks up the nut flush draw, Andy, who had the pair of nines, now picks up an open ender. 82 in the middle.
哇，頭先嗰鋪幾精彩。其實咁樣兩個都打得好，每人100萬到一個鋪係嘛
Checking a second time.
Curious to see if Rob bets his nut flush draw. So there's a whole card check and looks like he will be.
你那还想试个
30K
1秒钟就插进去了。
我觉得这张桌上应该没有人会 call。
Wow, instant check raise
说实话。
from Andy.
I feel compelled to mention that these are the two guys that just played that 1.1 million chip pot. And a lot of Andy's tokens are on loan across the way, and I think he's quite eager to claw them back. So some real context. And look at Rob. He plunks 70 out there. Does not find the heart. The ace is a little interesting, though, because certainly Andy needs to be mindful of some ace-x in Rob's range. I don't know if aces full would be a part of the process.
I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
And this is Andy applying max pressure. He's not worried about the aces full, as I mentioned. He understands that some ace-x could be out there, but this reps the hearts. And as you can see, king high for Rob. He's never a caller.
That was a really cool play. And sure, he was bluffing with the best hand, but he also expects like pocket kings with the king of hearts to be laying down there as well.
Yeah. Well, just take a look at some of the shift that's taken place out here. ST up over $1 million. Andy Nee just recently got himself back toward even after being in the green. Boss working his way in the right direction. Rob Young also had been working in the right direction, lost a considerable amount just moments ago. Don Schwen, 381 in the hole. And everybody sitting oh so deep. The lightest stack has over 700,000 in it.
Yeah, that's what, 350 big blinds at minimum.
Oh man,
ST sitting on 1,000 big blinds.
This is just crazy. $1K, $2K, $5K big blind Annie, $4K straddle, 12,000 up for grabs. Rob, king 8 suited, makes it 10. Ace 3 off suit for Elton.
Yeah, Elton's like, I want to play some big pots. Here comes Rob Young calling. Like, I don't know what happened, but like that break, they're like, let's all go for it. Queen high board.
Pair of eights for Rob. Best of what's around. Elton has the ace of diamonds working along with the betting lead and position. 30K C bet briskly delivered. Nothing hesitant about the call. Another 60. Sliding into the pot, which grows to 132.
I could see Elton multi-barrel this one. Turns to gut shot. Ace likely good. His opponent quickly check called, and you can really put on some heat. That's near full pot.
Yep.
Elton saying.
You see the frustration for Rob.
Which one did he flip up?
Is it the 3?
I saw.
Oh, man.
Tan chuckle, did you see?
This feels like the appropriate time to summon those who are currently watching. Thousands of you at present. Good to have you aboard. What's the only thing that we ask for in exchange for free access to this staggering action with solid production value and mediocre commentary? Might I add?
Yeah. We only ask you
is what?
Thumbs up, like, follow, subscribe, and say hi in the chat.
Oh, you added a wrinkle.
Yeah,
there.
that's okay, right?
Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to say hi.
Okay,
I mean, but
tell
the
us if you
follow,
like
like,
it.
and subscribe, absolutely. I think a very fair ask on our part in exchange for this. And if you haven't clicked it already, certainly this fourth frame warrants getting busy and doing so. Andy picks up 2 passengers on flight ace-9 of diamonds, which turns into flight nut flush draw and a gut shot.
But there's not much for Andy to get value from, so I'm going to guess that Hans and Elton Sang are going to grab the parachute and jump out.
准备啊？哦，
Chris 手痕啊，
贏
咗50幾萬係？
係咪贏幾多？冇贏幾多錢？
冇阿 Tom 總數贏50幾萬。啊？誒唔係嗰個阿 Chris 29啫。
跟住仲有16萬咩嘛？佢仲價息中贏咗16萬，再加29萬，贏咗
40幾咯
，40幾。
成組也算。
他就是
早就是 set 来了，微信塞了。
那个也是钱来的嘛。
不是，我是说这个是记在账上一起的，这不是他们私下结的。
什么都要搞一搞啦，现在还不搞不行啊。
Okay, we're going to open the Robbie and the cutoff Tan Xuan offsuit variety. It's a bit loose.
赢啊赢啊！
那个局能赢40几很厉害了吧？
我给的嘛，我给他30嘛。
Remember, I was telling you about the stories that the guy's telling us about, and then he had Jack 4 offsuit. It's real. It's bottom pair versus top pair, though. Bad news for Tan against Hans, who hung in there.
Definitely going to lose some chips. 20K C bet. Hands of top pair, 10 kicker. Sitting comfy as he makes this check call.
Not 有最近一直给人家钱，最近没有啊，最近好一点点，一周一直给人家钱。嗯，
几注到你输的？
输300。
那建议打呀。
打U1裂开。
哦，是我走了以后你打了对吧？
Contemplating a double barrel.
我走我都没有位置了。
Trying to fold out.
我被小吴拉。
Pairs lowered into king.
57,000 now from Tan. Hans, by the way, he's flatted with less than this across multiple streets.
average。
No, he can't be folding this one to 10 Schwen.
51
Turn.
个底还要打鱿鱼，
哇，那个很大的，那个很大的。你这个打起来干脆
No,
打
sir.
给他。
11个底就是
So with 2 check calls, this heavily weights hands is
共打了3场。
hand to top pair. Or
Backdoor
some
club showing up, unblocked by Tan, but
5000的摇鱼很大的。
perhaps something that he doesn't
我在
think
王这次打到大了嘛。
hands is going to be able to produce on the river. And if that's the case, maybe he leans even harder.
he could. He can really just try to fold out a king if he tries to represent the backdoor clubs or something flopped.
今年应该是最好是5000、10000。
Gives up though.
没有人跟你玩，你一个人玩。
没有，我觉得其实。
没有人跟。
我觉得那个200、400。
You know, Randy, for the bulk of the first 3 frames, frame 1 was about the hockey stick.
10万底吧
Tan really shot up
10万底吧，还是5万底？
into the profit. Frames 2 and 3 kind of hovered.
Yep.
And now, all of a sudden, his chips are on fire sale.
Yes, they are.
然后不要紧，然后进炮嘛。但是如果说你把鱿鱼打得太大，桌上人
会推的，经常会。
对，有股份关系或者什么，让一个鱿鱼会不开心的，真的。所以我觉得他只要
以前他弄那个 super 鱿鱼那个不能打了嘛，肯定会打到吵架的嘛，是不是啊？
我觉得意思一下就可以了。
我很早就讲了。
那个太早，上次我
那个5个3倍，我们2个我有占你股份，你知道我让你拿喽。
对啊，这个就
那个肯定吵架的嘛。
不能太大，不能太大。
And he tang with King Jack, making it $10,000.
但是大鱿鱼好玩，大鱿鱼是好玩，就是。
I also love how this crew is just like, yeah, we're just leaving the straddle on for the rest of the night and the last frame. No more saying 1 more round of straddles.
No, this is, guys.
This is default now.
I dare somebody to not put the straddle out when it comes up now. 7-5 deuce. Neither of these.
อยากมีเงินสดพร้อมใช้ตลอดเดือน Promise สมัครง่าย อนุมัติไว เงินสดพร้อมใช้ คลิกเลย
去砸花10比你嘛，在这边。
But Danny,
Andy will be coming in with that ace of diamonds and Jack high. Ace Jack high, I mean.
不是，7啊，砸花。
You surprised at the C bet from King Jack, given, you know, that the defense from the straddle certainly skews more toward that board texture than Danny's open does?
Not necessarily. I think it's all right. Also, there's a lot of check folds on this flop.
Not with ace jack and ace of diamonds, and it turns into a wheel draw as well as the best hand. On the turn, Danny does not barrel once more. Queen on the end.
平时不经过情的人而已。
Let's see if Danny wants to try to fold out an ace high. Might feel that Andy, if he was holding a 7 or a queen, would bet. But ace jack is good.
都不小了，因为都不看人，看决胜人疯不疯嘛。因为经常的话就没必要这么疯了嘛，是不是？
你就很多漏洞，
会抓吗？
啊，很多漏洞的。你10个鱿鱼玩，3个人没有鱿鱼要给钱，那个那么多漏洞，自己人就给他拿，不是自己人就不给拿吧。
No pressure applied by Danny on the end.
差很多。
Andy able to
在线上更死，
线上更死，对，线上更死。
produce the ace jack free of charge for a winner. You know, we've not mentioned it all day just because everything that's been happening on our screen has been so riveting. But remember, this is a cash game invitational. But we've got more than one table of action. The minor league game is
the minor league game. It's big
off
though.
camera,
Too,
still big. 501K. But every now and again you hear things breaking out over there, and I would imagine final frame for them, even though it's not on stream. Could be equally as spicy.
开始那口钱都没有选，还筹码这么多拿起来，这样扣过去。
问题不是打 pot 还是什么，2倍半啊
，2倍半我推进
You
去
know
了
what。would be an interesting concept? I know you're not a sports guy,
I'll listen though.
but there's a number of football fans here at Triton. Danny Ting, a big one. The top team in the second division moves up into the first division at the end of every season, and the bottom team in the first division moves down. It's called promotion and relegation. Imagine if whoever was the big winner yesterday, or today, as it were, tonight, tomorrow comes over and plays the mainstream game, parlaying whatever it is that they picked up there, but having to play twice the stakes, and then whoever got showered for the most amount in a punitive sort of exercise has to go down and play the smaller game.
Do you know how mad the biggest loser would be?
Yeah, I do, Randy. So what about me says to you, I'm worried about it. That's the whole point. Then you really don't want to be big loser. You think the fourth frame spicy now? Imagine if we put that wrinkle in. Ace King. The wrinkle to 36,000 over the top of Boss's Ace Jack open.
Sorry, I'm talking over you for someone. Where do you get these ideas?
Come on, man. I'm the minister of mischief. You know me.
睡觉了，我说唐老板睡觉了。冲累了没冲起来，算了，累了。
哎，哇，输钱了现在的。
How'd you do last night? I lost 1.5 million. What are you going to play today?
输了。
Half the stakes.
150。
Good luck.
来了150。刚才都已经到70-80了。对啊，高出了我现在。
Queen 8-5 rainbow. Neither of the ace highs connecting.
Tough texture to see bet, so he checks it back. Not much has changed.
Yeah.
If you got ace king in the spot and your opponent checks you twice, you should be happy trying to show this one down. As played, both players with reasonable showdown value, although the ace jack often doesn't win. It's also hard to get ST to fold. Keep checking.
Feels like it's got showdown. Unfortunately. For Boss, that's the one ace high that beats us.
这么多牌，还是 ST 厉害，到双位就有牌了。对啊，
他最厉害是他不中还可以赢，这个是重点。
KK 不用中，
老板现在没有输赢，输一点点。
10多万。
啊，那么赢。
算了算了，这样这样。
A limp from Elton. Might have lost his appetite a little bit. He looks a bit dejected. 10-6 off check back though, understandable. Flush draw, straight draw for Elton. 10K lead.
Well, Tan Chuen is requesting a coffee. So you get that over to him quickly. He's going to... A brown bowl would be nice for him.
Oh, of course, that's when we christened the Vietnamese iced coffees during our Hoi An festival in Vietnam. Remember, one of our staff had to go to the emergency room because they underestimated the caffeine levels.
He has to go to emergency room, and you're laughing, buddy.
Well, because he's all right, but I mean, He started having heart palpitations.
今天我不会送。
You gotta go easy, man. The Vietnamese iced coffee is built different.
You use them well, and
This ain't Folgers or Columbia or, you know, like a Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, this is, you know.
Yeah, it's
You
not
know what it
watered
is?
down.
It's the difference between fentanyl and, you know, garden variety heroin. Not that I know, but, you know, it's like with the fentanyl, they're like, hey, man, if you breathe this stuff from a distance, you're just showered. You know, that's Vietnamese iced coffee. You gotta take it easy.
Yeah, I want to just
very hard to
stop now, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
What's that? I think you were
Cool. Cool. Give that advice to our man who was throwing back the Vietnamese iced coffees. The condensed milk not doing you any favors either in that
No,
spot, by the
that's
way.
not. But it makes it tasty.
It's
Oh,
easier
yeah,
when
for
you know
sure.
what they have.
Queen 10 versus 9-9, open ender, and Andy doesn't want to see a 9 roll off.
No chance to win the ball.
Yeah, but the full size hands are very, very painful.
Maybe if I was winning, it's easier. But he's losing.
Checking,
also,
facing the bet of 10.
could have got even. I don't know.
2 ounce actually in Andy's hand for Tan Chuan. And he's already thinking about check raising, isn't he?
You have it.
He just wants to build pots. And whenever there's that longer hesitation, it's always upstairs.
你不是相信我，是你没货。
我有货，很大的货。
很大的货，一开货是吧？
要看吗？
不要看。哪能相信我？
Schwen's check raise to 40,000 with the draw. Earns him the pot there.
Can I have a wet towel or a warm towel?
Patty with ice and lemon, please. Thank you.
心太大。
You know, we've been privileged to travel the world, Randy, you and I, alongside these Triton legends, covering our festivals and now this cash game invitational. Some of the prettiest rooms in which you could ever hope to play poker have definitely been a part of the process. Les Ambassadeurs in London, that historic VIP area upstairs, just super ornate and storied. And then thinking of Monte Carlo, the sporting.
Oh, that
with
one's lovely.
The convertible roof and then those dramatic curtains that get opened up. You just look out onto the Mediterranean Sea. Here we are on the coast of the Adriatic. In the background.
Triton knows luxury.
That it does. In the foreground, Indies Ace King, turning into a Broadway gutter against Hans's pocket eights, which defended against the open. 11,000 ahead. Now a follow through of 13 from Andy.
Getting looked up by the eights. Three clubs on the turn. It's a great card for Andy. Just still keep betting. I know it doesn't improve him, but there's a lot of check call hands on the flop that just has to check fold. 7x, 10x, they'd have a lot of trouble if you size up a lot. He's going to check it though, giving himself to hit that king.
Binky. Third overcard to Hans's eights.
Yeah, Hans almost got a chance to see showdown cheaply.
Provided that Andy wouldn't have been bluffing. Unclear. But here, this is just stone value. Oh, that's not bashful.
Patty with ice and lemon.
47,000.
Excuse me. I have a same one. One more.
The way it's sized, it's not supposed to be a queen or a 10. So we're looking in terms of value, King X plus. Hans might be thinking some of these King X's, Ace King, King Jack bet the turn at some frequency, so hence why he's thinking a bit. Even like an Ace Jack might bet the turn.
Remember, this is pre-flop raise, C-bet flop, check back turn, come with almost full pot river.
还是美金200-300肯定不到嘛，200-300肯定不可能的。
Into the bin go the eights properly.
我们不是要打到几场2000块的，跟金科都
100
多，400
万吗？他一天不是输了300万吗？
你记错了，大哥。啊？你记错了。
Pick the king.
I thought of
你了不起就正常就
You got one. Okay, let's hear it.
Andy.
500至600。
谢谢。
500至600。
Because Elizabeth with the thank you so much, you know, and if you keep winning pots off of people, then of course, this is Mandarin.
Playing off
Thank
of
you.
his name.
Yeah,
It's just it's kind of isn't it? It's
thought
cool,
it's
but it's
fun.
just a little long.
对，比打扑克更大，这个时候打扑克。
You know what I mean?
What are you, the nickname police? What are the rules to this?
Okay. 几十万输赢嘛，100万输赢，疯了啊！几个鬼？4个鬼。
Ace Deuce is the hand of
对
Tan Xuan, isn't it? Put in a 4-bet earlier against Danny to 110,000. Didn't win that one. Now he's 3-betting Ace Deuce off.
I don't think Tan really cares a whole lot about specifically what it is that he's being dealt right about now. He's been seeing red.
你为什么选对了？选那一张呢？真的是。
Alton blocks and gets shown the deuce. Don loves it.
你挺会选。太大了，打不起。
13张。没有拆一个腿，其实3个人玩也可以吧？那个3个的
，3个都是 SP 发明出来。
这个游戏就是我发明的。哦，是你发明的。对，3个人也，但3个人很激烈的，3个人更大，其实再大了一倍，每一倍都半倍了。
3个人玩1000的了。
啊
？3个人玩几个小时玩1000的了。
啊。
打打牌吧。
7-6 suited for hands in a small blind. Danny opens the button.
小账可以打1000。
啊？
小账可以打1000。
啊。
Queen Jack off.
1000我觉得。
Hands decides he wants privacy.
Yeah.
Fine.
And Danny gives him ultimate privacy as he lays it down, and Hands is the only man standing. 7 of hearts gets shown.
Fuck. 哎呀。 所以是 shadow 啊 ，drop shadow，
谁都可以试。
错，
你也可以试。
他们回香港没打了，这张是。
打了1两。
Okay, we playing a 7 deuce game or no?
Not that I recall. Hands gets away with one. He's got a little alter ego on him, Hands. You know, most of the time, like 95% of the time, it's like, you know, everything checks out.
You know that movie Split?
James McAvoy, M. Night Shyamalan movie, I think.
Yes,
that was a really good one, by the way. Mostly because of that performance turned in.
8, yes.
最近没呀
Anti, yeah.
20.
Double straddle is on. Hands. Maybe suited connector takes us up to 20.
I kind of wonder if Tan Xuan is going to be defending this just out of wanting to play hands. He's grabbing 20K.
I got news for you. You may not see it, but Tan's nuclear reactor is approaching core meltdown right now. He's boiling. And he's behind.
Oh, he's ahead.
Oh, he's ahead. Sorry. He's got the jack kicker. Forgive me.
He knows that he's dominating the 5.
Yeah, right. On the ace high board, he faces the follow through of 15,000 from the man who has been largely sound, hasn't produced riffraff at Showdown much at all. Tan peeling and unappealing is this king. Hands quickly checks back.
You know, maybe these 5s actually turn itself into a bluff. The way this one's running out. Doesn't. Still going to win.
Important pickup there, not just monetarily, but spiritually for Tan.
Yeah. 片 個 Anson 啊，你識㗎啦，馬拉 Anson 啊，
贏過，
贏過，
即係公開嘅，
公開 Poker Dream 搞嘅，
哦係咩？
係啊，
哦 Poker Dream 有搞過，
係啊，
這個真的有人搞
啊？有，但是
Well, Randy, we're at just north of 900 likes on YouTube for the session, and I gotta say, I'm not impressed. We cleared 1,000, playing smaller stakes the other day, way smaller pots relative to tonight.
13張啊
This frame alone, worth a mash of the like button. You guys know where I'm going with this. We charge you nothing in exchange for access.
Just a finger tap on a click of a mouse.
Mouse over to the little thumbs up. Click it, mash it. I don't know if unclicking it and re-clicking it does anything. Maybe it makes the hearts light up on my screen. But, you know, make it happen.
What if I told you this, chat? If you make it happen, we are more likely to have a cash game invitational number 2.
If you make it happen, Randy will personally transfer 0.00001 BTC into your wallets. Just post your address.
What?
I don't know. I just came up with that promotion now.
I don't even know what that converts to. Is that a lot?
I don't know. I don't know if I put enough point zeros in there. This could get pricey for you, my friend. Although with the recent crypto sell-off, less pricey than it would have been a week ago. Ace 4 suited. The open from ST. Rob, flatting King 8 suited. Danny defends. With the heart version, out of the straddle. 3 players, 41,000 in the middle. And how about that flop for Danny? Gut shot, straight flush draw. Just the wheel draw and backdoor spades for ST. Betting lead in the 3-way affair. He follows through for 16 dimes.
Danny could play this aggressively. Check call works as well. Comes in with the ladder.
Another 32K in the middle. Board pairing 9 of diamonds rolls off as we're down to heads up.
Quite disappointing for both, I'd imagine. Maybe Danny is tinkering with the idea of leading the 9 because he hasn't checked just yet. It is his type of card, and he is going to do just that. 23,000.
You know, it's his board as the straddle defender, way more so than it is ST's. And the thing about it is when we lead out in the spot, it's a really handcuffing sort of spot, even for the big hands that ST might have.
You have to go.
Provided that it's not a boat or a 9X.
No,
But yeah, it's handcuffing
for 2
because
days.
even if ST has an overpair, he has to be fearful of
High
the
roll,
9.
ball in Cyprus. Okay. I'll take the kids there because like family hotel.
Yeah.
Have to go many places. But I want to cut down on like the long travel.
Do more short traveling.
Yeah, it's just impossible with the children. I went to Vegas. It was like jet lag for like 4 or 5 days.
Why your children don't need to go to school?
They have to go to school.
Oh, that was a holiday.
Yeah, now holidays. But
children go to school, they can't travel with you.
No, not now. No, Indy's 6. She's at school. Bobby's at school in 6 months. No, they can't.
Bobby.
Maybe when they're a bit older, it's not so bad.
King 5 suited, dominated, but defending the straddle.
He's shy.
Against ST.
Bobby, no, he's not shy.
No?
Paired flop.
Don't like
C-bet of 10K.
Asian, Chinese tall guy me. I look like monster.
Yeah, Monte Carlo's short distance. Triton in Monte Carlo, that's a short distance.
Yeah.
I think when you're when you're an old dad like me, I mean I'm 52. You want to see them grow up, don't you?
Of course.
If I was younger, like in my 30s, can probably skip it
and get another one.
And see them getting older.
Get another one.
Get another one, no. But
That's what we do.
I probably got a really short window. Let's be honest.
No, you good.
So,
did this just get morbid?
It did a little bit.
America's a killer.
Rob's
Vegas
terminal
jet
or
lag
anything.
got so much. I got COVID again in Vegas. Like, too much.
How do you even know it's COVID anymore? No, but
Well, because my PA also caught it, and she tested when she got back to the UK, and she had COVID. Yeah. I'm assuming it was the same with me. But then I got back and it was like 5 days bad jet lag.
Okay.
You know, get the kids in the morning at 6 and no sleep. It just like messes me up.
Boss. Defends.
Four chips are all right though.
Ace-8 suited comes
School
up
holidays is
empty on a board that yields top pair to
Did you bring
Tom.
the kids to Vegas? No.
13K follow
I
up.
was gonna, but then at last minute,
with no diamond on the
bring them here
flop.
instead. So they were going to
Not
come to
going to
Vegas,
call.
and then decided to bring them here instead.
Good choice.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna play 2 more rounds, and then we stop recording. If you wish to play after that,
Lisa,
thank you.
打到2个圈就停了。
So yeah, I was.
停了，暂停了，海都关完了。
2 more rounds remaining.
知道怎么睡觉啊？他们睡不着。
That means that Tanchuan is like, time to get playing.
Sounds like a round of quadruple straddles, guys.
明天8点多钟。
还有买家乐，做一点生意。
Guys, I'm gonna sit out the next 2 rounds and just sit to my room. If you're playing after, I'll come and play after. But
OK，
OK，
结束了是吧？
没有，他先回房间。
Looks like
He
some
will most likely
fatherly duties being tended to by Rob, so he will not be a part of these final 2 rounds on stream. However, as alluded to by Elton, I believe, some suspicions that the game will carry on after hours.
I mean, that's just based on the mood of the players. Elton's down,
Yeah.
Tanchuan wants to play. I think the game will possibly continue.
是人家输的那个看，不是别人看。你把马看我的牌。
Follow through with second pair and take it
不
for
在里面的也看。
对呀，不是，就是要最后一个输的那个有权
觉得那个
看嘛。妈的，你旁边的人要看的没意思。
对。
规矩弄错了。
Canada is a large country, Rob. That's New York time, I think.
Sunday.
Tan. Ace 9 upstairs. King Jack suited for ST in the big.
Yeah.
Repops to 50. That should usher the King 10 offsuit toward the exits.
I imagine why they allow this when tournament and all that.
It shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone can be playing for you. Right? Tell you what to do.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Huh?
I don't know why.
People like listening to music to relax.
I know a tournament, you know. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't allow your set in tournament. I think it's. I mean, in poker in general, you should not be listening to music. Fuck, it's like.
Disrespectful.
Uh huh.
No.
Double straddle is on. Andy has his sights on it with ace deuce off.
Yeah.
He's telling Dan Schwein to defend our straddles. I think he will with the 7-6 offsuit. Straddle clubs in.
Another 18K. Bringing the pot to 62. Ace, queen, jack. Not at all what Tan had in mind. Wet texture for Andy, but he can rep it.
Protection to be had for the ace deuce. It is the weakest ace, so if you are going to check some, I'm going to do those. But he is checking out of position, which is dangerous.
Hearts arrive. Andy checking once more. Tan contemplating whether or not there's a path to victory here with dust.
Yeah, wrong color.
Thinks not for the time being. Now, a fourth heart and two straight draws. There's a double four-liner.
This board is pretty gross for the ace deuce. Feels like a check to side based on sizings.
Check.
Yeah. 越发越难看，越发越难看。
Nuts.
Look.
Full shutdown post flop there.
曼聯咯，
对，曼城对切尔西嘛的。
You at all surprised to see Tan not get after it with zero showdown value there?
曼城对切尔西已經
I'm
2-0
not
了
because
曼聯對利物
I
浦
think that Andy has proper call ranges there, and he's calling more than just a flush. So he's willing to call with even a single pair of aces, I think. I think he would have called.
就上了一个渡口。
So if someone's playing very straightforward where they only call for flush, then you have a lot of reason to bet. But nowadays, people realize on these 4 flush boards,
哈蘭進了2球，
kind of just don't have it too often.
ST, King, Queen. Has Tan in trouble, and Schwein with that Andy knee flat in between. You could sense wanted to squeeze, and the grip is around his own neck with King Jack for the time being.
This is one of the better holdings Tan has shown up with in 3-bet pots as a aggressor. ST can't fold King Queen. Hand's too good against this player.
Okay, 给你们玩。
$149,000 out there. Queen in the window, followed by a 10 and a 7, though. Tan, King of Hearts works, open ender, betting lead, but a lack of position here against top pair.
Yeah, it's quite a spicy flop. $1.2 million deep.
third pot flick.
Yeah, 1/3 pot. ST in position, top pair. Pretty much an easy call. I kind of feel like Tan Chuan should often be betting this turn. His hand has just got so much equity. It is king high after all, and he can really try and get a 10 or a 7 to fold. Even hands like ace jack, they won't be looking to call another barrel.
Chewing hard on this 249K spot. Tan comes with 225.
Man, that's a big bet.
And by the way, it could be followed with an even bigger one. ST asking for a count, I assume, and this is part of the hazard of being forced to sit 2 million deep. Is Tan can put so much pressure on something like one pair here.
Look,
I don't know that he's finding the muck here.
He's probably not, but it's
if
scary.
Yeah, if all of a sudden unimproved on the river, we face the rest of it potentially. I mean, at least something like full pot. What does that leave us?
Full pot would be like 600,000-700,000. 700,000. That would be big. It's not unreasonable that Tan Chuan can just say, let's see all of it. So there's the 225 he's cutting out.
Yep.
Man, I'm excited about this river card.
699 in the middle. Xuan was hunting a 9 or an ace. Instead, now makes the jack. You're leaning back, Randy, as if to signify that perhaps it's too much hand for him to go blasting at this river.
I think so. He does beat hands at this point. ST could be holding an ace-10 that got a little sticky. There's some... ST could have king jack himself. 10 out of hearts he beats. But he also could turn this king jack into a bluff. Think about it. He's got ace king. ST, very unlikely, given its button versus straddle. ST often would 4-bet that pre. He has blockers to 2 pair, but he's going to check and try to take the showdown down, and king queen happy.
And by the way, ST not expecting it to be good based on the look on his face, but very pleased to find out that it was. And the free fall continues for Tan Xuan here late into this 4th frame. On day 3, Randy, he's gone from big winner to big loser. And is showing no signs of letting up.
I'll tell you who's a big winner, though. He already was. ST.
哦，然后勾有秀到位6，一定要转机啊！我有可能红桃。
So you force me to straddle.
很难 call 了。对啊。
Boss, you fell asleep? He did the jungle?
He did the jungle.
我有赢牌了嘛？对，他赢。对，可以。
Queen 10 suited, promptly folded, and he can resume snooze.
到我了。
Can't blame him, by the way. We are approaching 3:30 a.m. local time here in Montenegro.
Jack 10 suited. Danny's got pocket nines in position. This is a hand you can actually 3-bet for value, but given you're so deep, you're like, you know what? Let's just contain the pot a little bit.
So deep in, dealing with what feels like a more than average level of volatility across the way in Tan Xuan, who's got air, but is barreling 15. Danny knows that nines can be good a good chunk of the time here.
Of course. Mandatory call.
That's not a bad card for Tang.
Also not really a great card for Tan Xuan to multi-barrel on as he continues to dwindle.
That check was an important one for more than the obvious reasons that he has Jack high and Danny might be hanging in there. For me, it just shows that he's not in full-blown blast-off mode,
I mean, are we sure?
I mean, yeah, he's pumped the brakes after the flop here. Well served. Double pair texture now.
There's actually value to be had for Danny with these 2 nines. I'm not sure if he's going to bet.
What calls us?
I can see a 7x calling. Yeah.
No hesitation. Check fold there from Tan. Understandably. It's Danny extending his profit. I watch a lot of this show called Air Emergency or Air Disasters. It's had all kinds of Mayday. It's been called a whole bunch of different things. Smithsonian Channel, Nat Geo for a while. And every time, they're reenacting, there's always that moment where the computer in the cockpit, there's a pull up. That's the vibe I get right now for Tan Xuan's stack, because he's just sailing toward the earth at an alarming pace, right?
Yeah.
Ace 5 suited, activating boss. 10-4 suited, hanging in. Lack of interaction in both camps. Little third pot tickler.
Hands does have backdoor hearts. What if he just comes in with check raise all of a sudden? No, he just has that determined look.
Yeah, It's so weird that you said it, Randy. This guy's kind of all over you. Very pesky. Fights for every pot, it feels like, and just...
He's tough.
He's really tough. He's deceptively tough.
Mm-hmm.
And dare I say, he may not be classified as a VIP next time he comes around, if he comes around. For the record. Turning into performance, it's a little bit too solid. I'm putting him under suspicion.
Yeah, all right, detective. You stay with your pest control business. 7-5 offsuit for Elton. Tan Xuan, Queen 4 suited, and he's coming in.
Wants to play one from the button, just desperate
Yeah.
to win a big pot.
Waiting for.
不知道，但基本上不会。
So Elton
就是来个勾才有机会。
has 3 passengers, 2 diamonds, 2 nines, and a 4. Todd with the best hand.
是你的话出个勾他，我给你。
Finally.
我肯定会。那个牌出了很多牌。
Take it, sir. We draw closer and closer to the conclusion of day 3.
打1、2嚇，今日先打1、2先。
Limited opportunities remaining.
唔知咧呢個 yes， 有人知咧。
Tan seizing this one
啊
with the red 4s. Suited connector plus the button.
沒有預算都沒有。
That's a hand that's not getting mucked.
I think it's crossing his mind is, should I 3-bet this one?
Sure.
He is going to do it.
头丢过来，就踢过来。
When you attack, you really want to do it in position.
再送给他。
那个对他有点大，我们可以免占他个什么？
他昨天赢那么多，不要占了吧。
占他半程。
Tan going to look for a 4 as he makes the call. Pure coin flip. What a flop for Danny Tang.
Pair and the flush draw.
你给他那个也是一个好的办法，有时候我们
Checks over.
有时候人家想
我长期打10，但是他上来打一会儿就没意思。你可以给他先充，你可以给他先充电，他就不觉得大了。你给他先充电，他就不觉得大了。
Yeah.
买药生生。
I think Danny in particular in Tan's mind is a guy who's just going to have it more often than not against him.
Yeah, I see that. Danny's just playing good solid poker.
机会给你了哈，
Taking the profit.
问起来。
Honest bet, proper fold.
机会来了，搞，机会来了，
干什么？
1万6，
啊，1万6。
1万6追出很快的。
哦，听人劝，吃饱饭。
1万6追出很快。
1万6。
4s again for Tan. Oh, did he put on the 16 straddle?
First one we've seen so far in this cash game invitational. So Andy Nee will welcome ace-5 suited into the single straddle. Elton's got a playable 1 and 2 red 6s in the double, and then the pocket 4s in the triple straddle. Paul is going to open the pot from the small blind with red 10s. Here we go. 65. If you do, Andy, ace-5 suited just steps away.
I mean, it's $65,000 and it's for a single raise.
I'm just saying.
You know what I mean, though? He's like, you know what? It's a good hand, but I'll step this one out. But he's going to get called in 2 spots here, Ollie. 6s and 4s.
Tom's got to be thinking, eventually, surely, I'm going to hit a set or win a big one.
要追溯，你也没办法了。
对，真的没办法。最好的机会1个晚上，我要告诉你，就是这一把了。
Over 200K out there. And the 4 in the window, bottom set for Tan. A merciful jack on the flop in terms of Boss's prospects to save chips here.
But he might still lose a bet at some point just because Tan is so loose. He might think the 10s are good.
Doesn't see bet.
Does Elton think he's got the best hand? Kind of seems like it with the tank. He's going to check, though.
Lick of the lips.
八个是30、40、40、50是吧？50处。
Wants to know how much Paul's playing. Decides accordingly.
54哦。
In position, a barrel of 88,000 from Tan. Boy, this is just such an awkward spot from this point forward for Paul. First off, he's got Elton behind him. I'm not sure how worried he is about that. But if he does call Tan, he knows what kind of mindset he's in under normal circumstances. He's just unraveled
there
a whole bunch, and he's going to have position on you in a big pot. So boss does let go of those 2 10s, and he's beaten, but not in the way I think he expected.
Yeah, I think you're completely right about that. Is you might think he's good, but is he willing to call down multiple barrels against a guy who's been showing that 2 6s making the call here?
Yeah, boss's exit actually puts Elton in the position to play sheriff. 382K pot now. King on the turn. Backdoor spade draw arriving.
Tan's hoping that Elton's got a jack that can pay off. The king doesn't tend to improve Elton that often unless it's 2 pair. It just feels like the main target should be Jack X.
If it is, though, you want to make sure that you price in a way that that Jack is still going to be interested. 200,000 into 382, north of half pot.
This sizing makes a lot of sense because the king is slightly scary, although it shouldn't really be in Tan Chuan's range that often.
I'll tell you what's scary is a steamy Tan Chuan.
A steamy one that makes hands.
Yeah. Hasn't made a lot of them. This time he's got one.
Elton is very suspicious.
Yeah, all the suspicion in the world, though, and you still have to consider future game implications of calling and bringing this pot to 782 and playing 583 effective from there. You could very easily see Tan just stuffing on the end.
His hand is just so weak, but he doesn't think Tan's got it.
Yeah. You know what's weird? For like a brief moment, I thought Elton was going to do something psychotic and raise. I don't know why. But you know what I mean? If you're like, okay, Tan doesn't have it, let me just try to steal it here. But he's got to have some equity, you would think.
You need some kind of hand to want to do that with, but I think we're both on the right track that Elton doesn't believe Tan Chuan at this moment.
Who does?
I mean, ever normally, but even more so now.
3条4啊，打6万多啊 ，pre flop
牌上头，
一个8000，一个16000，打6万5啊，
没有，他妈的，
对，我搞错了，我因为是 Elton
flop 要打 ，flop 怎么打哦？
I'm pretty sure I know what Sanpo means. By the way, Elton reaching out and forcing Tan into a double straddle involuntarily. And how pleased is Tan going to be about that, considering he's going to welcome Jacks to his doorstep? Hans. Pocket threes. As the night's gone on, by the way, I've turned it more and more German. It's hands, and I keep saying Hans.
Yeah, you do say Hans.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
I guess because you're saying Tan. Is that why?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
他 raise 了啊，把他
Ace
4 suited.
I feel something brewing here, right? Tan Xuan's going to squeeze this up, and I just feel like Elton is going to continue.
给你偷掉了。
The vibe I'm getting.
I'm so relieved, by the way, because when you stood up and you said that, I thought perhaps you had maybe eaten something that didn't agree with you earlier. But the brew is for real. And all of a sudden, this cup of Joe grows to $110.
You know what Hans is thinking? Why are you double straddling? Now I've got to put 110 to try and set my. I would have called maybe 50 or 60 if it was single straddle.
Oh man.
Elton's out of position. It's a little nasty, but man, he just doesn't believe at the moment. You know, like so much. Tan's frequency recently is just so high.
These two guys are stuck. Elton much more so, and getting unstuck here with very few hands left to play.
That's funny. Their battles.
This is definitely an opportunity for the ace-4 of clubs, who loved seeing that deuce of clubs in the window, did not really enjoy the 8-king of diamonds behind it.
All pots have been bigger than 300K.
One overcard to the jacks. Elton checking, $250,000 in the middle.
Not the perfect flop for Tan Xuan by any means, but Elton's got loose ranges too, and kind of feels like you want to bet small. Gonna go like 60, 70, 80K or so.
65, right in that wheelhouse.
How much of a non-believer is Elton as he brings the deuce closer to his ace-4 clubs and just think, maybe I just hit some miracles on the turn. Maybe it checks through. I can steal it. What if he's even thinking about check raising? Oh, gosh.
Option C. Elton taking it upstairs, and now suddenly for Tan, things get complicated. We have no diamond. And we certainly recognize that Elton could have plenty of King X. Under normal circumstances, a check call from the King X.
No, but Elton definitely has King X in his range. Remember, he had check raised and got that King X suited against aces earlier in the session for 250 big blinds deep on an 8-high flop.
But I don't know whether or not Tan has gotten wind of that.
No, they did, because they got in on a turn.
It did show down?
Showed down on the
Okay.
turn. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is Elton's value range does actually contain King X.
Meaning check raises with top pair, basically.
Correct. Even though King X normally doesn't check raise the flop. There's the call, and there's 598,000 in the middle. And look at the hands in the board texture.
Queen of spades on the turn. A second overcard to Tan. And you see Elton, was that a brisk check with the index finger tapping on the forearm?
Extremely fast, yes. This is not easy for Tan Xuan. Checking it back. Looks like Elton's done with it. Figure that if Tan Xuan was just messing around pre, he would have just folded to the flop check raise.
Took his one shot, it would seem. And is Tan contemplating whether or not he needs to turn jacks into a bluff suddenly?
Does check right there. So I guess that tapping wasn't a check.
Yeah, yeah, interesting because we listed it. Unblocking diamonds is good for Tan.
Jax has got enough showdown.
You see Elton say Toji. And Tan will be very thrilled to pick that one up at Elton's expense.
不敢了，不敢了，唐老板。
现在血液冲顶的，千万不要偷我，像昨天一样被你们偷回水。
要别人偷，你今天还是想别人偷你的？
昨天输100都被他们偷回来。
乱搞。都是我帮你呀，唐老板。
还差点进呐，兄弟啊！差点力道啊！
兄弟，不好意思，都是你把他拉，
都是我帮的。绝对牌，上头。
痛打上头的。
Guess who?
These two.
Back again, Jack 9-8, Elton. Performing far better than the Ace-4 did moments ago in that massive exchange. Very wet texture, though, and he'll see bet 25,000. Small refund.
大巴哥啊，这球给他们，打死他们！我第一枪我都不知打，都没点。
Tan Chuan seems to be in better spirits now.
对球啊，给他们打死他们呐！
I have a theory.
Okay, let's hear the theory.
On why?
Oh,
I don't think it's complex.
那脱掉了。
妈的，艾特一看就没牌，我是上头。
哪一个？
A lot of big hands, by the way, have been
3条4
emerging
嘛
in the straddle
真3
position.
条4啊？
真3条4
Hands. King 10.
没错。
我都可能来10嘞，等一下。
啊？
哎，来9嘞。
来9。哎，你们都去保险柜了，我不跟你玩了。
啊？
我就跟你玩一下算了。他们都是在保险柜里面玩。
It's kind of funny. Tan Chuan grabbed calling chips or raising chips with 7-3 suited. Saw who was up against. Like, you know what? No, it's not Elton. I'm out. Not gonna play it. And 7-3 would have flopped trip 7s.
Yep. 2 quick checks.
Danny?
Queen's full on the turn now for Danny.
Danny called the raise pre. Did he not?
Yeah.
He didn't 3-bet it.
没关系嘛，我们打我们的嘛。
Interesting.
Flop went check, check, and now Danny trying to induce, which he does successfully. Just 10K.
一会儿有谁不打？他们补位啊。有没有人不打的？应该没有。
我觉得后备桌应该没人要打吧？
啊？
我觉得后备桌他们应该没人。
Danny has so much of his board, and his opponent didn't see bet the flop.
有人不打。
Hard for hands to have a really big hand.
乱搞啊！
Still gonna try and check raise and build a pot.
全吗 ？OK OK。
你要打？你赢吗？
No further interest. Understandably, out of the king high for hands.
虎哥打不打虎哥？输40-50啊？输20多，
给他们打死。在这边帮忙助他，看他们表演。
打10万输40-50啊？你比我输还多。输他妈的想冲4一下冲到沟里面去了。赢60也等于输，输60也是等于输，都是输。
Boss.
140.
Jack 9 suited. Early position raise. Andy plays his suited ace 9, which dominates as a flat.
昨天赢好了。
你前天全是赢。
10-9 in there as well. 2 spades, 2 jacks, and a 4. This is all boss.
500嘛。
全送给谭老板，今天所有人200万给他了。
啊妈的，我还输钱呢，输200。哈哈。你翻几倍就输。
今天对他太好了，我看他平时就
Curious to see if Andy wants to continue with that ace high backdoor clubs paired board.
看我输的时候也会帮
For some reason, but against the early position raise, I guess it's not so lucrative.
Disappointingly, no action for the 12K barrel. But chips headed Paul's direction is a welcome sight, as far as he's concerned.
Last end or last blue?
这个牌有点鱼。
最后我是开始的。
你开始啊。
抓一个，抓一个。你这么多不抓一个？
主播不能听别人的。
你真的是抠。
抠是什么意思？
抠门。
So I believe 2 hands remaining officially. 9s for ST. Asks for more.
我也不陪他玩了。
你们2个单挑了。
单挑好，单挑欧马。
Last game 啊？我不去了。
Boss. Both defend.
Finish.
你打不打？
打什么不打？
Seems like that was the last hand.
Yeah, I thought perhaps a second one had been negotiated by
I don't want
Andy
this
and
to
ST.
end, man. But it does.
All good things do. And for ST, it was the best of things. A $1.2 million winning session. Hands quietly. 567 in the green. Danny Tang, a late arrival, manages a 380K win. Tan Chuen unraveled into the red deeply, but then managed to bounce. And being 36K winner is not really going to be pleasing to him, considering how much he was up at one point. But nevertheless, better than being in the red. Andy Nee, Rob Young, and Boss all down reasonable amounts, and a very unreasonable burial for Elton Sang. I would imagine this game's going to continue after hours, but for now, we must say goodbye. We've reached the halfway point of this first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition as Day 4 is upon us from Maestro Resort and Casino in gorgeous Montenegro. Alina Jad alongside Randy Liu. So happy to have you with us. And we've got 4 2-hour frames of 500K minimum buy-in 2-card on tap. 250 big blinds apiece as we play 1K, 2K with a 5K big blind ante. There's a look at your lineup, Randy, to start things off. First face that we didn't see yesterday, that of El Conquistador, the Spaniard. Adrian Mateos, known for his tournament exploits, here trying his hand in the cash game streets. And Tony G, Mr. On Your Bike, back in the mix.
That's going to be a lot of fun to see. You know, Adrian Mateos is one of those guys known for his tournament experience, like you just said, but to step in $500,000 buy-in is a big ask, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, I understand that we're supposed to regard poker as one big long game. That's the case, then Elton Sang is certainly not looking at things as though he's even, because he had a massive loss during day 3, 7 figures.
Over $1 million, 1.1, 1.2 or so.
Here he is.
Maybe more.
Limping in with Queen 9. Performing well against Tony G's
Everybody's
Jack
afraid of
9.
Elton anyway to raise.
Oh.
Slips in with Queen 7 suited. Ace King suited for ST Wang, who really has dominated every single time he's been out there.
He's won over $1 million yesterday. He won the day 1 and day 2. He is up a lot of money.
然后来个咖啡。一对皮蛋也不要了。
Elton, Tan Chuen, and ST that's really just been playing all of the big pots these past few days.
Yep.
And they're here today on the same table.
King 10-8. All the ingredients are present and accounted for big pot action. And In terms of this hand, plenty of ingredients for ST. Top pair and the nut flush draw. Just a gut shot for Elton with backdoor queen of spades. Note that he hung in there for the extra 13,000 pre-flop, Randy. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But the limp with the queen 9 plus call an extra 13,000 when ST shot it up to 15 with a hand such as that. Granted, we're in position. Makes me feel as though he's still chasing yesterday's result. Would you agree?
Yes, and this is all, but it's also in line with Elton's style, liking to play a lot of pots. But I do agree with you that he's still chasing a bit.
There is a look at Adrian Mateos. Such a familiar face on feature and, for that matter, final tables at the Triton Super High Roller Series, which is our tournament series. I confess, I wasn't aware that he had an appetite for nosebleed cash.
I did not know either, but I suppose when you get invited to an invitational like this, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So time to parlay those tournament winnings into perhaps more.
Things don't go your way, you can mess around and cut your life short out here at these stakes too. Pocket nines, ST picking up where he left off.
You know, Andy Nee had a pretty good day 3 as well. Good to see him back at these high stakes.
Yeah, not to be overlooked, his performance.
I noticed that he's seated to the one guy who can speak Spanish with him. I mean, yeah, Mateos.
Okay.
I wonder whether or not they were familiar with one another. You know, the Spanish poker playing community is a big one.
I'm happy like this.
I kind of don't think so. It's my read, just because I haven't really seen Andy besides on our Triton tour.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Tony G's the lone wolf at this table.
Elton throws the straddle on in hand number 2, by the way. ST wins.
You winning this trip?
Yet again.
Gonna help a friend out?
I'm happy. It's okay. It's not like this round. I need help. You're too good. You're too good. Oh, the game is good. I like it.
啥意思啊？
就是他不抓，要抓你抓，就这个意思。
Battle next time. Maybe next time.
啊，今天是不抓了。
Tony's reluctance to put the straddle out there. Not something overlooked by the boys.
I cannot outstraddle you guys. I cannot outstraddle you guys.
Really? I thought you're the king of the straddler. You're the head of
Mystery
the
card time.
I know.
Block out Ton's hand here as he makes it 7,000 to go.
You're the king of the straddler, Tony.
Mateos.
Back down to the
Ace
straddle.
king.
Oh, okay.
So he gets all the way up to 32.
You represent that. You're the leader of the bunnies.
Yeah, I'm happy. That's why I'm happy to not straddle.
We all learn from you. Yeah, we all look up
We
to
said
you,
it
Tony.
over and over, is that Tan Schwen's got an appetite
The game is nice.
for deep stacks.
The game
He's
is
got
nice.
position here.
By the way, we didn't talk about his result during day 3. He might be carrying some trauma. Was kind of steady up at a $500,000 win for the bulk of the first 3 frames, and then all of a sudden, a bit of a tailspin. Ended up stuck. I think he finished slightly in the green.
Slightly in the green.
But, you know, tilted for sure. Steamy about not having booked the big W.
He definitely was.
10 high board as he digs in for 32 in position. 71,000 in the middle. This was not the texture Adrian had in mind, and I'm not sure how often he's been tasked with tussling with the likes of a Tan Schwen. But it hasn't left him bashful about a C-bet of 40,000.
You know, this type of board is actually all in Tan Schwen's range. He can even have 2 pair.
You know, Tan performs oh so well in these spots. We talked about his appetite for picking on deep stacks so that he can play big pots post flop, in particular with the betting lead and position. And this kind of spot where a lot of times he'll assign you 2 big cards and become doubtful of whether or not you've got it. He does pretty well, and he likes to float. He likes to peel. He doesn't like, however, the ace of hearts on the turn. If he had you on the big stuff like ace king, ace queen.
Of course, that ace is very favorable to Adrian Mateos, the pre-flop 3-better. Doesn't need just ace king. Could easily have ace queen, ace jack.
Rule for bunnies is to straddle only.
I'm gonna bet again. This makes sense. You got top pair, top kicker.
Bunny white. That's the key for bunny. The bunny, the first rule for bunnies. Correct. When stuck, you
It's really hard to put Tan Xuan on a hand right now, but
because it lasts longer.
it is safe to say he doesn't like to see that ace. But if he does have a big hand, like a flop set, he would want to continue to slow play this one in case his opponent is bluffing.
90,000 into 151, being mulled over.
Bunny doesn't even think about that. Bunny is just surviving. Don't forget. Bunny is just surviving, eating grass. There is the big boss. The bunny is here. We're teaching the rules for straddling.
Tom makes the call, and by the way, a lot of his posture
2 big bunnies.
suggests ace king is performing very, very well. And it's doing a little bit better here on the river.
Would be very confident fat ace king now, because now you got top 2 pair. Sure, maybe you're up against weaker a 2 pair at some point, but now you're feeling good. This has got to be value time.
赢了那个 hands 啊，多少钱？知道吧？10万吧。我今天晚上看了个
Exactly 1 SPR.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
他很多级的。
我看了一个视频，100万的 pot， 他拿了一个 broker 特别容易，别人 K 花 fold 不掉 call 了。你跟他打过的？
哪里视频？我好像没有，不是这里的，
在美国。
哈斯了。
那4点就有人看了。
啊。
几点钟开始可以看的？4点。
I think Adrian was comfortable enough with the ace king given what he was observing across the way on the turn from Tan, but even more cozy with aces up. He fires 168,000.
So he's betting half the pot.
说什么 ？S Queen? S King?
Bingo.
Only.
Wow, how do you make that statement? Ace Queen, Ace King didn't go all in.
All in. All in.
He said all
All
in.
in.
He said all in. He said all in.
He said all in. He said all in.
He said all in.
Oh, this is awkward.
He said all in. All in. Now you can
decide.
You can fold. You can call. Yeah.
It's a nice hand. It's qualified.
He said all in. Yeah. Everybody had all in.
At least you have a nice hand. Qualified hand.
He did say all in. Yeah, pretty sure.
He just wanted to show his hand is qualified.
How much?
How?
I heard all in as well, Randy, but
too.
apparently the dealer did not. He announced call in. This is why Adrian's on his back. His ace king is face up, but granted that his is the only action that remains, it isn't quite as big a deal as it could have otherwise been. But now there's a little bit of meta because you got Tan over there. He knows you have ace king. He's saying you can fold, you can call.
I know, right?
And a lot of live reads might go into this decision now. Queen Jack is obviously what's being represented by Tan.
I mean, Tan's repping a set too, right? And the whole table sees you have ace king here and you're contemplating folding. This is a lot going on. This
So a
doesn't
set
feel
on the
good.
flop is what? Now the call does get made, and Tan did have top set. What a brutal run out for Adrian as he polishes off the first bullet inside of the first orbit.
没有死抓头，不然吵就干光了。
How about asking? You got ace queen, ace king?
没有
all in.
，Allen 说死抓了一圈，然后他说不愿意。
Wow. How do you think Adrian feels about this? First time playing a big high stakes cash game, $500,000 gone just like that.
I know you don't speak Spanish, Randy, but I think you'll appreciate my response as I deliver it
having ace king out of
in
position
Adrian's native tongue.
with big stacks.
I think he feels
When you qualify.
bueno.
哦，我说欧英他直接秀牌，我以为他大指的 check 牌。
I would check fold. River.
因为老外就是有这个习惯嘛，比如说他纳指的，平常欧英他就直接开嘛，我是纳指。Body scan
fold. Yeah. Benny always.
我很搞晕了，
I play careful. With big stacks you can. It's okay.
I confess a lot.
I also lost one
stack. It's very deep. Ace king
That
is not so
posturing on the turn from Tan, I fell for big time.
It's very deep.
I didn't think ace king, and nor did you, had anything to worry about based on the way he behaved before he called the 90,000.
Yeah.
True. You really just can't read into his body language.
That's exactly what boss Paul Pua
bad news.
is just taking a seat to the right of Tan.
No, I said the rule to straddle is the bunnies have to be losing.
I was pointing
when
out.
bunnies are losing, they can straddle. Never straddle when winning.
No, they can ask for one round, you can refuse.
Yeah.
One guy refused and then no straddle.
6.
All right, so the Spaniard in for $1 million.
And in for 6,000 on the button with Queen 7, Elton. Ace Jack. You can have an opinion
你
here.
又没喝过一口咖啡，我跟你说，妈的，中间没牌。
And he renders it to the tune of 26,000.
Reload and get 3-bet.
给我拉出来之后，我他妈的出去晒太阳了，晒到了，哎呀，是了，赢7、80，倒输7、80，还好他又把我救回来，真是好兄弟。
最后什么？
没什么输赢了，输10几20。
Adrian conceding. Well, whether you're on the Triton Poker Plus app, YouTube, or Twitch, I'm sure that you're quite pleased that you didn't have to wait long to see the fireworks here on day 4 of our cash game. Pleased to have you guys with us. Randy and I are very much keeping an eye on the YouTube chat specifically. Apologies to the folks over on Twitch.
But we know you. We see you still.
I don't see them.
Okay, I see you.
Proverbial
through
see.
my
Yeah, maybe. But in spite of the fact that we're not out there in the Twitch chat streets, we obviously love having you aboard. And if you love being along for the ride, show us that love by clicking like, follow, or subscribe across the platforms. Give us a follow on Twitter. Give us a follow on Instagram. All of this engagement is what helps us to continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. Now, Ace Jack once more for Elton. On the button, 3-betting and uncontested. He will take it down once more as
Maybe Tuesday.
The opener and folder on this occasion.
Some action. Would be good for TV. That would 10 million viewers.
10 million.
Imagine.
They broadcast in China, maybe.
Yeah.
China one last time we streamed through this panda. It's like 20 over million views. I think it's 90% is fake one.
It's broadcast, this one.
No more China.
No more.
Illegal.
Illegal, yeah.
Don't do illegal things.
Very smart.
Pocket jacks for ST.
Before
A legal raise under the gun to 7,000. Elton. A legal flat with ace 10. Ton likes to do illegal things. I don't know that closing the action is that felonious, but
he's in there.
7-5 off. Turns into bottom pair and the open ender. He's going to stay curious. ST doesn't like the texture.
Don't blame him.
Especially when you got Ton and Elton.
That's their board.
And that is not the kind of turn, ironically enough, even though you're the pre-flop raiser that ST is a huge fan of. Hence the
直
second
接打
check.
那个 bot 给他那个投机投了50个，给那个
Could see
Rob
Elton betting here,
40几个，
especially with the 3 connectedness.
30几个
，37左右。最后还那
打好了，
Interesting here for Tan Xuan because he rarely is best, but he has a lot of outs.
肯定打 flop 的。
I feel like if he wants to continue, he's better off check raising than check calling. Because maybe he can blast through a weak ace.
Elton bets top pair.
他打过来我再破掉，我至少输30万多。
And you know, Tan could take a passive line and just check call and try to realize. Maybe keep an eye on some bluffs. But note the effectiveness of the check raise because the ace-10 really doesn't have a lot of places to go.
Cancelled.
That is the kind of board and the kind of opponent, by the way. You can't count on the check on the river once you call.
Yeah, that was a really nice play by him because Tan Xuan's range was uncapped, given the check through by Elton and ST on the flop.
所以一个3一个9，他就选那个3。
This is why you don't want to play deep stack against a guy like Tan Xuan. You give him just 20 blinds, he can't make moves like that. But this deep, you can check raise, and like you mentioned, you got to worry about that river bet in. It usually comes in big.
Sure does.
Mateos has got the upper hand here, ace jack versus ace 10, and notice that Elton is 3-betting Mateos again.
That's the worst of it, and
the chip leader.
Deepening.
Chip leader. Yeah.
Losing chip leader.
Worst of it. Given the Tan is woken up with ace king in the small.
These two were fighting so much late last night.
Yeah, you could put like
continues here today.
The top winner. Wow.
Remember the other day, Tan Xuan was 4-betting to 100K with 5-2 suited. So he can get action more often than not.
On more than one occasion, by the way. Gets it through here.
可能咖啡喝上头了。哇，3打就不行的。4打有没有料？ Wow. I think. Okay.
Okay.
Tan washing down the early profit.
Usually you take a sip when things don't go your way, but he's ready for a long one.
So are we. By the way, chat, would love to know whether or not there are any of you out there who have soaked up all 3 of our cash game events so far here on a 7-event docket. From front to back, whether you streamed us live or whether or not you just caught up after the archives were posted. Those of you that have, obviously, will be able to appreciate today's action that much more because you'll have all the context in terms of subplots and storylines. Meanwhile, ace king for Tony G. He's facing a king high flush draw as he c-bets 15,000 over the top of the 6K open, or on the back of the 6K open, rather. Andy, of course, will check call. Will not improve, however. Tony still best, picks up the wheel draw.
Hard for Tony to know he's got the best hand, though. But look at this. Andy Nee now taking the lead on the 3 of diamonds. That's a big bet.
And it's a bet that's insulated from being raised more often than not. And that's precisely why Andy feels comfortable making it.
And Tony lays down the best hand.
Nice bet.
Acknowledging the line was nice from Andy.
It's been fun watching Andy play. He really just brings in his own style, and it just works.
It's very sound and tidy, though, if I'm being honest. This isn't a guy who's out of line.
I mean, he does get out of line, but he doesn't. He's not out of line all the time like some of the other players at this table.
It's a different kind of out of line.
Yeah.
Let me enjoy.
You know, it isn't just
enjoying your positive energy and
RBF.
atmosphere all the time.
RBF is
berserk factor.
Yeah, it's the one thing I've learned this week. RBF.
Oh, I've learned that my suspicions about never wanting to have to play poker against Tan Xuan are absolutely
Confirmed.
I definitely do not. Ace Queen suited. Tony G back at it. Boss with Ace 10, sensing the VPIP is a little bit higher than maybe it should be. Decides to play this one as a 3-bet. Dominated, but with the betting lead and position. 44K in the middle. Jack 8 deuce. All spades.
Both players in spade check.
With the
flush draw.
Paul's contemplating putting in the bet. Should work, even though it's just 10K. Nice.
No spade.
No spade for Paul either.
Shout out to Metzger Beats, RL from Chatsville. Daniel Saez, James Grant, Stretch Russell, Sid.
Nice.
Ray 110. All of whom weigh in and say, yeah, we've seen all three of our streams so far.
Yeah.
So they've been
Dave
with us
Capico also.
the whole time.
You should be coming. One more.
Oh, this Mikhail.
This one. This one.
I see that little smile on your face, Ollie. It's just that
Big punt
we got
on
people here going through all the content with us this whole week.
Very good player.
Slots got good, got pro.
Not pro. Not pro.
Oh, it's not
like
good
good.
pros.
I mean, nearly pro. Semi-pro. Play a very small distance. Point.
I'm proud of our chat community. I think by and large, especially our regulars, I'll put them up against most any chat out there. I don't know how often you've been down the YouTube streets as we play the mystery card game once more here, but it can be a little bit disheartening, let's call it. We keep the trolls at bay. We got some of the best mods in the business, I want to say as well.
Round 2 coming here.
Ghost of M, shout out
Yeah,
to you.
you know, because
Ace Queen, top pair, backdoor nut hearts, 10 dimes.
Small. They calculate.
Mateo's flatted from the small blind, which condenses his range a bit.
Really?
Does make the check call. Have to imagine that 10 twin is usually best. But the 10 on the turn really changes things, as this usually improves Mateos' range more so than 10.
Yeah, not sure how many 10x combos Mateos has as a flat for 7K pre-flop. There are some, without question. Ton plays pot control, checking back. Now a jack on the river.
Interesting card, as obviously Ace King is not in Mateos' range from the small blind flat, especially having seen him 3-bet it earlier. He is going to come out betting 26,000. You can see that Tan Xuan is not very pleased about this, namely worried about the 10. And also holding that ace of hearts means that there's less busted hearts that you're trying to pick off.
Would the 10 check call lead on a card such as this?
What do you mean check call lead? Sorry, it wouldn't check on the turn.
Oh, it wouldn't check. Forgive me, that's right. So the activation could very well be attached to trips.
Looks like he's thinking about paying this one off.
This is the part where Teddy KGB says, after all, I'm paying you with your own money, I believe. Given that most of the chips in front of Tan once belonged to Mateos. He's not looking to give them back easy, though.
Yeah, between call or fold. He's going to lay it down. Wow, Mateos.
Busted hearts. vindicated. And I confess, I was looking at the chat a little bit during that pot, and everybody thinks that the mystery hand is always the nuts. Not only on this occasion was it not, but also Andy Nee.
我有2个红心的，赢他买花，买花赢黑圈，反水啦，赌场是进来钱之后要反点水，看没牌赢算球，
一圈没牌赢啊，
赢买花了
2万多啊
，2万多，对，里面4万多，
这个是 TV table， 这个跟踢昨天一样的。
Another premium ace for Tony G. Blind versus blind.
我肯定不付了。
8 becomes 32.
这个要付1点以后付。1点之前肯定是不付的。
这个面子要搞住。
Elton getting in there, Queen 10.
And flopping trips. This board is fantastic for his purposes. Just the club dangler and a swift c-bet from Tony.
Can't blame Tony to bet this flop. Oftentimes Elton will be check folding.
Quarter pot follow through.
Quick call.
Wow. The check raised to 50, an extra 30 plunked in there by Tony, and a problematic turn as he hits the king.
This is a great card for Elton because Tony often does have ace king when he check raise very small on the flop.
劝购，那你花那么多副嘛？几十副花，他是小盲的。
75K. Bet and called. Another 150 into this one, and that 8 of hearts presents no concerns to Tony G. Whose ace king is going to turn into a bluff catcher shortly, under the presumption that Elton is going to barrel.
Elton is definitely going to barrel. Does want Tony G to check back. He's got that image where, you know, the other day, it didn't go so well for me, so time to get some money back. Might even just jam it.
I mean, the line is polarized as it is, so jamming does further support the I either got it or I don't. And you see Tony hates to see this.
It's understandable he's uncomfortable here. His opponent is repping the 10 to check raise flop, bet turn, and jam river.
Here's the thing. It's not just any opponent, Randy. It's Elton Sang.
Elton Sang can show up with way worse than a 10.
Absolute gunslinger. Fearless. And a part of some of the biggest cash game pots ever recorded. And those record-breaking pots, by the way, it wasn't all aces, kings pre-flop. It was all manner of holdings.
This is a very tough spot for Tony. He calls. Wow.
Okay, give me 500 more.
Good night, first bullet. Hello, 900K pot.
Good day for Elton.
No need to go counting chickens just yet.
But
a lot of action still left in this hen house.
2 players already felt it so early. Mateos and Tony G now.
By the way, each time someone's felt it and the refill comes in, the game gets bigger, more chips on the table.
That's true. 2 players with $1 million stacks.
More initiative for stuck players to lobby for straddles. All things come together.
明3条。怎么他们不像是 Elton 的
Too good.
Aces?
所以我相信 Elton 啊，我知道你昨天是 TB 王导师啊，我昨天我说我知道你是 顶对挺踢奖的，我相信你。
Andy Nee gonna 3-bet queens against Tan Xuan.
K8嘛。
Tony's not pleased.
Bet turn, bet river.
Yeah.
Another 3-bet pot incoming as Tan Xuan makes the call.
Andy in a good way with these two queens against the Jack-9 suited until Jack-9 deuce rolls off. Top two against the overpair. 56K out there already.
And he's in a world of hurt, especially against Tan Xuan, who is known to make big plays, but when Tan Xuan makes big hands, he can really get paid off. It wouldn't surprise me if Tan goes for a check raise now. He can represent some spades, some straight draws. Really get paid off if his opponent does have an overpair like this.
21K so far. Damp texture.
You do tend to see more check raises when you flop big hands when you're playing this deep. He's grabbing a ton of whites. Oh my God, he's just made it $200,000.
This is so uncomfortable because you know that Tan can just have the draw. He can be putting you on some kind of ace, king, ace, queen and looking to check raise an amount that you can't continue in. Andy jams and Tan beats him into the pot.
你先看，你欧赢的家我先看，你真的是。哇，我装买花打你一下。
Well, we flirted with the 7-figure barrier earlier. And now we've breached it. 2 times they negotiate. The first board goes to Tan. The second counterfeits his Jack-9 on the turn. And Andy escapes a felting.
运气很好啊，每次都这样。你运气好啊，你中了2对，你运气好。你如果单单中一条高，那 A 扣的。A 勾我就直接丢了，刚跟 A 一样。咖啡馆的人还搞。
This tends to be where we, in retrospect, tell people, no, I said once.
还2次，赢钱还2次。赢钱才one time， 我们是打技术的，又不是打运气的，要把东西拉长。Hong Kong Macau never too time. Buy insurance.
You know, I don't remember Tan being a run it twice kind of guy.
Yeah.
I think he might just be open to what Andy wanted to do there.
I think so.
And obviously, as the guy who was behind, Andy was more inclined to want to run it twice.
Andy's all smiles as he got half of that pot. Tan could have been up a cool million already. How long has it been? I mean, we've only been playing for 30 minutes or so. We've already had multiple all-ins.
This
is good action.
Queen Jack 3. Middle pair follow through here. Easy check fold for Tan's King 6.
5个、8个、13个、26、30多的胜率了也。30多嘛，可能35。
我这里后面。
我说你是副牌。
哦。
35差不多了也。
哦。
33、30、37。哎，看一下。
打开扣钱了。
老
板，他用 GTO 了，老板。
不是 GTO， 那个你有没有用都不行吧？你有台吧？规则照跑吧，不能讲你就有特别的规则。不是，我说能不能看那个胜率啊？你扔了牌，你慢慢去看。
Mateos
那当然肯定的，
showing us
20%.
he can play all parts.
He's getting out there early position.
And Elton showing us that he's willing to take all approaches, flatting the king queen suited.
Didn't really expect that.
Tan also flatting with the 8s. Ace Jack 6 with a couple of clubs. ST came along in the big and has flopped himself the only flush draw.
赢2次，大哥，你加是增加
Eights is
2
actually
次。
best.
2次啊，我因为对对对，那是的。
Elton,
Ten
Jack
Ten
of
Ten River
spades.
嘛。
Broadway gutter, a round of checks.
就没几个点儿。
A second ace now on the turn.
就是10嘛。
ST going to try to represent that ace.
45张。
你猜得出这个张？
10K
12张。
into 29, third pot sizing.
Elton might be tempted. Does have the nut high card in case he's up against a draw himself.
因为他有后门数，大概26次这样。
对，顶多也是对。
Nice call by Elton.
And that's going to make it a lot easier on Pan, who sometimes gets.
Well, 10 had the best hand, actually.
Yeah.
30上喽。
Would have been counterfeited on this river, which does deliver the club to ST. However, the double paired board, and you could see Elton having a lot of Jack X as played.
Agree with that.
A flatter pre-flop, a checker post, and then a flat caller on this turn. He might think he's got showdown here, and hence the check back. ST is going to show him the bad news.
招来的嘛，这种我这样打，我还不懂你，我就专门研究了一下你。9多2是吧？好，噔噔噔，
多少？
噔噔噔噔，哇操，裂开
！31了，
拿去了，给你了。
多少？我要看多少
？28点多，
就算是27、8嘛。
啊，他这个跟短牌很差很远呢。
所以我真的不知道这个。
放错颜色应该翻白色，
因为这个是。
Suited connector for Elton saying.
他这个后门顺没屌用啊。
不是降到1、2个点了。
Goes to work. This is the sort of hand composition that we see so often. Really liking to inflate pots pre.
Okay.
7K is taken upstairs by boss.
借钱生子是吧？
这个你的嘛。
Ace Jack making it 21.
不是啊，是吧 ？A 勾对 K 圈是多少我都不知道。
Table's very 3-bet happy at the moment.
只要 A 勾好是吧？
Here comes the call.
肯定这是好，但好多少其实我不知道，因为短牌打多了，我真的搞得不行。
30多，
只有30多，不是46，
不到40，
不到40，可能30。
Ace King 7. This is an all Paul board texture.
Yeah, he should be coming in with a bet. Can easily get called by worse.
其实我这个也平衡的，我
Not so much by the 9-8 suited.
但对买花也是这样。
我这个
买花，
你买这个这个挺大。我手上是挺大。
See bet and take it.
Straddle, yeah? Time to straddle.